The story began inside an utterly ordinary room. A news broadcast was playing on the television, the anchor delivering updates on several breaking events. Evening News, June 0, 2024, she announced. The Ning City Wildlife Park has been attacked by a giant serpent estimated to be over 100 meters long. Experts had yet to determine what species it was. Some local residents had managed to capture the incident on their phones, showing the colossal creature resembling the one that had recently appeared in the northern skies over Ning City, an event that sent shockwaves through the nation. The anchor went on, reporting that an internationally wanted fugitive was suspected to have fled into Ning City. Meanwhile, a young man lay slumped over a desk, his arm covered in blood. Through his haze of pain and confusion, he muttered, "Is not this my body?" With the perception of a creature known as Hai Baoji, he seemed to realize something strange. Startled, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror and froze. What the hell, what is going on? His mind reeled in disbelief. How the hell did I turn into a Hai Baoji? To understand this bizarre turn of events, we need to go back a little to where his story truly began. My name is Chen Su, he recalled. I am a sophomore at Ning University. I do not really like dorm life, so I rent an apartment off campus. Wearing his slippers, he stepped inside. I have always liked raising cold-blooded creatures, their vivid colors fascinate me. Scorpions, for example. He passed a wooden table with a small cage on top, inside which a peculiar creature slept soundly. A new shipment of exotic pets came into the shop today, he remembered. One of them was covered in sharp spines, its eyes gleaming like twin gemstones. I fell in love with that Hai Baoji the moment I saw it. However, despite its generally mild temperament, the creature could turn vicious when provoked or when its owner got careless. As soon as Chen Su released it, things went horribly wrong. It lunged forward and bit him, its teeth sinking deep enough to draw blood. Wincing in pain, he raised his phone and slammed the corner of it down onto the creature's head, forcing it to release him. But the Hai Baoji was not about to take that quietly. It swung its tail like a whip, smacking the phone straight back at his forehead in a flash of retaliation. Back in the present, his consciousness slowly returned. Chen Su blinked, his eyes open, taking several seconds to focus on the small creature before him. A strange red light shimmered faintly around it, as if some unseen force were controlling its movements. The little thing raised its tiny arm and, to his shock, mimicked his own motion exactly. Wait. What? He murmured. I can control the Hai Baoji's body. The sensation was uncanny, as if both his left and right hands now moved to his will. A grin spread across his face. So this is my cheat ability. My protagonist power finally awakens, huh? He tilted his head, watching the lizard-like creature topple clumsily onto the desk. But what can a scaly little thing like this even do? He mused. Maybe I should start a livestream, the Sentient Lizard Show, or head out to the Abalone Isles to catch some sea cucumbers for cash. Grabbing the creature by its tail and lifting it up, he sighed. Figures. Guess I was not meant to be the main character after all. Other people's cheat powers turn them into chosen heroes or cosmic deities, he grumbled. And I get a gecko. His stomach growled loudly, snapping him out of his thoughts. Night had already fallen, and the cityscape beyond the window was awash with lights. Staring out at the glittering skyline, Chen Su muttered, "Man, I am starving. I have been out cold for a whole day. What does a Hai Baoji even eat?" The little lizard clung playfully to his arm, and Chen Su smiled faintly. If it is carnivorous, I guess that is not a problem. A short while later, he was at the stove, moving with practiced precision. Knives flashed, vegetables sizzled, and fresh meat hit the pan as he put his superb cooking skills on display, chopping, stirring, and frying with effortless grace. A beautifully plated meal was soon set before the Hai Baoji, and the little creature's mouth instantly began to water. Watching it devour the food with pure delight, Chen Su sat beside it, nodding in satisfaction. Just as I thought, he murmured. Even lizards like Hai Baoji can eat meat. Suddenly, a translucent system notification slid across his vision. Your avatar has gained 5 evolution points through feeding. Physical strength plus 0.5. His eyes widened as a detailed status window materialized before him. Character name, Chen Su. Level, 0. Physical strength, 8.5. Mental power, 12. Innate talent, psychic control. Traits, environmental adaptation beginner, chi sense beginner. Experience points, 1000 plus. Skills, Bajiquan Express 48 per 100, Teng Wen Leap Express 66 per 100, Tan Kick Express 39 per 100. Avatar, Hai Baoji Unevolved. Evolution points, 5 per 200. A sudden clarity struck him like a spark igniting deep in his mind. His eyes glistened as a long-forgotten memory surfaced. In that memory, his father rested a heavy, calloused hand on his shoulder and said gently, "Remember, martial arts are not something to abandon. Only when you are strong enough will you truly see the other side of the world." Chen Su, still young then, looked up and asked curiously, "Father, when will I see you again?" The man braced his hand on his knee, standing with effort. "When you reach the level of a grandmaster. Though by then, I might no longer be around." Without another word, he turned and walked toward the door. He did not dare look back. The door closed softly behind him, and the room fell into darkness. Back in the present, Chen Su stood silently before a framed photo of himself and his father hanging on the wall. 10 years had passed without him realizing it. Meanwhile, the Hai Baoji, stuffed from its meal, sat rubbing its round belly before letting out a satisfied belch. He chuckled, "You really eat fast, huh?" But his amusement quickly turned to awe when a faint glow began radiating from the creature's body. A wave of energy surged from head to tail, and Chen Su blinked. Wait. Did its tail just get longer? The system interface flashed again. Updating his stats, most values remained the same, except his physical strength, now 10, and evolution points, now 15 per 200. Realization struck him like lightning. A full meal equals 15 evolution points. Eyes wide, he rushed to the mirror. Lifting his shirt, he saw well-defined abs rippling beneath his skin. His physique had clearly improved. The evolution points Hai Baoji earns are feeding back into my body. He turned to look at the little creature crawling across the desk. "If you gather enough evolution points, you can undergo your first evolution," he murmured, his excitement growing. "Maybe you will grow into that colossal beast from my dreams." The image of a majestic, titanic creature towering over the world flashed in his mind, filling him with conviction. "And when that happens," he said with quiet resolve, "I will finally become a true martial grandmaster." Later, the scene shifted to a bustling market street filled with people and chatter. From a distance, Chen Su was busy shopping. 10 caddies of boneless beef, 20 of lean pork, everything bagged up, the butcher said, weighing the meat. "You paying cash or scan?" "Scan," Chen Su replied, pulling out his phone to scan the code on the counter. After loading the bags into his car, he double-checked everything. "That should be enough," he muttered, closing the trunk. The small sedan started up and rolled out of the parking lot. The sky was clear and bright. Soft sunlight reflected off the tall glass buildings. That evening, a grand feast spread across his dining table. Chen Su sat down, tired but content, admiring his handiwork. He looked to the Hai Baoji with a smile full of hope. "Eat up, little guy. The more you eat, the closer I get to becoming a martial grandmaster." The lizard's eyes sparkled like stars as it drooled in anticipation. Within moments, it devoured everything on the table. Slumping back in his chair, Chen Su shifted his consciousness into the creature's body. Through its taste buds, he experienced the flavors directly, though he noted, pork does not taste as good as beef. A moment later, his awareness returned to his human form. Stretching lazily, he murmured, "Yeah. Too little curry powder this time. I will add more next round." The little creature waddled toward the corner of the room, ready to take a well-earned nap after gorging itself, now even wearing a pair of stylish sunglasses. Meanwhile, Chen Su had his own routine inside the martial arts training room. Standing before a heavy sandbag, his eyes sharpened with focus. Without a word, he threw a powerful punch that landed squarely, deforming the sandbag with an explosive thud. A system notification flickered before him. "Through dedicated training, your Bajiquan experience has increased by +5. He grinned to himself, unable to hide his satisfaction. His physique was improving, and his cultivation progress had become noticeably faster. Over the next 2 days, he trained relentlessly, sweat dripping down his calm face. That feeling, the certainty that effort directly translated to strength, was intoxicating. Pivoting on his heel, he unleashed another high-powered kick. The impact sent the sandbag flying across the floor. The system window updated once again. Character name, Chen Su. Level, 0. Physical strength, 28. Mental power, 16. Innate talent, psychic control. Traits, environmental adaptation beginner, chi sense beginner. Experience points, 10 per 1000. Skills, Bajiquan Express 48 per 100, Teng Wen Leap Express 66 per 100, Tan Kick Express 39 per 100. Avatar, Hai Baoji Unevolved. Evolution points, 195 per 200. The new stats made him grin in satisfaction. In terms of classical martial cultivation, he mused thoughtfully, I must have reached the peak of the Ming realm by now. He recalled how his father had once explained the ancient martial hierarchy to him: Ming realm, Dark realm, and Transformation realm. To reach the peak of the Ming realm meant being a top-tier fighter capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. As a child, he had sat cross-legged before his father, listening intently. The Dark realm, his father had said, produces first-class masters warriors capable of facing 100 foes. Those are the people who appear only in legends. Then his voice grew hushed with awe. And the Transformation realm. That is where one can face 1,000 alone. A cascade of images had filled Chen Su's young imagination. Grandmasters of old. Names recorded in history: Li Shuwen the Spear God, Tai Chi Master Liu Tang, and Wing Chun's Yi Wen. His father frowned thoughtfully, struggling to recall from old texts. Above the Transformation realm lies the indestructible divine stage, but that only exists in ancient scriptures. Curious, young Chen Su had asked, Then what realm are you in, father? His father's expression grew somber. I reached the Dark realm for a short while. But after that he hesitated. Wow, so you are that strong, are you from another world too? The boy had asked, eyes wide with innocent wonder. The question seemed to awaken something deep within the man. Another world, he echoed softly, exhaling a heavy sigh. After a long pause, he finally admitted, I came from Latong. Back in the present, dusk painted the sky gold, sunlight glinting off the high-rise buildings. Inside the apartment, Hai Baoji was being its usual mischievous self, crawling across the sofa and licking everything with its sticky tongue. When Chen Su walked in, he froze for a moment at the creature's size. Whoa! You have gotten this big already. Instead of annoyance, a proud smile crossed his face. One more meal and you will be ready to evolve. Do not let me down. He fed the little creature generously, and the evolution gauge skyrocketed 196, 197, 198 out of 200. The numbers climbed faster and faster until it reached 199 per 200. Almost there, he thought, eyes gleaming. I want to experience every change you go through. Soon, the counter hit 200 per 200. After Hai Baoji devoured 2 full bowls of food, a new system prompt flashed. Avatar Hai Baoji has met evolution requirements. Preparing to evolve. A powerful current suddenly surged from the creature's body, and because Hai Baoji was his avatar, Chen Su instantly felt the searing pain too. Both of them clutched their arms, crying out in agony. Ow, 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 damn it. As they writhed from the pain, the creature's body began to mutate. Spikes along its back grew longer and sharper, glistening under the dim light as the evolution began. The transformation of his body brought the boy unbearable agony. His long tongue lolled out as drool dripped across the floor. In an effort to endure the bone-deep pain, he stumbled and crashed into everything around him. Before long, the entire room was in shambles, a miniature battlefield. Chen Su lay sprawled on his back, utterly exhausted. Oh God! I did not expect evolution to hurt this much, he groaned. Then something caught his attention. Forcing himself upright on trembling legs, he saw that Hai Baoji's appearance had drastically changed. The creature's eyes were now wild and feral, glowing with a savage light. A red aura enveloped Chen Su from head to toe. Let us see what you can do after evolving, he murmured. With a single flick of its tail, Hai Baoji shattered the nearby punching bag. Cotton stuffing burst out in a white cloud. Chen Su could not help but smile in satisfaction. His lizard familiar's power had grown immensely. Immediately after, the system displayed his new stats. His physique and spirit rose from 28 to 56, and from 16 to 18 respectively. The experience points for his external attribute and chi sense both doubled from 10 to 20. Hai Baoji's evolution points reset to 0, but its new limit expanded to 1000. Chen Su's grin widened as he pointed to the screen. He had not expected the clone's evolution to directly double the main body's stats. As he pondered it, a question emerged. Was this exponential growth because his current strength was still too low, or would each evolution always double his attributes? The crimson aura around Chen Su intensified, radiating in waves. His eyes burned with fierce determination. If it is the first case, I can grow steadily, he thought. But if it is the latter, that is a little terrifying. Time passed. He brushed the dust off his hands and surveyed the wrecked room. Judging by the standards of ancient martial cultivation, he had just stepped into the dark realm. Activating his unique trait allowed him to project his spiritual field outward. The thought alone made him chuckle to himself. So, does that mean I have officially become a martial arts master now? He said, clenching his fist. He gathered his inner strength, but even with daily training, 100 experience points per day was his absolute limit. Glancing toward the next room where loud, violent noises kept echoing, he realized that Hai Baoji was still testing its newfound strength. If I want to enhance my physique further, Chen Su mused, I will have to rely on Hai Baoji. Then an idea sparked in his mind. If Hai Baoji can project the same spiritual field as me, that could work. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden noise interrupted him. Someone was banging hard on the front door. The unexpected disturbance made him pause. When he opened it, a man with an irritated face stood outside, pounding the frame. Chen Su's expression darkened. What do you want? He asked coldly. Tang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Though he could not quite put it into words, he felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from Chen Su, something primal and terrifying. A chill ran down his spine, and sweat beaded on his forehead. What is with this guy? I feel like he could crush me in an instant. His tone shifted immediately to one of caution. Well. I just came up because it has been a little noisy upstairs lately. Are you, renovating or something? Chen Su blinked, then awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Oh, sorry about that. I am not doing any renovations, it is just. I have been training lately. Did not realize it was that loud. Tang Yan's forced smile twitched unnaturally. Training? Who the hell trains like it is an earthquake? He screamed internally. Trying to be polite, he glanced inside and froze. The room looked like it had been through a full-scale battle. His jaw dropped, and for a moment, he was speechless. Right, he stammered, already inching toward escape. No problem. But, brother, maybe you could train a little more quietly next time, cough. Chen Su did not quite get what he meant but waved amicably. Sure, no problem. Sorry about that. I will switch up my training methods next time. Thanks, Tang Yan said, bowing slightly as he stepped into the elevator. When the young man was gone, Hai Baoji silently turned its gaze toward the now closed elevator door. It followed Chen Su to the entrance, and the two of them stood there quietly for a long moment, side by side. Chen Su returned to the wrecked room with Hai Baoji trailing beside him. Folding his arms, he looked at the creature with quiet affection. The sea leopard's body had grown too large, keeping it indoors was no longer practical. It is about time, he thought. Hai Baoji should return to the ocean. A car rolled to a stop on a quiet, sandy beach. After pulling the handbrake, Chen Su left it parked and stepped out, followed by his loyal companion. He closed his eyes, feeling the faint red aura radiating from his body, then shifted his consciousness into Hai Baoji, who was already crawling toward the waves. Through the familiar's body, he dove into the water, his human body remaining still with closed eyes, fully focused as he activated his chi sense. Beneath the surface, the ocean came alive with countless forms of marine life. Through Hai Baoji's senses, Chen Su could perceive everything within a radius of roughly 10 meters. As he swam deeper, he marveled at the bizarre creatures inhabiting the depths. One fish, in particular, had 5 eyes. Guess you will be my first prey, he muttered. He twisted his body and launched forward in a burst of explosive speed, ramming the strange fish head-on. The sheer impact cracked the seabed beneath them, and the force sent clouds of sand and bubbles swirling through the water. The fish panicked, trying to flee, but Chen Su was already upon it. With a feral roar, he bit down hard on its midsection, his sharp teeth tearing into flesh while his claws clamped onto its head. The outcome was inevitable. The fish became his meal. A notification flickered in his mind. Your clone has devoured a mutated fish. Gained 10 evolution points. Physique +1. A while later, he swam deeper still. After evolving, ordinary food only provided a single point of evolution energy per meal. But a mutated creature like that one granted 10. The five-eyed fishes remains drifted lazily in the current. If mutated sea creatures are appearing now, and with the recent news reports, he thought grimly, then this world is far from peaceful. His underwater hunt continued. This time, his prey was a seven-eyed mutant fish. None of them could resist him. Each one fell quickly, helpless before the hunter of the deep. Soon after, the system issued another message. Your clone has accumulated 100 evolution points for today. The seabed was pitch black and icy, yet in Hai Baoji's crimson-tinted vision, it shimmered with iridescent light. Chen Su swam toward a vast coral reef where sunlight managed to reach through the water. An amphibious creature, he analyzed silently. Hai Baoji could survive underwater for long periods but lacked scales. It still needed to surface occasionally to breathe through its lungs. Spotting a crevice along the reef, he climbed up and rested on a flat rock near the surface. The environment seemed ideal, quiet, safe, and hidden. Perfect spot, he thought with satisfaction. This will be Hai Baoji's resting place. By the time everything was arranged, the sky had begun to darken. Chen Su's consciousness returned to his main body. Leaning on the car door, he let out a long sigh. All set. Time to head back. He started the engine and drove along a narrow, deserted road. Off to the right stood an old, abandoned house with a single car parked near it. The sight caught his attention, and he slowed down, staring at it for a while. Someone actually lives out here, he thought uneasily. His instincts told him something was not right. From behind the boarded-up wooden door came faint cries for help. Help! Someone help me! Chen Su pulled over on the opposite side of the road. Silence fell. His grip on the steering wheel tightened as he waited for the right moment to act. A true martial artist must conceal his presence and strike only when the time is right. Inside the house, the suspicious group had already sensed his arrival. A man near the entrance pressed himself against the wall, preparing to ambush whoever dared approach. Has that car left yet? One of the men asked. Nin Fu, munching on a bag of chips, replied lazily, yeah, it is gone. Hei Chuo slapped him on the shoulder with a grin. Good. That is better. The two then sauntered over to Lin Ruanya, who was gagged and bound tightly with rope. The man barked, be honest now. The girl could only whimper through the cloth in her mouth. Her eyes filled with helpless terror. Did not I tell you to grab the one from her school? Hei Chuo snapped. Her gags half falling off and you did not even notice. The other man rubbed his shoulder and put on a pitiful face. But, it was dark when I dragged her and how was I supposed to see anything? Catching Ruanya's trembling gaze, he smirked and brushed his fingers along her tear-streaked cheek. Be a good girl and talk straight with me, he sneered, or I will let the boys here have their fun tonight. Outside, quiet footsteps approached the house. Chen Su stood calm and focused, activating his qi sense. Through the wall, he could sense everything, the positions, the movements, even the faint pulse of breath. One man was sitting at a table with Hei Chuo, both drinking and eating carelessly. Lin Ruanya was huddled in the corner, shaking violently while Nin Fu lounged nearby, scrolling on his phone and finishing the last of his chips. Chen Su rested a hand under his chin, analyzing the situation. Human trafficking. 3 men total. 2 armed. Best to eliminate them within a minute. A faint red current surged around him as he entered battle mode, ensuring the hostage would not be endangered by any stray energy. Then he moved. The door burst open with a deafening crash, startling everyone inside. Chen Su stepped in, framed by the broken doorway like a storm-given form. The men reacted instantly, reaching for their weapons, but before they could even raise them, Chen Su lashed out. His kick slammed into the knife-wielding man, hurling him into the back wall with a crack that splattered blood across the plaster. Son of a, Hei Chuo cursed, slipping behind Chen Su in an attempt to strike from his blind spot. But the result was the same. Chen Su's elbow shot backward into his ribs like a steel piston. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered, nearly collapsing until a large hand caught his shoulder. "Bot," said Nin Fu calmly, steadying him, "take a breather. I will handle this." His posture shifted subtly, and at that moment, Chen Su could tell this one was not an amateur. "Ning Fu of the Yao Wang Fist," the man announced evenly. Chen Su gave a slight nod in respect. "Chen Su of the Ladong 8 Extremes." Out on the desolate roadside, the old house trembled as the fight broke out inside, dust rising from the floorboards like smoke. The two men clashed fiercely. Nin Fu's movements fluid yet explosive, each strike brimming with technique. "Yao Wang Fist, first rise," he roared, lunging forward. But Chen Su caught his wrist mid-strike, countering effortlessly. Nin Fu gritted his teeth. Chen Su's evasions were too precise, denying every hit. Frustration bled into desperation, and he abruptly shifted tactics, aiming a low sweep at Chen Su's legs. Chen Su stumbled slightly as the blow connected, and Nin Fu seized the opening, his fist snapping up toward Chen Su's face. Yao Wang Fist, second rise. Twin horses at the crossroads. Chen Su took the punch head on, his body reeling for an instant. But he regained balance on one knee, exhaling sharply. Lucky, he thought grimly, still one leg to stand on. Then he struck back. A sudden forward burst, his shoulder slammed into Nin Fu's chest with crushing force. 8 Extremes Fist Iron Mountain Smash. Nin Fu's body lifted off the ground, crashing onto the floor and skidding several meters, his back scraping against the tiles with a shrill screech. Despite the pain, the man coughed up blood, then grinned wildly as if he would enjoyed it. "Hey. Interesting." He struggled to rise, bracing one calloused hand against the cold floor. "Did not think I would meet a true inheritor of the Ladong 8 Extremes. Iron Mountain Smash, they say it is a lost technique. Guess not." While Nin Fu spoke with admiration, Chen Su's expression remained cold, tinged with disappointment. "A shame," he murmured. Nin Fu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, puzzled. "A shame, what do you mean?" Chen Su stepped closer, his voice low and steady. "A shame that someone like you, a street thug, can actually harness the inner pivot of the Yao Wang Fist's power." He frowned deeply, displeased. "It is a pity, the true successor of the Ning Wang Zui, yet you have strayed into the dark path." The man had been silent all this time, but upon hearing that, he suddenly crouched down. Something in Chen Suo's words must have touched his pride. "What do you know? You are just a snot-nosed student. It was only after I came down from the mountain that I realized this world." His voice cracked. The expression on his face was no longer playful or smug. Rage took over as he lunged at Chen Suo. "People laugh at the poor, but never at the wicked." Before his words even finished, two of his fingers were already inches from Chen Suo's eyes. In that instant, Chen Suo spun on his heel and delivered a swift kick under the man's chin, escaping the dangerous attack by a hair's breadth. The impact sent the man crashing face first into the ground, eyes rolled white, completely unconscious. That high kick left Chen Suo slightly dizzy as well. Though he had won, he had to admit his opponent's skill. A martial artist of this level. Truly dangerous, he muttered to himself. The pressure he gave me far surpassed that of a dozen strong men. He stared at his palm, replaying the fight in his head. Still can't control my power properly. Those three probably won't make it. He exhaled and thought, next step, learn to control my strength. A faint whimper came from the corner. Lin Ruo Ya, still tied up, had begun to cry for help. Moments later, the ropes were cut, and she immediately threw herself into Chen Suo's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Who? She hiccuped as he gently comforted her. "Do not be afraid. It is over now." Between sobs, she managed to stammer out her gratitude. Thank you so much." When she finally calmed down, he pulled out his phone and held it out to her. "All right, stop crying. Once I leave, call the police. But I will need you to do me a favor." He leaned in slightly, his tone serious. "When the police arrive, if they ask about me, just say you could not see my face clearly. Can you do that?" Facing the man who had just saved her life, Ruo Ya had no reason to refuse. She nodded obediently. I won't tell anyone. 10 minutes later, a fleet of police cars surrounded the entire area. Armed officers shouted commands for anyone inside to raise their hands, but when they stormed in, they froze in confusion. There were no criminals left to subdue, only an unharmed victim and several unconscious men sprawled across the floor. Not long after, in another part of the city, Deputy Chief Guan Qing walked into her office, a folder in hand. "Deputy Chief, these are the documents you requested." She laid them on the desk and calmly began her report. The door was broken down, clear footprints at the entrance. Judging by the force and the door being kicked 3 meters away, the strike carried at least 1 ton of impact. A hand tossed a stack of photographs across the table, images of the defeated kidnappers and the rescued victim. 2 of the perpetrators died instantly. The remaining one suffered severe cerebral trauma, practically a vegetable. Outside, thunder rolled through the night sky as lightning illuminated the high-rise skyline. Guan Qing turned toward the window. A storm's coming. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree near a cliffside, Chen Suo's car sat quietly under the darkness. His face was unreadable, shadowed by the dim light, yet it was clear that his mood was far from calm. Not far away, a group of men were chatting heatedly. A bespectacled man was trying to persuade Zhang Changshu. "But, you just made some money, and now you are spending a whole million to buy that broken boat, is not that a waste?" The shirtless man next to him chimed in, "Yeah, took us forever to dig up that sunken ship, and we only made 200 grand. Changshu shot them a sharp glare. "You fools. Do you even know who that woman is? With her on our side, money won't be a problem again." That got their attention immediately. "For real, bot." He turned to face them both. "Si Yan, did you take care of the shipping company issue?" The bespectacled man grinned proudly. "Do not worry, bot. I have already set everything up these past 2 days. Got us an office in a fancy building too, just like you asked." "Good," Changshu nodded, satisfied. "And the secretaries and receptionists?" "Also done," Si Yan replied quickly. "Had the agency hired 2 pretty ones, you will be pleased." Changshu's smile widened, his tone dark and triumphant. "With my awakened power to breathe underwater, all I need to do is locate those sunken vessels. The treasures beneath will be ours." His grin grew twisted. "When that time comes, we will all be rich, eat well, live well, and take whatever we want." But before his words could fully sink in, a golden flash streaked out from the nearby bushes. The men flinched and turned in alarm. "Who is there?" Changshu shouted. Chen Suo calmly stepped out from the pitch-black forest, greeting the group with a mocking tone. "You have got quite an appetite for women. I have never met anyone as depraved as you." At that moment, Zhang Changshu quietly pulled out a knife and signaled to his men with a subtle gesture. Seeing that the timing was right, he spun around and shouted, "You are bold. I will give you that, but scum like you never live long." Chen Suo shifted his stance, ready to counter. In the next instant, the ground beneath him exploded, dirt and debris erupting skyward, sending Changshu flying along with it. Before the smoke even cleared, Chen Suo dashed forward and slammed a fist into the man's abdomen. The impact launched him into a tree behind, shaking the forest as dust billowed from the earlier blast. The 2 underlings were frozen in shock. How's that possible? The bot awakened a superpower, his strength and speed doubled. One of them stammered, "This is bad, run." But they did not get far. Both were struck at the base of the neck before they could escape, collapsing instantly. As the 2 lay unconscious, Changshu struggled to his feet, clutching his injured arm. What are you doing?" Chen Suo brushed the dust from his sleeve and gave a casual wave. His pupils suddenly turned violet, and a faint purple aura radiated from his body. "I am testing my psychic control. Now tell me, what is your name, and what do you do?" Under his gaze, Zhang Changshu's eyes glazed over, turning the same shade of purple. He wobbled, then obediently replied, "My name is Zhang Changshu. I own a large smuggling ship. About a month ago, I awakened the ability to breathe underwater." Chen Suo smiled, satisfied. "Good. The psychic control works perfectly. He is like a puppet now." Changshu continued in a monotone, "I salvage sunken ships, sell the treasures inside to rich second-generation heirs, and take a cut as my payment. Chen Suo snapped his fingers, breaking the mental control. Changshu fell to his knees, clutching his arm in pain. Ow, bot, what happened to my arm? Chen Suo lied smoothly. You fell and broke it yourself. The man blinked, completely convinced. Ah, I see. My mistake. Yes, bot. A smirk curved across Chen Suo's lips. Perfect. The psychic link interferes with their ability to reason. Go back to the ship and rest, he ordered. I will wake the others and come soon. Yes, bot. Changshu obeyed without hesitation and limped away. Chen Suo's thoughts darkened. My sea lizards can't grow without proper nourishment. With Zhang's ship and his connections to the rich, I can use his company's name to funnel wealth and resources. He then controlled the remaining 2 lackeys. The results exceeded even his expectations. His psychic command was absolute. The resistance he would felt with Zhang was gone. Controlling the weaker-minded men was effortless. So, the ability depends on the target's willpower. Interesting. Later, the group boarded Zhang Changshao's vessel. One of the crew, Zhang Hu, eyed Chen Suo suspiciously. Bot Zhang, who is this guy? Without hesitation, Changshu replied, he is my superior. From now on, show some respect. That was all Zhang Hu needed to hear. He straightened immediately. Understood, sir, I will prepare the transfer contract right away. Moments later, a deep-sea fishing vessel ownership document was placed before Chen Suo. Bot, the paperwork's ready. Chen Suo accepted it, glancing at Si Yan. Tomorrow, meet me at the office. Wait there until I arrive. Then he turned back to Changshu, whose arm was freshly bandaged. You are injured. Go to the hospital and get that checked. Yes, bot, the man answered firmly. The next day, Chen Suo's clone body dove into the ocean depths in search of food. The sea is paradise itself. Limitless nourishment everywhere. Meanwhile, his true body remained in the training chamber, pushing his muscles to the limit. Stats climbed steadily, evolution points +5. Physique +0.5. Power gained through the clone is temporary, he reflected. Real strength must be forged through my own trials. His face was hard and focused, the kind of expression only someone determined to surpass his limits could wear. While diligently pounding the sandbag and after going through 2 battles, I could clearly feel my control over my strength improving. Inside the cave, my clone was also training, focusing on strengthening its tail. The absorbed energy was being digested through training. Evolution points increased by 6. Meanwhile, in another place, skyscrapers bathed peacefully in sunlight under a clear blue sky. Chen Su was standing at the base of one of those towering buildings. He thought smugly to himself that the property transfer procedure was finally completed. Even without leaving home for a day, his evolution points had increased by over 90, and his physique had grown by 20 centimeters. A polite employee bowed respectfully to him as he passed by. Take care, bot, the man said. Chen Su walked away at an unhurried pace, already deciding that he would send his lizard clone into the deep sea tomorrow. His mind began piecing together everything that had happened recently. In this world, he was not the only one with supernatural powers. With unknown creatures now appearing from the ocean depths, he knew he had to keep improving his strength as quickly as possible. Out at sea, a shirtless fisherman pried open a fish tank on the deck while muttering, "Fish are getting scarce lately. It is getting harder to catch any. Must be that a school of big fish came through, maybe sharks." He reasoned that sharks usually travel in groups, and even whales would avoid them. The fishing boat gradually sailed farther out into open water. Sure enough, deep below the waves, a school of sharks had appeared, surrounding a massive whale. Suddenly, their attention shifted toward Chen Su's aquatic clone, Hai Benji, who was swimming in the distance. As soon as he got close, one of the sharks lunged forward, jaws wide open, ready to devour him whole. Chen Su did not even resist, he allowed himself to be swallowed. Yet the shark could never have imagined that it would be the one eaten instead. The other sharks, terrified by the sudden reversal, scattered in panic. A system message appeared, evolution points +10. Chen Su savored the taste. White shark meat. Not bad, he thought with satisfaction. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared on the display. Your clone has reached the requirements for evolution. Proceed with evolution, crawling onto the shore. Chen Su was mildly surprised this time. The system actually gave him the choice to confirm it. A red surge of energy ran through the clone's body as the evolution process began. At the same moment, back in the training room, Chen Su's main body collapsed to the floor, feeling the same surge of feedback. Moments later, his status window updated. Name: Chen Su. Current level: 1. Physique: 130. Spirit: 38. Innate talent: mental control. Traits: environmental sense elementary, chi perception elementary. Experience: 281,000. Skills: Bajiquan intermediate, 371,000. Tang Lang Zong intermediate, 291,000. Tanju intermediate, 391,000. His clone's name had now changed to Lin Jia Shiji, having undergone 2 evolutions. Evolution points reset to 0. The upper limit expanded to 5,000, and it gained an additional ability, affinity with the water element. Chen Su lay sprawled across the wooden floor, a faint smile curling his lips as he finished reading the stats. I have broken through. My physique is now 13 times that of an ordinary person. My strength's at the level of great mastery of the Yin realm in ancient martial arts. He compared it to the first evolution. His physical stats had not doubled this time. Makes sense, he thought. The first time, it doubled because my foundation was too weak back then. His gaze shifted to the last line on the display. Affinity with the water element. What exactly does that mean? In his aquatic clone's body, he was currently holding a large boulder in his jaws. Oh, my body's grown quite a bit, bone density's several times greater than before. I must weigh around 4 to 5 tons now. Strength doubled. My claws are as hard as steel, and my explosive power's even greater. He continued swimming at breakneck speed. My patrol speed's at 79 kilometers per hour now. That is faster than a large warship. My movements make less noise and drags lower too, must be thanks to the water affinity. Relaxing on his sofa, Chen Su picked up his phone and made a call to check on some leads. Anyone looking to collaborate on treasure hunting lately? Not yet, bot, came the honest reply from the other end. What about our own investigation materials? He asked. There was a brief pause before the voice replied. We have located a few shipwreck areas, but without Zhang Leota, who can breathe underwater, progress is limited. Chen Su simply said, do not worry about it. Just get to work. He leaned back in his chair, visualizing ocean currents on the map in his mind. The primary trade zones of the ancient Weaving Kingdom and the Huolu region's shallow waters had already been largely explored. However, there were still countless valuable shipwrecks in the deep sea trenches. Southeast, 25 kilometers offshore Huanghai region, his clone continued patrolling beneath the sea. After the latest evolution, it could now breathe underwater and sense its surroundings far more keenly, detecting life within a 20-kilometer radius. Once he fine-tuned the clone's control, he would be ready to make his move. Chen Su stretched lazily, murmuring, raising clones like this. Is not it just another way to enjoy life? Glancing at the time on his phone, he smiled. Almost 11. Time to reward myself a bit. Elsewhere, along the bustling pedestrian street filled with people and neon lights, a beautiful blonde girl had dozed off against an electric pole. The night there was alive, bright, crowded, and noisy. Chen Su strolled through the street, rubbing his stomach contentedly after feasting on a lavish dinner. That was satisfying, he muttered. Though one meal costing over 3,000, kind of extravagant. Though he only had 20,000 yuan saved up, Chen Su was about to take over Zhang Leota's company, so why not enjoy what it felt like to be rich? At least once, as he walked, something caught his eye. Ahead, 2 men were hovering around a voluptuous young woman who had passed out by the roadside. Pointing at them, he barked, "What the hell are you looking at? Get lost." He silently gauged his current strength. Ever since gaining this overwhelming power, the martial artist's heart within him had slowly awakened. Even when no danger was present, he no longer hesitated to take action. The 2 men glared back at him, pulling out their weapons to intimidate. Mother F, what did you just say, punk? I said get lost. I will pretend I did not see you. Their stubbornness drew a faint smirk from Chen Su. He triggered his external manifestation release. The flames surrounding his body flared up, forming into the shape of a massive fiery cat. His whole body quivered with surging energy. glowing brilliantly like a blazing halo. The two men froze. A moment ago, they were ready to fight, now they were quietly conspiring to flee. Why? Why does it feel like a savage beast just locked onto us? One muttered. Let us go, now. The blonde girl leaning against the lamppost suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, are you even men, scared already, ha ha ha. Chen Su glanced at her, immediately realizing she was not in a normal state. Is this woman sick or something, he thought. But the mockery struck deep into the men's pride, they could not stomach running away like cowards in front of a woman. They exchanged looks, silent yet unanimous. A woman like that, if we back down now, we will never get another chance. No way. We can't let her look down on us. Reinvigorated by that twisted logic, they charged at Chen Su again. But, there is no reason to fear him, he is alone. Yeah, let us beat the crap out of him. Too arrogant, one snarled. Let us see how tough he really is. Chen Su stood still, calm and wordless. Then he shifted into a fighting stance and gave them a single thumbs up only to twist it backward with a crisp crack. The next second, he unleashed a devastating kick at the first man who lunged. The force sent both assailants crashing into each other before slamming into a nearby wall. Chen Su shot them a cold, disdainful look. I did not even use 1/10 of my strength. If I had, that kick alone would have shattered him into pieces. The two stumbled to their feet and fled, half carrying each other. Chen Su decided not to chase, he would spare them this time. They are guilty, but not enough to die for it. As they disappeared into the distance, he could still hear their terrified muttering. So scary. He is a demon. A real demon from hell. Meanwhile, the blonde girl struggled to her feet, swaying unsteadily. Hee hee, so strong. Amazing. She giggled. Chen Su frowned, quietly analyzing the situation. Judging by her state, she has probably been drugged. Naturally, in a case like this, the right thing to do was call the authorities. He took out his phone. Hello, police, there is a woman acting strange in front of Ba Shengtang bar, possibly drunk or drugged. Before he could finish, the woman clung to his arm, waving her hands playfully. Why do you call the cops? Do not you think I am pretty? Do not you want to take me home? A few minutes later, a police car finally arrived. The woman was still swaying as a female officer gently helped her into the vehicle. You are boring, Mr. Tilda, she said with a pout before the door shut. Chen Su explained to the officers, yes, I made the call. I was out for a late-night meal and saw her on the street. With that, he let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, that is dealt with. Back at the coast, he resumed using his clone to dive into the ocean. Time to send the lizard to locate that sunken ship. The online data that Four Eyes had gathered turned out to be accurate, there really was a wreck here. My chi perception can only sense within 20 meters for now. Still not enough, I will have to keep improving. Soon, he located a cache within the debris. Oh, jackpot. Gold bars, and a lot of them. He immediately called his crew on the boat. Four Eyes, steer 3 kilometers east and drop a recovery barrel. Yes, bot, the subordinate replied. Four Eyes then turned to another crewman, frowning. Hey, aside from Zhang Chongshu, does anyone else under the bot's command know how to breathe underwater? Zhang Hu's expression darkened. Do not ask questions. The bot's secrets are not for you to pry into. Meanwhile, deep underwater, Chen Su carefully placed the barrel full of gold onto the seabed. All right, he said to himself. Haul it up. Time to start recovering the goods. As he swam a bit farther, something else caught his attention, a faint glimmer beneath the silt. He approached to inspect it closely. It seemed to be a slab of metal. Bot, came Four Eyes' voice over the communicator. The goods are on board. Should we head back now? He reached out and touched it, testing the metal with quiet curiosity. Nice, Chen Su thought to himself. My claws can tear through ordinary metal easily, but this leaves no mark at all, must be some kind of special alloy. He gripped the piece with both hands, struggling a little to hold it steady. Whatever it was worth taking back for study. Without warning, a sea monster burst up from below. It clamped its razor teeth around the lower half of Chen Su's body. He felt a flash of contempt. You dare ambush me, he snarled inwardly. Go on, your length and bulk do not matter. When it comes to pure attack and defense, you are not worth a single blow. In short order the creature's flesh was stripped away. Only a bleached skeleton remained. After gorging himself, Chen Su left the scene without the slightest remorse. The spiny fish had tasted pretty good. A few hours later he found himself at a large outcrop of reef rock on the shore. Those rocks were constantly scoured by the sea and were nearly as hard as forged steel deserted at night, the perfect place to test his strength. He wound his fist back and struck the rock. Even though the impact was mutual, his bone density 20 times that of a normal person plus the reduction in resistance from his external manifestation made the strike feel like little more than a twinge of fatigue. That soreness was quickly healed by his body's accelerated regeneration. He kept throwing punches. After the recent evolutions his physique now sat in the low 200s. This time he pushed harder. Crimson arcs of energy crackled around his hand. Although he had not precisely measured it, he estimated that one punch carried at least 3,000 grams which, in the breathless logic of the moment, he reckoned to mean 1.5 tons of force. With the external manifestation augmenting his Bajiquan, a single blow could easily pass straight through a human torso. And sure enough, one strike fractured the reef, sending a blinding spray of shattered stone and a thunderous crack through the air. After a flurry of strikes he was exhausted to the point of panting. His apartment's punching bag was not enough anymore. And he did not want to train in the public back for fear someone might film him and blow his secret. Once a superhuman identity leaked, life would get complicated. He held both hands up and examined them, marveling inwardly. Only out here on an empty shoreline, with no one around, could he train freely without restraint. This is great, he thought, grinning. His healing was astonishing. Within a minute the wounds on his hands were completely closed. Meanwhile his clone had hauled itself ashore. A black, ragged rock clamped in its jaws. Chen tested the stone mentally. It was an irregular black mineral with a metallic gleam, not visually spectacular, but unusually dense. He estimated its weight by hand at roughly 200 grams, compact, solid, and impossible for the lizard's claws to mar. It looked promising as a raw material for weapon making, though with his current level of control forging a balanced weapon to his hand would be difficult. His thoughts shifted to the cache of gold he would just recovered. That came first. He would handle the gold and then return to research. With that decided, Chen set about arranging retrieval and transport, his mind already calculating the next round of experiments he wanted to run. Chen Su walked leisurely toward the boat and asked, "Where's the stuff?" Zhang Shu was already there waiting for him. "The bot is on board. Everything's been cleaned and prepared." Inside the captain's cabin, Chen Su carefully inspected the gold bars laid out on the table. Zhang Shu leaned over, curious. "How much is all this worth? I have never seen this much gold in my entire life." Chen Su simply picked up one bar and studied it in silence. There were no mint marks, meaning it had been privately cast, probably not something he could sell as an antique. Later, at a bustling luxury marketplace, the staff at a high-end gold shop greeted him with polite bows. "Welcome, sir." With a backpack slung over one shoulder, Chen Su stepped inside. "Excuse me, does your store buy gold?" he asked. The clerk smiled professionally. "Yes, we do offer gold recycling services. Would you like a quick evaluation?" He unzipped his backpack, revealing dozens of gleaming gold bars. "I want to sell these." The clerk froze for a second, overwhelmed by the sight. "Sir, you have a great deal of gold. Please, come upstairs. I will take you to our general manager." The general manager greeted him warmly and shook his hand. "Hello, I am the manager here. May I ask your surname and how much gold you are looking to sell?" Chen Su pointed to the heavy bag in his hand. "Chen. I am selling everything in here." "Understood," the manager replied politely. "Mr. Chen, I will have our staff test the purity and weight. Please wait a moment." Chen Su sat down on a sofa and scrolled through his phone while a few technicians examined the gold at the nearby table. After a short while, the manager returned. "Mr. Chen, the total weight of your gold is 11,250 grams. However, since it is not entirely pure and appears to be privately cast, our purchase rate is 400 per gram. I hope that is acceptable." Chen Su agreed without hesitation. Moments later, his account balance refreshed. 4.5 million deposited. As he drove down the busy street afterward, he could not help thinking how surreal it felt. People his age were still struggling to get through school, while a single expedition had earned him millions. The sense of guilt that followed was oddly sharp. He grew quiet for a while, lost in thought, running mental calculations before deciding, I will buy a new car first. The one I am driving now is too old. It is inconvenient for coastal terrain. At a luxury car dealership filled with sleek, high-end models, Chen Su arrived with Zhang Shu. As they were browsing, another couple entered, a man and a woman in high heels. The staff greeted them politely. For a brief moment, both sides recognized each other. Chen Su immediately remembered Ruyu, his ex-girlfriend. He had spent most of his savings chasing her back in the day, all for her vanity. After meeting someone wealthier, she would wasted no time cozying up to him. The woman, Xiao Ting, put on a smug expression. Honey, that is the loser who used to chase after me, she said in a saccharine tone. Her husband snorted. What is a broke student like him doing here? This place is not for window shoppers. Hearing his bot being insulted so bluntly, Zhang Shu clenched his fists, ready to snap back, but Chen Su stopped him. Forget it, he muttered. The man smirked, emboldened. Oh, do not tell me I struck a nerve, still poor as ever, huh? You sure you can afford to even look at these cars? The woman flicked her hair, clearly done with the conversation. Ignore him, honey. Let us go look around. After a short tour, Xiao Ting's eyes lit up when she spotted a bright red convertible. Honey, I want this one, she said, clinging to his arm. The man hesitated, his expression turning stiff. Inside, he was fuming. Money's meant to impress women, sure, but where the hell am I supposed to get a few million? I barely have a few tens of thousands in allowance. Meanwhile, on Chen Su's side, he stood before a large white SUV. It had good ground clearance, ample storage, and suited all his needs perfectly. I will take this one, he told the saleswoman. Run the card. Of course, Mr. Chen. The total is 2.38 million. Will you be paying by card or in full? In full, he said flatly. The woman's hands trembled slightly as she began filling out the paperwork. Across the showroom, Xiao Ting overheard their conversation and froze in disbelief. What? He is paying cash for that car, that one costs 2.38 million. He smirked smugly, putting on a show in front of her. I do not believe for a second that he has enough in his card to pay 2.38 million in one go. The woman beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly. He used to eat instant noodles for half a month just to impress me, and now he is pretending again. The two of them, clearly with nothing better to do, strolled closer, eager to stir trouble. A student is still a student, the man sneered. Browsing around a luxury car dealership is one thing, but actually trying to buy something, do not make me laugh. He grew bolder with every word. Xiao Ting may be your ex-girlfriend, but come on, you do not have to act like this. Imagine how embarrassing it will be when your card gets declined. Zhang Shu raised an eyebrow with a cocky grin. And what is it to you? What if he can afford it, then what? The man jabbed a finger at Chen Su and said arrogantly, if he can actually buy that car, I will call him Dad 3 times on the spot. If he can't, then he will have to call me Dad instead. Xiao Ting smirked with absolute confidence. Please, as if he could really afford that. Some people just love pretending they are rich. Moments later, the transaction went through. The saleswoman returned, beaming. Sir, here are your keys and documents. The car is officially yours. Thank you for your purchase. The couple's faces drained of color. He had actually bought it 2.38 million, just like that. What the hell? How is Chen Su that rich? The man muttered in disbelief. Zhang Shu swaggered over, grabbed the man by the collar, and reminded him of their little wager. So, how about it? Time to keep your word. Call my bot, Dad. Chen Su did not want to waste another minute there. Forget it, he said calmly, urging Zhang Shu to leave. Do not bother with trash like him. But Zhang Shu was not done glaring. If it were up to me, he growled, you would be calling him Dad right now, or I would show you exactly how we deal with liars. The man's face turned red with humiliation. Xiao Ting, however, was not done embarrassing herself. As Chen Su walked off, she actually chased after him. Chen Su, listen to me, please, just let me explain. The staff who had witnessed the entire scene exchanged knowing looks. They would seen spoiled rich kids before, but this was different. They had just watched a true self-made powerhouse walk away, while the shallow ones were left groveling. People never realize what they have lost until it is gone, one of them thought. Later that evening, Chen Su dined at Yunsheng Tianwai, the most prestigious restaurant in N City, famous for its flawless service and exquisite cuisine. The towering building was so tall it nearly blocked out the sun. As soon as Chen Su's group entered, a line of staff bowed respectfully. "Welcome, sir." A waitress soon approached with a leather-bound menu. "Sir, what would you like to order?" Flipping through the pages, Chen Su noted the extravagant prices. A lobster set for 5,888. A king crab for 7,880. "Add that one too," he said casually. He ate heartily until his cheeks were puffed out, savoring every bite. "Expensive, but worth it," he murmured with satisfaction. Beautiful waitresses flanked both sides, attending to his every need. "Where would you like your next bite from, sir?" one asked playfully. Chen Su smiled, enjoying the moment. Yet his mind drifted briefly to his companion back home, the little lizard that had shared so many of his meals. "Guess it is my turn to enjoy the high life now." He picked up his phone. On the screen, a message flashed in a student group chat. "Guide. Reminder orientation starts next week. Do not be late, everyone." Ran Yanzhong, got it. In Wangqing, same here. "Gug, bot, you actually texted. I almost forgot you are still a sophomore." At that moment, the system interface appeared before him. Character name, Chen Su. Level, 1. Physique, 327. Spirit, 49. Talent, mental control. Attributes, environmental adaptation, chi perception both beginner. Experience, 337 1,000ths. Skills, Bajiquan, Tengyun jump, Tan leg all intermediate. Skill XP, 429 1,000ths, 389 1,000ths, 376 1,000ths. Sub-body, scaled lizard type familiar evolved twice. Evolution points, 2,165,000ths. Affinity, water type. Lying on the sofa, he pondered his next move. Once the semester starts, I won't have much free time. I need to earn more money fast and help my little lizard reach the Yin realm. That night, his familiar continued its underwater patrol. A swordfish darted by, one of the fastest sea creatures alive, capable of reaching speeds of 60 nautical miles per hour, about 90 kilometers. But at this point, Chen Su's familiar was already faster than that. After biting through its neck, he devoured the rest of the fish until only a bare skeleton was left. The marlin was truly a delicacy. Once he was full, it was time to go hunting for more treasures. At that moment, a notification flashed: evolution points plus 10. He fixed his gaze on his next target. His aura spread out like invisible waves, capable of sensing things dozens of kilometers away. He swam across a region of jagged reefs, but even after scouting the seabed, he could not find a single sunken ship. Days had gone by without a single worthwhile discovery. As he moved through the dark waters, he stayed vigilant. The world was mutating, and he still did not know whether the government secretly had supernatural divisions operating in the shadows. In any case, ever since awakening his powers, he had grown more cautious in all his actions. Elsewhere, inside a tall office building, Chen Suo was followed closely by Zhang Hu. Today, Zhang wore a sleek black suit, his expression composed and serious. Since the acquisition of Zhang Changshao's company, Chen had yet to visit the new headquarters located in one of the most luxurious districts of City N. Zhang Changshu had poured a fortune into the company's interior design. Inside Tianlin Marine Enterprises, a polite receptionist greeted them as they entered. "Assistant Zhang, the guests have arrived." Zhang Hu turned and instructed, "Xiao Ning, take everyone to the bot's office." She nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." The bot's office. He then introduced them with deliberate formality. "Everyone, this is our company's owner. Chen Suo, Mr. Chen." The female employees chorused respectfully in front of him. "Good morning, bot." Their eyes glimmered with admiration, so this was the owner, young, handsome, and clearly wealthy. Chen smiled faintly, directing his attention toward a lively girl with orange hair. "Bot, this is Ning Aixin," Zhang said. "Hello, bot," she greeted enthusiastically. Just then, Tu Lengyue appeared, carefully balancing a porcelain cup on a saucer. "Good morning, bot. Here's the coffee you requested." Zhang promptly introduced her as well. "This is your secretary, Tu Lengyue." Chen responded simply, Leave it here." As he scanned the office, he silently assessed the company. Though it was mainly a packaging firm, it was well organized and fully equipped. Maintaining the business cost over 100,000 yuan a month. He would need to find more sunken treasure soon to keep it afloat. He turned to give instructions. "Zhang Hu, that'll be all for the meeting. Have everyone return to work. You go back to the ship and oversee things." "Yes, bot," Zhang replied immediately. Inwardly, Chen's thoughts churned. His mental control over them was stable, but subconscious hypnosis did not mean absolute reliability. He would have to limit their exposure to outside influences. He gazed through the glass window. The view below was opulent, a panorama that could only be admired from high above. Notifications continued flashing before his eyes. Physical strength plus 0.7. Physical strength plus 0.7. His mind drifted toward the deep connection he felt with his avatar, the detached sensation of hunting while resting, yet continuously growing stronger. He took a sip of coffee, a satisfied smile curling on his lips. Down in the depths of the sea, his avatar was encountering another creature. With a mighty punch, he shattered its bloody frame. After subduing it, he hauled its body upward. A mullet? No. Mullets are barely 2 meters long. This one's at least 4 or 5, and its speed is insane. Its teeth are like steel. If his physique had not been so reinforced, he might have been seriously injured. Judging by its appearance, the number of mutated marine predators was rapidly increasing. He tore into the carcass ravenously. The flesh was different, packed with dense energy. Instantly, a notification relayed to his main body. "Your avatar has successfully devoured the target. Evolution points plus 90. Physical strength plus 9. He wasted no time channeling his inner energy. Something felt off. There was definitely something unusual about that fish. His muscles and bones pulsed with newfound strength, 10 times greater than before. After feasting, he once again set off in search of prey. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of the ocean, that mutant fish seemed to be the only one of its kind. Back at Tianlin Marine Enterprises, Xiao Ning was gossiping with her co-workers. "Leng Yue, do you think our bot has a girlfriend?" Leng Yue smirked. "What is this? Do not tell me you are planning to seduce him." A black-haired girl nearby joined in teasingly. Xiao Ning's got that love-struck look again. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from across the office. "You are all still working." Leng Yue quickly stood up straight, greeting him with professional composure. "Good afternoon, bot. We just have a few more things to finish up." None of them could have imagined that Chen had overheard everything. With his heightened hearing, he would caught their gossip from the elevator but chose to pretend ignorance to spare them embarrassment. Smiling kindly, he offered, "Since everyone's been working so hard, dinner's on me tonight." Xiao Ning's eyes lit up. "Really?" Leng Yue beamed. "Thank you, bot." Later, at Yunsheng Tny, the restaurant staff welcomed them warmly. "Good evening, sir. Would you like to order now?" Meanwhile, the girls could barely contain their awe. The bot's car alone was worth over 2 million yuan, truly impressive. The luxury of his lifestyle left them dazzled. The staff tallied up the bill for the evening. "Sir, the total comes to 499,999, the waiter said politely. Chen Suo calmly pulled out a gold-plated card and uttered 2 simple words: "Swipe it." Xiao Ning's eyes practically turned into little hearts. The bot must be from an ultra-rich family. So extravagant, Leng Yue could not help but whisper in awe, "Bot spends gold like it is sand." The other girls stared at the lavish spread on the table, wide-eyed. Following someone like him is definitely the path to success. Chen turned to them and said evenly, "I still have some matters to take care of tonight. Once you have finished eating, I will have a car take you home." The girls shyly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, bot." The matter he needed to handle was, in fact, his daily training. The sea breeze was refreshing, soothing his mind and body. Late at night, the rocky shore was utterly deserted. His face showed satisfaction as he shattered yet another boulder with his fist. He had never once neglected his training. By now, his physical strength was more than 20 times that of an ordinary person, and the force behind his punch exceeded 2 tons. With his external augmentation doubling his power, his strikes now reached nearly 5 tons of force. Yet the stronger he became, the harder it was to control that strength. Only relentless training could help him fully master it. Suddenly, he stiffened. "Damn it, no footing again," he muttered as the rock beneath his stance crumbled and sank. From the distance, a faint sound reached him. A boat was docking along the shore. He frowned. This late at night, in such a remote area, someone's coming here. On the other side, the men aboard the vessel were talking with people waiting on the beach. "We have done plenty of business together. You still do not trust me," one of them barked. "The bot has been cracking down lately. Old rules still apply. Cash in one hand, goods in the other," another said curtly. Chen crouched behind a rock, listening carefully. Within moments, he pieced together what was happening: a black market deal. Smugglers, he thought grimly. And armed too. I will need to be careful. Before long, the trade was complete. Good stuff. Always a pleasure doing business. Pleasure's mine. Be cautious. The bot has been strict lately. Yes, sir. Do not worry, bot. We operate on single-line contacts. If something goes wrong, no one can trace it back. From his perch in a nearby tree, Chen Suo sprang down. In an instant, he took out 2 men simultaneously. A blonde thug nearby panicked and drew his gun, but Chen moved faster, ducking low to evade the shot, then driving an uppercut straight into the man's jaw. The impact lifted him off the ground, sending him crashing into the dirt. Within seconds, the entire group of smugglers was down, felled with ruthless precision. Scanning the scene, Chen thought silently, these people lost their humanity long ago. Consider this a service to the public. Meanwhile, out at sea, Chen's avatar surged through the dark waters, chasing after the ship that had just pulled away from shore. The lizard clone rammed its head full force into the side of the ship, splitting the vessel cleanly in 2. The entire hull cracked apart, sending the smugglers on board flying into the air and scattering into the dark sea. "What the hell?" one of them screamed, just before they all plunged into the water. It did not take long for them to spot the shadow of the giant reptilian creature circling beneath the waves. Panic erupted instantly, men shouting, thrashing, desperate to reach the nearest island. "Monster, there is a monster, help, help us, run, swim, damn it," one of them shrieked. A young man hurled into the air cried out, "Bot, save me, bot," but the one he called for could only grit his teeth in helpless rage. Snarling, he loaded his pistol. There is no escape anyway. "To hell with it, let us see if you can block a bullet," he shouted. The gun roared, a deafening crack that echoed across the water. The bullet struck the monster square in the temple, only to flatten harmlessly against its iron-like hide. His face drained of color. His hands trembled. What? How? How's that possible?" The creature let out a thunderous roar that sent waves surging in all directions before the sea gradually fell silent again. When it surfaced once more, it had a suitcase clamped in its jaws. Gliding through a sea littered with floating corpses, the beast vanished into the depths. Sometime later, inside Chen Suo's apartment, that same suitcase now sat open on his bed, packed full of cash. He stared at the neatly stacked bills and thought, 10,000 per stack. 300 stacks. That is 3 million. The physical sight of so much money felt entirely different from seeing digits in a bank account. The next afternoon, in a cafe, a tall, red-haired woman with a high bun and a striking, elegant figure walked toward Chen Suo with a folder in her hands. Her confident stride drew countless stares from the men in the room. Her aura was cold and dignified, untouchable. Setting the folder down, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Bot, please sign here." The men who had been ogling her froze in disbelief. That is her bot, they thought. He is so young. Chen Suo replied coolly, "Let us go. Back to the company. Tell everyone to prepare for a meeting." His presence was commanding so much so that even grown men felt small before him. This young man. He is like a mountain, one of them thought. That aura, it is terrifying. Inside the conference room, every detail of the presentation was executed to perfection. Standing before a massive screen filled with charts, Chen spoke firmly, as long as our company's KPI continues to rise, there'll be a big bonus for everyone at year's end. He then pulled a phone from his pocket. The speaker was on, and a familiar voice rang out. Chen Suo, today's the last day for registration. You are the only one who has not shown up yet. He lifted the phone. Ah, my bad. I will head over right now. Leaving the meeting room, Leng Yue quickly handed him his coat. I have to go to the university for registration, he said. There is nothing urgent today, everyone can leave early. While I am gone, Leng Yue will handle all company affairs. The female employees exchanged admiring looks. Our bot is still a student, and so composed. I thought he was just a rich heir with good manners. At N University, Chen stepped out of his car, drawing countless stares and whispers. Oh my god, that is Chen Suo. He is a rich second generation. That is a luxury car over 2 million. The murmurs did not stop even as he took off his sunglasses. The school's online forum was already blowing up. Breaking news, final day of enrollment, who is the tall, handsome new student with the 2 meters car? Under the post, there were already over 700 shares and 2,800 comments. That is Chen Suo, right? He is so handsome. Handsome. Try rich. If his car's worth 2 mil, his family must be worth over 100 million. Among those watching was a blonde girl at her laptop. Her face seemed familiar. She stared at Chen's photo, her eyes drawn to his sharply defined gaze, those bright, piercing eyes that seemed to glow with cold brilliance. Another comment appeared below the post. He is not a freshman. He is a junior in the finance department. Yeah, starting this semester, he is officially year 3. His name's Chen Suo. Can't believe he is in the same major as me. Meanwhile, Chen slipped his hands into his pockets, deep in thought. My physique and strength are improving faster than ever. But all I really knew were Bajiquan, Shengwen Leap, and Bullet Kick. I needed to learn some new abilities, something that could help me manage and control the power I currently possessed. He recalled his time at the dojo, remembering how the West Kondo gang had tried to act tough. Back then, a single slap from him could have shattered the man's skull. If he wanted to control that kind of strength, there was no shortcut, only relentless self-training. At the Longtong Steel Company, Chen Suo spoke to one of the staff members. I would like to place an order for a batch of steel. How much are you planning to order, sir? Over 100 tons, he replied. The employee's face brightened. Of course, sir. Please, this way to our VIP room. I will contact our sales director for you. When the door to the VIP room closed, the sales director entered, smiling broadly as he extended his hand. Hello, sir. A pleasure to meet you. What type of steel would you like to order? I need a steel plate 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, Chen said calmly. Add several smaller plates as well, weighing 1 ton, 5 tons, 10 tons, and 20 tons each. The director turned his laptop around for Chen to see. Understood, sir. Based on your specifications, the total will come to roughly 200 tons. The estimated cost is a little over 700,000 yuan, though the final price will depend on the finished materials. Chen smiled with quiet satisfaction. That is fine. No problem. Let us sign the contract. The next morning, at a small dock in Chongchong Port, the foreman said, Bot, this area is full of private warehouses. Chen looked at the rows of crates inside his own warehouse and replied, Good. You can head back for now. I will look around on my own. Standing straight with his hands in his pockets, Chen's body faintly emitted a reddish glow. System notification. Your clone has successfully leveled up. You have gained 8 evolution points. Physique plus 0.8. He thought to himself, Ming Realm, Dark Realm, Transformation Realm, Beyond Transformation. I have not even reached transformation yet. The road ahead is still long. He extended his hand forward, envisioning the steel pillars that would soon fill the warehouse. This will be my training ground. Looking up, he considered his future plans. 100 evolution points a day at most. I will have to wait a whole month for the next stage of evolution. Compared to the lizard's growth, my physical progress is still far too slow. Meanwhile, at a crime scene, dozens of officers were investigating. One of them reported, the suspect Le Hao calls himself Bodla, owns an entertainment bar and commands a dozen men. His right arm was completely crushed by a blunt weapon with enormous force. It is barely hanging on. Another officer continued, as for Tai Lao Chi, the victim suffered massive chest trauma. His internal organs were pulverized, instant death. All 3 men died within a minute. Same killer. Unbelievable strength, clean and precise strikes. Who the hell could pull off something like this? Just then, the radio on Officer Guangda's shoulder crackled. Captain, we have found another body at sea. Elsewhere, at Tianlin Marine Industries, Chen lounged on a recliner, listening to his staff report. Bot, the company's been idle for days. The employees are getting restless. Should not we distribute some flyers or do some advertising? Chen answered casually, no need. Business is like fishing, you wait for the ones willing to bite. Lang Yu, who stood nearby, looked puzzled. The bot may be a second-generation rich kid, but can this really work? Waiting for fish to bite. If we do not promote ourselves, how's anyone supposed to know we exist? Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Miss Nai Hin, a voice called from outside. The bot has visitors. They say they want to discuss a business deal. She blinked in surprise. Really? Someone actually came to offer money on their own. A man and a woman entered the room. The man glanced around arrogantly, not bothering with greetings. Where's Bot Zhang? He asked brusquely. Chen replied calmly, he and his men have already pledged allegiance to me. The man adjusted his suit, raising an eyebrow. Impressive. You managed to take in Bot Zhang, huh? Name's Wang Tianhua. Chen smiled faintly. Ah, so you are Bot Wang. Please, have a seat. Lang Yu bowed slightly. Bot, I will prepare 2 cups of tea for you both. Go ahead, Chen said. Once seated, Wang Tianhua leaned back leisurely in his chair. Brother, I have got a shipwreck, been underwater for a few hundred years. Worth at least $1 billion. So, think you can handle it? Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, and how do you plan to split the profits once the cargo's secured? Wang Tianhua smirked. Standard deal, I take 70, you take 30. That is what even the international teams get. Chen rejected it instantly. Then go hire one of those international teams. Wang was silent for a few moments. Fine. What split do you want, then? Chen raised his hand, 5 fingers extended. At least 50-50. Take it or leave it. Wang Tianhua had no choice but to agree. In this day and age, with laws and maritime restrictions so strict, there was no way he could salvage the wreck himself. He could only rely on Chen Suo. Before leaving, however, he paused, still half doubtful, and asked, you are sure you can bring it up? Chen Suo smiled with calm arrogance. I have handled men far stronger and higher ranked than your so-called Bot Zhang. If you do not believe me, Bot Wang, you are welcome to come along and see for yourself. That reassurance finally eased Wang's doubts. The 2 men shook hands with satisfaction. 50-50 it is. Pleasure doing business, Wang said. Pleasure's mine, Chen replied. Elsewhere, Captain Guangda slammed his palm against his desk in frustration. Claw marks this deep. There is no animal alive with claws that big. Even he could not believe his own conclusion. Unless it was not an ordinary creature at all. Across from him, the deputy director sat silently before his laptop, reviewing a classified intelligence report on the string of mysterious deaths. The document required a top-secret attachment. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Chen Suo watched his workers operating the cranes while Lang Yu stood beside him, curiosity written across her face. Bot, what is that giant steel pillar for? He explained evenly, they call it the sea-suppressing pillar. At major ports, it is said to keep the 4 sea dragon kings in check. But judging from this place, there does not seem to be anything to suppress. He explained. The ocean-suppressing pillar is buried beneath the harbor. It can restrain the 4 sea dragon kings and stabilize the water veins of all 8 directions. Lan Nagayu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Boss, you really know everything. Chen Suo glanced at his account balance, only 321.800 yuan left. Real money was running short, in the blink of an eye. That was all that remained. A silver car pulled up near the Bix X complex. Lan Nagayu blushed slightly. Boss, sorry to trouble you again for a ride. Would you like to come upstairs for a drink? He declined without hesitation. No, I still have something to take care of later. Her expression dimmed slightly. I see. She stood there watching his car disappear into the distance. Why did I say something like that? Her face flushed even deeper. And I haven't even picked up my bra from earlier. Meanwhile, Chen Suo drove off, lost in thought. During dinner, he had accidentally broken his chopsticks. That was a clear sign. He still needed to practice controlling his strength. That was what mattered most. He continued punching a massive rock through the night until dawn. Sweat drenched his body, his breathing steady and focused. He had to learn not just to control his power, but to unleash it precisely when needed. Closing his eyes, he circulated his internal energy. His sensory field now spanned 3 meters around him. Even the slightest movement in the grass or wind could not escape his awareness. 3 days later, Hai Bomji was feasting with a feral appetite. Evolution points plus 210. Physique plus 21. The red-eyed fish he was eating was a mutant, exactly like the one that monster had consumed earlier. He looked up at the water's surface and spotted a ship moving slowly. Wang Tianhua's vessel had reduced speed, it must be close. Chen Suo answered his phone. President Wang, my team's arrived, when do we make our move? A calm voice replied through the receiver. Efficient as always. Give me a bit more time to prepare. We'll start tonight. Chen Suo lifted a massive dumbbell with one hand, crimson energy flaring around him. He muttered, after constant training, my aura experience increased by 15. With the aura amplifying my body, my strength can multiply severalfold. From the other end, Wang Tianhua's voice came again. Brother, I don't see the rest of your men anywhere. They're underwater. Chen Suo replied, just tell me the coordinates. Impressive. 200 meters to the left of my ship. About 800 meters deep. Hai Bomji glanced toward the ship. Even with his physique, the water pressure at that depth was almost unbearable. He swam down to the designated location but saw nothing. The comm crackled with his voice. 800 meters deep. Within a 200-meter radius, there's nothing here. The radio crackled with a diver's voice. Depth 800 meters, nothing detected within 200 meters of range. Wang Tianhua chuckled. Already done checking, that is some efficiency. He gazed down at the still surface of the sea, doubtful. It had only been 20-something minutes. Could they really have finished scanning depths of 700 or 800 meters that fast? One of Wang's crewmen called out, But, after all these centuries underwater, the location might have shifted probably 1,000 meters east. Wang spoke into the radio again. Sorry, brother, check 1,000 meters east, will you? Underwater, the diver Hai Boji swam toward the coordinates. As he descended, a strange sensation rippled through his body. He could feel something. His eyes lit up as a thrill ran through him. Found it. The crane's hoist engaged, and the surface crew shouted, steady. Almost there. Got it. Moments later, the ancient relic finally broke through the waves. Bought, one of Wang's men reported. 8 damaged pieces, 3 intact ones. Estimated value, 30 million. If sold privately, maybe another 20 million on top. Wang Tianhua grinned broadly. You hear that, brother, that is the situation. I will leave the rest to you. I just take my cut. A few days later, Wang Tianhua looked at several suitcases filled with cash and laughed heartily. The total sale came to 23 million, with each side earning 1.5 million. Come on, brother, take your share. But Chen Suo only smiled faintly. No need. I trust you. That made Wang laugh even harder. Ha ha ha, you are a good man, brother. Next time I get wind of another shipwreck, I will call you first. As Chen pocketed his share, he thought silently, so the money problem settled. But my strength is still nowhere near enough. I will need to train until even sniper rounds and grenades can't touch me, only then can I take on something truly daring. The next day, at Tianlin Marine Industries, Xiao Shi walked in holding a report. Bought. Someone sent in a CV yesterday. He is asking for 50,000 a month. Claims he can reel in 200 clients every month. Let me see, Chen said. As he entered the office, Nai Hin greeted him warmly. Bought, you are back. He glanced through the CV. Member of the National Fishing Association, claimed to know plenty of big names in the industry. Without hesitation, Chen crumpled the document and tossed it aside. Fraud. Beside him, Nai Hin laughed sweetly. Bought, you have not been to the company for days. Where've you been? I took a big job a few days ago, he replied casually. Made a few million off it. Her eyes widened in admiration. Wow, you are amazing, bot. He smiled. Did not I promise that once the deal was done, I would take everyone out for dinner? Tonight, we are going to cloud beyond heaven to relax. Nai Hin beamed. Bot, you are the best. From the side, Xiao Shi quietly observed, this job's really not bad, easy work, good pay, and a bot who treats us to fancy dinners. Not like my friend's company, where even the director tries to sleep with her. Xiao's eyes cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled shyly to herself. If the bot ever tried something like that, would I say yes or no? That evening at Cloud Beyond Heaven, a table full of delicacies shimmered under the soft light. Nai Hin rested her chin on her hands. Bot, I never thought ocean fishing could make so much money. Xiao Shi chimed in, yeah, chartering boats, just a few days and you were already making hundreds of thousands. Chen chuckled sarcastically. Got lucky catching a bluefin tuna worth tens of thousands on its own. As everyone chatted happily, a new voice interrupted. Excuse me, a man said as he approached the table. Are you Mr. Chen, owner of Tianlin Marine Industries? The man introduced himself with a polite smile. Hello, I am Li Tianhui, vice president of the Tianong Group and a friend of Wang Tianhua. Chen Su replied courteously, hello. Li Tianhui went straight to the point. President Chen, I plan to go out to sea for some fishing. Would you like to join me? Chen Su leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. As long as it makes money, I am interested. Come by my company tomorrow, and we will talk. Leng Yu immediately handed Tianhui a business card. Director Li, this is my bot's card. Li Tianhui accepted it with a polite nod. Alright then, President Chen. I will see you tomorrow. As he left, Xiao He watched him go with a look of surprise. I did not expect someone like him to be so young. Nai Sheng, her curiosity piqued, asked, Sister Xiao He, that corporation must be really big, right? Xiao He nodded. The chairman's net worth is in the tens of billions. He is even wealthier than the richest man in that city. She went on, and since this guy shares the same family name as the chairman of Tianong, he is probably one of his descendants. Nai Sheng gasped. Tens of billions. Leng Yu sighed in awe. So we just had dinner with the son of one of the richest men alive. Chen Su gave a faint, knowing smile. Even the son of the wealthiest man is interested in the shipwreck, huh? Beneath the pitch-black sea, Hai Boji clenched a large fish between his teeth, holding another tightly in his hands. What a coincidence, Chen thought. Just earlier, Xiao Ning and I were talking about a fish worth over 10 million, and now I have caught 2 of them. The night deepened. The bright moon hung high like a lantern, its light spilling across the roofs of the seaside warehouse. On a bed of crushed ice lay a massive tuna worth over 10 million, yet its flesh did not look all that different from any other fish. Arms crossed, Chen Su stood before the ice chest, his clone nearby. This is not just a fish. This is money. The only question left was who to sell it to. The next morning, his training continued. Gripping a pair of heavy dumbbells, he was interrupted by a voice calling from outside. Bot, young Master Li has been waiting at the company for quite some time. Oh, I will be right there. A gold-plated car was parked outside the Tianlin Marine Company. Li Tianhui stepped out first, smiling confidently. President Chen, I have the exact location of the sunken ship. Chen Su leaned back, arms folded. With all of Tianong Group's wealth, even young Master Li is interested in this wreck, he shrugged. Money is money. Who does not want to earn more? Resting his chin on his hand, Chen said, let us do a 50-50 split once the cargo is secured. Tianhui chuckled, pleased. Deal. Chen quietly studied him. This guy's demeanor. He is not just here for the treasure. There was something off, but he chose not to reveal his suspicion. By the way, Mr. Li, Chen said casually, do you know anyone who runs a high-end seafood restaurant? Li pulled out his phone. Actually, I own one myself. Let us have lunch there. I will introduce you to the right people. At the warehouse, Chen Su spoke plainly. Manager Lin, relax. That fish is not going anywhere. An employee sitting beside the iced tuna examined it carefully. Bot, the quality is superb. Every metric rates as grade A. Manager Lin smiled approvingly. This fish of yours is top tier. We are all friends here, so how about I offer 7 million per piece? Chen agreed instantly. Deal. Leng Yu watched her bot negotiating with an easy grin and could not help but marvel. A single fish sold for 7 million. Unbelievable. The sky stretched endlessly blue above the glittering Manhwa International Tower. Chen turned to Leng Yu. We made a good haul today, might as well treat ourselves a bit. She was still wide-eyed in disbelief. Manhwa International. That is where all the luxury brands gather. Chen shopped freely, his arms full of large and small bags, casually handing over his black card much to the quiet delight of the sales staff. Now that is a big spender, one of them murmured. Leng Yu watched, dumbfounded. This level of luxury is insane. And he earns it all so easily. Later, back at the harbor warehouse, Leng Yu wore a soft peach-colored evening dress, her hair styled more elegantly than usual. She looked at her bot with admiration. God, his watch alone costs over 2 million. And he bought me more than 2 million's worth of gifts too. Chen Su set down the shopping bags and gave a calm order. Leng Yu, I am planning to buy a villa. Help me keep an eye out for one. It needs to be larger and more spacious. Location can be a little remote, since I like peace and quiet. Budget's around 30 million. Leng Yu nodded immediately. Understood. Beneath the ocean's surface, 2 submarines cruised silently above Hai Boji. He watched them pass with a flicker of frustration. If only I were stronger, I would tear those subs to pieces. He dove deeper, but soon sensed something unusual. There is something off over there. Better move first. A massive crab swam toward him. Hai Boji's eyes darkened. You think I am that easy to provoke? The crab lunged, claws snapping, but he dodged with ease. He clenched his teeth. This creature was far stronger than that mutant fish he fought before. Explosions rippled through the seabed, and Hai Boji weaved through the underwater blasts with practiced agility. The monster's bursts of power easily exceeded 10 tons. Interesting, he muttered. Then he counterattacked, colliding with the beast in a massive shockwave. Hovering above the giant crab, he thought, I can't devour this thing in one go. I will have to absorb it gradually. Meanwhile, Chen Su lounged on his sofa, flipping open his laptop. He began reading headlines about recent marine anomalies: gigantic abyssal fish sighted, colossal-headed deep-sea creature discovered, and now, giant crab. The world's getting scarier by the year, he muttered. One report after another flashed before him. Chinese nuclear submarine No. 698 lost in the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 600 meters. Final transmission reported attack by an unknown giant creature. Another read. Nation East submarine rammed by an underwater iceberg in the Arctic Ocean. 127 crew members confirmed dead. After reviewing several incidents, Chen came to a conclusion. All of this happened within the past 2 years. And the deeper the waters, the stronger these unidentified monsters seem to get. Back underwater, Hai Boji's system notifications rang out one after another as he absorbed the mutant crab. Evolution value plus 290. Constitution plus 29. Evolution value plus 280. Constitution plus 28. He glanced at his reflection in the murky water. Body length 18 meters now. Back in his training room, Chen Su continued working out, his muscles bulging with every lift. My physical stats have improved 100-fold. My bones and muscles are now reinforced beyond belief. Even punching a steel column does not hurt anymore. He raised his hand, studying it closely. Even a pistol could barely scratch me now. With my reaction speed, normal bullets would not even hit. Elsewhere, at Xinhua bookstore, Chen browsed through shelves of martial arts manuals. This world is not as simple as I thought. Learning and reading never the wrong choice. His good looks did not go unnoticed. A few girls across the aisle whispered, unable to take their eyes off him. Wow, he is really handsome. Go ask for his number. No way, I do not dare. Chen ignored them, flipping through books on martial disciplines. Xingyi Quan, Bajiquan, absorbing every bit of knowledge. Only through constant study and training can I keep advancing. Later, back at the warehouse, he practiced diligently. Each punch carried explosive force. Bajiquan and Xingyi Quan might look simple, but mastering them required deep comprehension and relentless effort. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed, Lee Tianhui. Chen picked up. President Chen, Lee's voice came through the line, we have arrived. Chen wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. All right, send me the coordinates. My people will be there in half a day. Time passed, and half a day later, Chen, now in his scaled, armored high form, was diving deep underwater in search of gold. Lee's voice crackled over the comms. President Chen, we have located the gold and some broken porcelain fragments. Chen responded calmly, all right. I will take a look. Excitement filled Lee's voice. If you find a special box down there, that is all I want. The rest of the treasure on the ship you can have it. Understood. I will check. After some searching, Chen found what they were after, a chest filled with gold, and brought it to the surface. This pile alone should be worth over 20 million, he thought. But what is so special about that box? In his aquatic form, he frowned. HMPH. Just a lump of black mud. What is he after, really? When he opened the wooden box, all that was inside was a heap of black sludge. On the other end, Lee Tianhui clutched his head in panic, shouting, no, my elixir, my elixir. The scene shifted elsewhere to what appeared to be a crime scene. Huangde and his team had been dispatched to investigate. Just like the victims before, every drop of blood in their bodies was gone, and their muscles had shriveled up as though they would been dried out completely. Yet the time of death was only about 10 hours ago. Surveying the scene, Huangde muttered, we will wait for the higher-ups to come down and investigate. He frowned, deep in thought. All the victims so far were drifters, no family, no connections, but physically healthy. He turned to his subordinate. Xiao Zhang, write up the report. Also, shut down every entertainment venue in the city. Yes, sir. But by midnight, another murder had already occurred. Somewhere in the shadows, a faceless woman was sucking the blood of a man. Huangde clenched his jaw in disbelief. What, we shut everything down, and there are still 4 more deaths. Meanwhile, Chen Su continued honing his martial arts. After several days of training, both his Bajiquan and Xingyi Quan had made significant progress. Suddenly, a system window appeared before him. You have comprehended a new martial art. Please name it. He looked at the message and decided immediately. Let us call it Bing Quan Ice Fist. It was a fusion between Bajiquan's 8th limit stance and Xingyi Quan's half-step crashing fist. Every step forward carried the force of a cannon blast, each punch shattering the air with explosive power. The scene then shifted again to a small fishing vessel speeding across the sea. Damn, after chasing that school of fish for so long, we finally got them, the captain shouted. Still, stay sharp. This haul cost us a fortune. That net alone was worth several million, we can't afford mistakes. Suddenly, alarms blared inside the cabin. Panic erupted among the crew. Bot, there is a hole in the middle of the net, the fish are escaping. Idiot, reel it in right now. But the sonar showed nothing unusual, and the net refused to budge. This is insane. Bot, the net's stuck. Beneath the waves, Hai Boji's clone was feasting on a swarm of fish, tearing through them by the dozens. What a feast! The food's practically swimming right into my mouth. His aquatic physiology made him completely invisible to sonar detection. Let us call it a night. I am heading back. Up above, the devastated captain stared at the shredded net, clutching his head in despair. What the hell happened? My net's ruined, all the fish are gone. What kind of monster did this? What kind of godforsaken creatures down there? Back at the port, Chen Su was lounging comfortably, sunbathing with a cup of coffee in hand, enjoying the ocean view. His phone rang. It was Lee Tianhui. President Chen, Lee said cheerfully, I am back in the city. To show my gratitude, I would like to take you somewhere special tonight. Chen smiled. When young Master Lee invites me personally, of course I will go. As night fell, they arrived outside Menglai Ya Ji, a luxurious private club. At the entrance, a stunning woman named Yin Xiao greeted them with practiced charm. Welcome, young Master Lee, President Chen. It has been a while. Li Tianhui clearly knew the place well. Inside, another woman Dai Yunxiao watched from afar, her eyes glinting. Her movement was so fast that even a cheetah could not match her. How is that creature keeping up? She muttered. Its energy feels strange. After taking a short break, he got back into the car. The wilderness around him was desolate and dangerous. As Chen Suo drove through the distorted waves of sound rippling in the air, he sensed faint movements nearby. HMPH. Something's following me? The aura had an unsettling quality to it, eerily similar to the feeling he got that night when the giant lizard was forced into the darkened town. He smirked and glanced out the window. A monster? A spirit? Interesting. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles. Then, out of nowhere, a red sports car pulled up beside him. Hey, brother, up for a race? The driver shouted over. Chen Suo shot him a disdainful look, his irritation plain. Without saying a word, he rolled the window up and slammed the accelerator. The engine roared as his car surged forward, easily overtaking the red one. Holy crap, that burst of speed. He's gonna kill himself at this rate, someone exclaimed from behind. Is that guy even human? Chen Suo's lips curled into a confident smile. He glanced sideways, enjoying the thrill. At this speed, even Bao Shiji couldn't keep up. But then his expression hardened. Wait, that strange presence, it's still keeping pace? Whatever was following him, it wasn't weak. Later that night, Chen drove his car along the coast. The moonlight shimmered across the water. He stepped out, breathing in the salty air. Just me, my car, and the sea. I am no villain, he murmured. But from behind a tree, Yin Xiao suddenly appeared, her tone playful. Interesting thing to say, handsome. I was just bathing at the beach, but someone took my clothes. Could you lend me something to wear? Without hesitation, Chen lunged toward her. You want clothes? Fine, let me give them to you right now. He did not hold back, not even a little. His punch landed squarely on her, but as smoke burst around them, his eyes widened. When the haze cleared, the woman before him was no longer entirely human. Her tongue flicked out like a serpent's, her face twisted with feral hunger. Such strong life energy. I could devour you alive. Chen instantly leapt back, muscles tensed. What the hell are you? She smiled eerily. I am human, just a more perfect kind. My name is Yin Xiao. Her tongue darted again as she lunged forward. Eating you would be the same as consuming the life force of hundreds of strong men. That is enough to complete my first evolution. She struck, claws flashing. Chen darted aside, moving faster than she could follow. You want to eat me? Let us see if you have got what it takes. She tried to counter, but his speed overwhelmed her. Boom! The explosion shook the sand, and Yin Xiao took the full brunt of his strike. She collapsed onto the ground, body twitching, unable to move. How? How is this possible? She gasped. You do not even have the aura of an awakened being. Chen Su punched the tree and it toppled, but Yin Xiao had already merged into another trunk. Too bad for her, he delivered another blow that sent her flying, and she landed in a heap. He studied her with a hard look. She could merge with trees and even stone, he realized, but every time he struck one of her avatars her life force would weaken a little. Under the dark sky dozens of trees had been broken and knocked down. He looked at Yin Xiao lying there, spent. Chen Su crouched and said, You merged with a dead tree, clever survival trick. Too bad you ran into me. Answer a few questions, and then I will give you a quick death. Even badly wounded, she remained defiantly calm. Look at me, she sneered. Do you think I am afraid of dying? Ha Zhang is beautiful. A pity I will never see him again. It is fine, I will have my revenge. She glanced up with a trace of regret. Give me another month and I could complete my shadowed transformation. Even if a god came, I would not be afraid. Under the full moon and in Chen Su's presence, Yin Xiao gradually faded away, murmuring, How unlucky, to meet a monster like you in an ordinary city. A system prompt appeared. You eliminated a contaminant and received 10 attribute points. Chen Su asked out loud, What are contaminant attribute points? He tapped his chin while the explanation scrolled up. Attribute points can improve skills and strengthen weapons. Attribute points may also enhance your own body and grant special powers: lightning, frost, flame, and so on. He thought to himself that if he already had superhuman power, someday his sea leopard familiar might as well. Chen Su grinned at the thought, the real-life version of Godzilla, breathing fire. Later he parked beside the warehouse and focused on reading system reports about awakened entities on his laptop. No public search results appeared. Someone, it seemed, had the government blocked the information. Fine, he thought with relief, his power was still too weak. He would wait until he was stronger before poking at that world. He idly mused, when my physique breaks through to 10,000, the system will prompt me to pick an elemental affinity to boost fire, water, earth, lightning, light, or darkness. My current body is not ready. I can only choose one basic element for now. Chen Su flicked his hand across the screen and chose to reinforce lightning. A notification popped up. You have used attribute points to strengthen a supernatural ability. You gained lightning mastery. Spirit +1. He leaned back and watched tiny arcs of electricity dance between his fingertips. A lightning-capable version of his familiar, Fine, he accepted it. Lightning control had an experience track too, which meant it could be improved by training. Not bad. The status panel then displayed his full stats. Name, Chen Su. Level, 1. Physique, 465+. Spirit, 57+. Innate talent, mental control. External manifestation, beginner XP 570 per 1000. Chi perception, beginner XP 480 per 1000. Skills. Bajiquan beginner, XP 26 per 500. Sheng Wen leap intermediate, XP 517 per 1000. Tan kick intermediate, XP 412 per 1000. Lightning control, beginner XP 10 per 1000. No attribute points remained. His clone Lien Jia Tg, the spiny scaled lizard, a twice-evolved thorned lizard beast now regarded as a full-grown feral, had evolution points 3190 per 5000 and possessed the 3-element insight and 3 weapon armament abilities. Its aptitudes included water affinity and lightning control. A tail and crackling electricity appeared in his clone form. Chen Su watched as Lien Jia Tg tested its new lightning power against a sea beast. The clone simply ate the mutated creature alive. This new sea monster was not any less formidable than that huge spider from before. The system awarded plus 980 evolution points. He gaped in delight. The god lizard could use lightning now, and it seemed even stronger than he was. At Ning City Airport, 4 people stood waiting. Guangde stepped forward to greet them. You must be with the Department of Geophysical Affairs, he asked. I am Guangde, I am in charge of reception. He shook hands with the man in black, who introduced himself. I am Huang Kefeng. Please coordinate with us on this operation. The man next to him cut straight to the point. Nangong Jian, you are the lead on case 907. Take us to see the body. Glancing at the corpse propped up on the stretcher, Guangde pointed and briefed them. This person had died last night and was the only body recovered so far. At roughly the same time 4 nights earlier, 4 people had been dying under mysterious circumstances each night. Zhengfeng concentrated a green energy in his palm and a ghostly silhouette appeared. The silhouette of the woman's shadow opened her mouth wide, then disintegrated. Nangong Jian studied it and recognized the aura of death. Dead. He frowned in surprise. What, dead already? Back at the warehouse, Chen Su was hammering the heavy bag without stopping. His strength was rising so fast he could barely control it. He did not even dare visit Nai Hin anymore. He worried that just sitting down might collapse her sofa. He remembered when Nai Hin had invited him up to the 2nd floor. Bot, would you like a cup of tea upstairs? He would turned it down, regretting it now. No, not now. I have things to do. The more he thought about it, the more reluctant he became to get close to her. What if he accidentally broke one of her bones? The sky was a clear blue. On the 2nd day, a broker walked Chen Su through a listing. Mr. Chen, this is Villa No. 88. The main house has 560 square meters, a front yard of 70 square meters, a backyard of over 200 square meters, and an 80 square meter swimming pool. The broker went on. The buyer would receive all the furnishings, an additional value of over 1 million if paid in full. The total price is 34 million, the broker said. Chen Su glanced at his phone and offered, 2.55 million. If that is fine, I will buy it. Suddenly his phone rang with a frantic cry. Uncle, there is a monster, save me. Nangong Jian and Zhengfeng were standing at the edge of the roof. It turned out both of them were on top of the building, scanning the scene below. Zhengfeng reviewed the situation. Captain, since last night there has been nothing abnormal. The contaminant we killed really is dead, but oddly it is in a state of corruption. This kind of entity can't be killed by ordinary means, and normal people are helpless against it. He gazed down at the city and suggested, Captain, why do not we stay and investigate further? Might as well take a look at the city's nightlife while we are here. Nangong Jian folded his arms and answered, if you have time, go train. Otherwise when it happens you will just be a bullet stopper. Zheng Feng snapped to attention at that. What, no way. Staring at the tall buildings before them, he shared what he knew. Professors now estimate spatial anomalies will intensify to over 10 times what they were 20 years ago. The top priority is to improve everyone's overall power and wait for that day. His face hardened with resolve that was the only way to justify the state's investment in them. Somewhere on the shoreline, Chen Su's spiny lizard clone had finally swum up to a chest of treasure. He would found something valuable at last, but most of the gilt was crudely dredged up and many of the porcelains were shattered. Such a shame. Scrolling through images of fine Song dynasty vases on his phone, Chen Su thought to himself, this could be a fortune. Song pieces easily fetch millions, maybe tens of millions. He sighed over his coffee. Too bad I clumsily ruined so many items. The loss could be worth hundreds of millions. A heated argument nearby caught his attention. A waitress shouted, "Ah, what are you touching?" The man barked back. "What are you talking about? Did you see it with your own eyes? Do not talk nonsense." Han Tuo shifted his weight, acting arrogant. "Look, did I accidentally touch her? Maybe I should touch her again." "If your customer can't control himself, why are you accusing me?" he yelled. "You saw it. If you are so brave, then come fight me." Chen Su walked past the frightened waitress and said, amused, "Interesting, in my life I have never seen someone so brazen." Han Tuo puffed up with pride. "Well, you saw him now. Do not like it? Come and try to beat me." He swaggered, his fat body wobbling as he kept taunting Chen Su. "If you have got the guts, come hit me." Ha, another hot-headed kid who is all talk. Chen Su cracked his knuckles and readied himself to teach the idiot a lesson. He asked the waitress, "Hey, does this place have a karaoke room?" A hand reached up and unplugged a cable from the socket. The waitress covered her mouth, plain embarrassed. Sorry. Our karaoke system is broken." Chen Su let out a wicked grin. Heh. Han Tuo froze at the sight, fear creeping across his face as he instinctively staggered backward. A loud smack echoed through the cafe. His face instantly bore the bright red mark of a handprint. Foam spilled from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the floor. Chen Su shook out his hand and looked down at the man sprawled there. A faint smile tugged at his lips, his voice dripping with mockery. "What is it with people these days? Do they actually like getting hit? Ridiculous." The scene shifted. Along the riverside, where apartment buildings stood crowded together, Chen Su lounged on his sofa, toying with a few arcs of lightning dancing between his fingertips. The system notification blinked before him. Thunder manipulation experience +10. Spirit +1. He thought to himself, a human life lasts barely 100 years, while a star endures for billions. Compared to that, our existence is but a fleeting moment. One day, he vowed, he would break through the boundaries of life and death. The next morning, Chen Su stood by his car, turning to the woman in front of him. "Spend some time studying the accounting ledgers," he told Tu Lengyue. "Soon, the company's finances will be in your hands. I will double your salary." Tu Lengyue scratched her head, flustered. "Ah yes, sir." Hugging a stack of papers, she looked up curiously. But, where are we going next?" Chen Su smiled faintly, opened the car door, and said, "Just picking up a few things." It was a crisp morning. In a district lined with high-end stores, a man wearing glasses attached to a chain and holding a string of prayer beads greeted them with a smile and an outstretched hand. "My surname is Gao," he said warmly. "I own this antique shop." Chen Su stepped inside and gestured toward the briefcase Tu Lengyue was carrying. "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Gao, but could you appraise this plate for me?" Mr. Gao nodded politely. "Please, both of you, come upstairs. We can discuss it in detail." At the center of the briefcase lay a circular white porcelain plate, gleaming faintly in the light. Mr. Gao leaned closer, rubbing his chin. It smells faintly of seawater. It must have been salvaged recently. He sat down, clasping his hands. Young man, this is genuine. But this piece is one of a pair and you have only got one. Its value will be limited. Chen Su frowned slightly, propping his head with 2 fingers, his tone tinged with regret. So it is part of a set. Figures. When I picked it up, there were shards all around. This one was the only piece intact. Mr. Gao approached him with a sympathetic smile. A pity indeed. If it is just this one, the most I can offer is 4.5 million. Chen Su closed the briefcase and said evenly, all right. I will think about it. As they walked down the street, Tu Lengyue sipped from her cup and asked, but, after visiting so many stores, is not Mr. Gao the most straightforward one? Chen Su, chewing a skewer of candied hawthorns, glanced back. Straightforward, maybe. Or maybe he just offered the highest price. He furrowed his brow, recalling Mr. Gao's face. Still, something about his eyes. They were not right. That man's hiding something. Meanwhile, in the living room of a luxurious villa, a blonde-haired man stood with his back turned. You said you have found a clue about the sunken ship, he asked coldly. Mr. Gao presented the briefcase, smiling obsequiously. As you can see, sir, this porcelain bears the official seal. It is from the shipment we have been searching for. It was sold to me by a young man who clearly knows more. The blonde man, Du Hong, did not turn around. Send his information to Huli. I want everything on him within 30 minutes. A few minutes later, Gao frowned as he read from his phone, then reported, a regular university student suddenly bought a luxury car worth 3 million. Even traveled abroad with Li Tianyue. But, do we plan to cooperate with whoever's backing him? Du Hong clasped his hands together, a cold grin forming. Cooperate, ha. Hardly. Elsewhere, Chen Su lay on his bed, recalling the transaction earlier that morning. Mr. Gao had told him, please fill in your personal details here, we will need them for any sale or auction. He had not hesitated to comply. Now, thinking back, he frowned. Today's deal went almost too smoothly. Why do I still feel uneasy about that guy? He exhaled softly. Hopefully nothing strange comes of it. The next morning, leaning against the elevator wall, Chen Su clenched his fist. Nothing happened last night. Maybe I am overthinking. He shook his head. Forget it, time to head to campus. He thought about his body's changes. After absorbing the sea python, his physical strength and muscle density had grown 50, maybe 60 times beyond that of a normal human. I wonder. Could I actually stop a bullet now? The elevator stopped and the doors slid open. A hooded man stepped in from outside. The moment Chen Su stepped out, the man moved up behind him and shoved a gun into his back. Do not move. Do not make a sound, the man hissed. Come with me. He pressed the pistol against Chen Su's spine. A long sedan sped off down the street. Inside the car, Chen Su dropped to his knees, clutching his head and yelling, Hey, where are you taking me? I do not even know what I did to you. The red-haired driver, wearing dark shades, held a hand out toward him and warned, We are taking you to see someone. So you better behave. They arrived at a crowded warehouse where a man barked orders. Another lackey stepped forward and reported to the man seated at a heavy table. The bot had a long scar across his right eye, a square beard, and a brutal face. He was skewering meat with one hand and scowled as he spoke. You little shit, let us see what kind you are, making me wait all night. Chen Su strolled forward, waved his hand casually and answered with mock disappointment. Is that all you have got? He said. The red-haired driver was shaken. That kid was screaming before. What happened to him? Why is he so calm now? There was something off about him. His way of speaking felt dangerous. The bot roared and ordered his men to raise their guns. What are you standing there for? Take care of him. Chen Su pivoted on his heel toward the hooded man behind him. In one motion he launched a kick into the man's jaw. Blood spurted and the gun flew from the attacker's hand. Chen Su caught the weapon easily as the man crumpled, eyes rolled back. The other henchmen trained their pistols on him and barked orders. Kid, drop the gun, did not you hear me? Bot told you to drop it. Their leader tried to keep up his bluster, though there was fear under his bravado. You only got one piece. I have got two. And your gun only has one round. He sneered, you are surrounded, kid. You are finished. Chen Su stood there completely unruffled. Even his voice carried contempt. "You still do not understand the situation," he said, smiling as if bestowing a favor. "Tell me who is behind you. Tell me and I will make your death quick." Here's a careful, detailed American-style English translation with names in Hanyu Pinyin as you asked. A gunshot rang out, the blast sending a brutal shockwave through the air. The one who had pulled the trigger was none other than Chen Su himself. The bullet hammered cleanly into the bot's forehead. His henchmen screamed, "Bot," and then panic erupted. They opened fire on Chen Su. "He is empty, kill him," one of them shouted. A hail of rounds struck. One slammed into Chen Su's hand and sent the pistol he would been holding spinning away. But it was not that he would been gravely wounded. He caught the ricocheted bullet with 3 fingers. Stunned disbelief painted every face in the room. What the hell is that? How could he? Holy shit, he actually stopped a bullet. Chen Su grinned arrogantly, his stance inviting them to try again. From that point on, the scene collapsed into the terrified screams of the men who'd underestimated him. Chen walked over to one trembling thug huddled in a corner and asked, "Speak. Who sent you?" The man blurted the truth. The backer was Du Hong, chairman of Longhua Group. He owned the shop on Old Street and currently lived at No. 3 Quanshan Villa. Chen reached into the dead bot's pocket and pulled out a phone. Without hesitation he dialed. "This is Chen Su." "Du Hong, right, I will come visit you tonight." Du Hong could hardly believe it when he heard the voice on the line. Nearby, Lao Sao's brows knit and he muttered, "He is demanding 20 million, that kid's sure got nerve." Du Hong replied coldly over the line, "Get ready. 20 million buys a lot of lives. Let us see if he is bold enough to come take the money himself." On the midnight streets a dark figure streaked along the curb even faster than a car. Chen Su moved with speed that felt effortless. In his head he noted that his physique and velocity had reached 120 meters per second. At Du Hong's villa the grounds were lit up, bodyguards with weapons posted everywhere. Lao Sao asked with some unease, "But maybe that kid was scared off and won't actually come." Du Hong sat holding a glass, impassive. "He can kill 7 black tigers, by himself 3 of them had guns. This kid is no ordinary punk." His eyes flashed with a dangerous confidence. "I have raised a dozen shooters and dozens of loyal men. Time to see how they perform." Then the lights went out. The generators were down, the automatic gate at the front failed, the defenders in the garden descended into chaos. Progress reports crackled over the radios. "Start the backup generator," one guard shouted. "The gate's broken, the front doors jammed, the intruders moving too fast." Du Hong slammed his fist down in fury. "Whoever it is, open fire the moment you see him. Do not worry about taking prisoners." Down a long corridor every guard posted had already been neutralized by that shadow moving like a wind. There was a knock at the door. The men inside readied their triggers. The door eased open and Du Hong barked, "Shoot him." Before he could finish, Chen Su had already taken out 2 guards in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat broke out on Du Hong's forehead. He instinctively raised his hands to protect himself. Realizing negotiation was the only option, he swallowed his pride and tried to bargain. 5 million Tran Xiansheng, 5 million and you can spare our lives. 5 million, can you accept that? Chen Su's reply was icily detached. The offer tempted him, but too many lives had already been lost. "No. I can't let you live anymore. Tell me about the awakened one, then I will make it quick." Du Hong had no choice. He told the story he would been keeping. It went back to 1999, at Hushan Town. In 99, Lao Sao and I and a dozen of our men were fighting over territory. A man wrapped in flames fell from the sky and the town turned into a sea of fire in an instant. He stood there watching the crater left by that explosion. The next day the place was a lake, the government named it the Disaster Lake. A surge of awe welled up in Chen Su's chest. The awakened ones. They are truly formidable. Fortunately, he had not wasted his time in training. But right after finishing his story, Du Hong betrayed him. Without warning, the man raised his gun and snarled, "Die, you little bastard." Chen Su shot into the air with a sudden leap, and in just a few steps, he wiped out the remaining 2 ringleaders, swift, ruthless, precise. "No matter how much wealth you people hoard, to me it is no more than the worth of an ant," he said coldly. Not long after, Du Hong's luxurious villa lay in ruins. The police tallied the aftermath: 31 bodies in total, one of them identified as Du Hong, chairman of Longhua Group. Guan De began piecing together the events, and it did not take long before he reached the obvious conclusion. "If I am not mistaken," he muttered, "this must be Chen Su. Probably the same guy who slaughtered those men in the mangrove forest." He continued analyzing. "The demonic energy waves have been acting erratically. The second shockwave is about to hit. I was planning to give him a slot for power enhancement and send him into the demon hall." His expression darkened. "But that kid, he is too merciless, too cold-blooded. His path is straying too far." Meanwhile, at a deserted warehouse near the docks, a single empty tray sat abandoned on a table. Chen Su frowned as he looked at it. "Half of the roasted chicken I left is gone. And there is still oil on the tray. Whatever came here last night was not normal." A system alert suddenly popped up: "You have gained 67 evolution points. Physique plus 6.7. At that same moment, one of Chen Su's clones was swimming deep underwater, clenching a fish head in his mouth. "There is still something over there. Let us go check it out." At a depth of 1,200 meters beneath the sea, he discovered an undersea volcanic ridge, an active volcano, from the looks of it. The immense pressure at that depth made it hard for him to breathe. Back at the dockside warehouse, a massive industrial complex, a half-visible hand emerged from the shadows, holding a greasy paper bag labeled fried chicken. Chen Su hid behind a concrete wall, watching every move of the mysterious figure. "You won't get away," he shouted, launching himself forward with a clenched fist. But just as he struck, the figure vanished. Gone. Nothing remained. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Did it just disappear? Is this dimensional fluid, or some kind of interworld rift?" Only a few strange, shattered fragments fell to the ground beside him. Then the system's alarm blared. "Warning, your body is being corroded by contaminated energy. Notice, due to your enhanced physiology, temporary immunity has been activated. Resistance will collapse after 5 hours." The environment around him twisted. Frost began spreading outward, encasing the space in sheets of ice. Chen Su instinctively stepped back, his instincts screaming danger. Then, before him, a radiant gate appeared, and beyond it stood a shadowy, sinister figure. Without a word, the creature lunged at him, its murderous aura tangible. Its form resembled a corpse, a zombie, or perhaps something worse. Whatever it was, Chen Su did not flinch. He drove his fist forward, and the monster disintegrated into dust. "You have slain a lesser ghoul. Plus." Turning back toward the gate, he noticed new words etched upon its surface: "Welcome to Hushan Town." He stepped through, scanning the desolate ruins around him. Hushan Town. The same one Du Hong mentioned, the town that became a lake overnight. He gave it one last look before turning away. So it was not destroyed. It was dragged into another world. "I would better head back, this place is dangerous." As he left, he did not notice a strange girl perched high in a tree, watching him from afar. Her bangs hid her expression as she chewed on something grotesque, the sound of gnashing faintly echoing through the mist. Moments later, his system interface flickered. He had spent the 2 attribute points he would just earned, channeling them all into lightning enhancement. His stats updated instantly. Chanzo enhanced his attribute points, gaining the ability to control lightning, 20 experience points, and 2 spirit points. A line of keywords was instantly looked up online. The news from Hushan Town was staggering. The town had been flooded. 180 people were missing, and 30,000 had been forced to evacuate. As soon as he got home, Chanzo sank into his sofa, relaxing while scrolling through his phone, stunned to discover that over 30,000 people had vanished along with Hushan Town itself. What if all 30,000 had turned into ghouls? How many attribute points would that be? He picked up the phone and called Li Tianyue. "Hello? La California speaking. Please help me find out where the people evacuated from Hushan Town 20 years ago are now." The voice on the other end quickly agreed. "Hushan Town. Got it. I'll bring you the information tomorrow." The next day, Chanzo, now wearing stylish sunglasses, made another request to the metalwork manufacturers. "Build me a small steel room and craft a greatsword for decoration." The sword had to be 2 meters long, thick, heavy, unyielding, and razor sharp. The manager hesitated. Master Chanzo, forging a sword like that could be difficult. Its production is tightly controlled by the government. Chanzo raised 2 fingers in front of him, a sly grin on his face. Manager Lee, do you think anyone could kill someone with a 100-kilogram, 2-meter-long sword? The manager broke out in a cold sweat and could only laugh awkwardly. Inside, Chanzo felt immense satisfaction. After all, ghouls were unpredictable, infectious creatures. Why not be prepared? Aside from the great sword and the steel room, he also ordered a full set of steel armor. Meanwhile, at a seafood hotel, Tianyue swirled a glass of wine as he revealed what he had uncovered. The information from the survivors of Hushan Town was chaotic. The government claimed everything was stable, but his special investigation revealed no trace of the evacuated residents. Chanzo drove home, silently confirming what he had feared: all 30,000 people had likely been buried there. His clone, meanwhile, was still feasting on heaps of freshly killed fish at the ocean floor. It had been a productive day, over 40 catches secured. Only 300 evolution points remained to complete Stage 3 evolution. The following morning, in a luxurious villa, a broker enthusiastically introduced him to the property owner. Miss Lin Qingnet didn't hesitate to compliment him. Master Chanzo truly has an eye for quality. He rubbed his head and placed a large stack of money on the nearby cabinet. Here's the cash. Once you've counted it, we can begin the procedures. Her jaw practically dropped at the sight of more than 20 million in cash. At a depth of 1.500 meters below the sea. His screen flashed again. Evolution points +29. Evolution value reaching its maximum limit. Do you want to evolve? Without hesitation, he accepted. Evolution began. His body curled, engulfed in a massive sphere of flames. The same energy connected with his core essence. The faint rustle of diligent ants reached his keen ears, even hundreds of meters away. He could hear them carrying food. His entire body radiated brilliant flames. He shut his eyes to focus on the subtle sounds. 300 meters away, a patrolling guard muttered complaints about life. His strength and speed already doubled. Even so, Chanzo could easily control his newfound power, which had now reached the level of Earth Dragon. His physical strength surged to 1.000, and his spirit points climbed to 200. The system immediately updated his talents: water affinity, fire breathing, and lightning control. He studied his new abilities carefully. The fire-breathing skill likely came from consuming the mutated firefish. His companion creature, Lin Jia Tg, had now evolved into a massive, terrifying entity, its body stretching 40 meters long. No longer merely a giant divine lizard, it had become a Godzilla-like monster. An energy reservoir accumulating in Chanzo's core. Moments later, he unleashed a fiery breath. The attack spread, amplifying its destructive power. Though his own internal energy was still insufficient, the fire breath's potency remained average. From the shadows, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes stared at him. A massive creature lurked below. Using both hands, Chanzo gripped its enormous maw. This beast could bite through an aircraft carrier with a single bite. A testament to its formidable strength. Relentlessly, he tore its mouth apart with one hand. A brutal but necessary act. He continued to carry his prey while swimming cautiously. Scouting the area, these firefish granted over 2.000 evolution points and an immense surge of radiant energy. This cave was their natural habitat. The scene before him left Chanzo momentarily stunned, forcing him to spit out the piece of prey in his mouth. A gigantic skull had been pierced by a long column, and he swam closer for a better look. The sight was horrifying, evoking a fear he could hardly explain. Some unknown force within that skull seemed to make his energy surge even further. The system immediately prompted him again, asking for his decision. You've discovered a primordial element. Do you wish to absorb it? Once more, Chanzo didn't hesitate. Absorb. In an instant, his desire was realized. His clone absorbed the ancient element, achieving super evolution and acquiring the power of an ancient colossal beast. The scarlet flame, Shi Yan, began to draw in its strength. Shi Yan +10. He opened his mouth wide as the maximum energy condensed into a single point. his stats climbing rapidly while absorbing the power of Shi Yan. Shi Yan plus 10. A spark shot straight into the sky with an astonishingly destructive force. Slowly, he rose from the water, eyes fixed on the distant explosion as he silently assessed the situation. The power was immense. A single breath of energy was enough to obliterate an entire island. Back in the warehouse, Chanzo finally received his order, the 2-meter greatsword and the Titan alloy armor. He examined them from every angle. The sword weighed 200 kilograms, perfectly balanced in his hands. All right, you shall be called the Sky Overlord Blade, Shang Tian Ba Dao. The Titan alloy armor was equally impressive, flexible yet resilient. A confident smile spread across his face. After his evolution, he could now sense her presence. He peeked cautiously from behind a wall, observing carefully, and to his surprise, it was a little girl. Was she a survivor from Hushan Town with superhuman abilities? Or was she another monster? He was now present in the strange world he had encountered not long ago. The girl slowly approached an area where countless dark shadows were already waiting. As night fell, Hushan Town began to stir with life once more. Chanzo unleashed his attack without hesitation, taking down each enemy one by one. Notifications flashed. You have killed a ghoul. Plus 5 attribute points. In an instant, he chose to enhance his weapon, the Sky Overlord Blade. Next, the system presented a multitude of choices. Please select the type of enhancement, sturdy, sharp, armor-piercing, or anti-ghoul, and choose an elemental enhancement, wind, fire, lightning, thunder, or light. He didn't waste a second. 3 points into sturdy, 2 points into sharp. Suddenly, from the smoke emerged the terrifying silhouette of a ghoul. Its eyes glared at him, filled with the intent to devour him alive. Chanzo murmured in a low voice. Fast, very fast. But, after cleaning up the last of the undead, Chen Su received a system reward notification. You have slain a level 2 bone ghoul. Reward, 10 attribute points. Your armor strength has been enhanced by plus 15. Granted, recoil resist tier 1. He ordered the system to distribute the reward into his stats. 5 attribute points into hardened armor, 5 into savage sharpness. Suddenly he went on alert. Strange black shadows were slipping through a curling cloud of smoke and closing in on him. He planted his feet, launched forward, and unleashed a flurry of blade strikes like a violent storm. The black shadows were shredded to pieces in an instant. Alerts kept popping. You killed a level 2 Bo Soko ghoul. Plus, the assault was not over. A hulking brute reared up and swung a threatening fist at him. Fine, a big target would be good practice. He would already distributed his attribute points. A straight fistfight would be a test. Dropping the sword, he met the monster hand to hand. The impact sent a brutal shockwave through the air. Dust and grit filled the space and Chen Su braced with his sword planted as a support. The brute's raw strength matched his own. What it lacked was speed. If that was the trade-off, Chen Su decided he would not play fair. He sprang high, raining sword strikes down into the creature's belly. The system chimed, you have slain a level 5 armored ghoul. Plus. He stared in amazement. Level 5. No wonder its attack and defense had been monstrous. It had taken him more than 10 cuts to fell it. All he was missing now was a lethal finishing move, one decisive strike. After the brutal fight, the remaining monsters finally dissolved into nothing. Chen Su shouted toward the block of buildings, run, get out of here. He found a little girl curled up beside a wooden crate, the same girl who'd stolen one of his roast chickens and then warned him to run. There was no malice in her eyes. He gently patted her head and soothed her. You are Hee, right, my name is Chen Su. From now on you are my little sister. I will protect you. Come on, Hee, I will buy you new clothes. On the drive back to his apartment he talked with the girl. Do you know what that black tide was that swallowed everything last night? His eyes glittered as she stared out at the city. She stammered, it was the black tide. I do not really know, but it is dangerous. True to his word, Chen Su bought her a very cute dress. The girl happily ran around the apartment. He pointed at the stack of food he would brought in. Food's ready, let us eat. A status update immediately rolled in. Character, Chen Su. Current rank, Earth Great D Da literal, local, Earth level great. Physique, 1000 plus. Spirit, 200 plus. Cultivation, systems. External manifestation, beginner XP 780 per 1000. Chi perception, beginner XP 640 per 1000. Skills. Bingquan Ice Fist beginner XP 105 per 500. Sheng Wen Tung Sheng Wen Leap intermediate XP 580 per 1000. Dan Ju Tan Kick intermediate XP 461 per 1000. Abilities. Lightning Control beginner XP 400 per 10,000 plus. Red Flame Kai Yan XP 930 per 10,000 plus. Attribute points, 80. Inventory, gear. 1 unit of the demonic armor element Yuan Su, Ma Jia. Weapon, Thuong Tien Ba Dao Thuong Thien Ba Dao H Artness plus 13. Sharpness plus 7, Anti-Armor plus 10. Armor, Ma D Armor Ao Jop Ma Da Hardness plus 35. Feature, Recoil Resist Tier 1. His clone was the ancient Shenlin Sword Lizard. After 3 evolutions it had become a great feral lord, an ancient Lien Jaw. Its current evolution points read 2,421 thousandths. Chen Su chewed on a chicken thigh as he analyzed the fight in his head. In the last battle, the external manifestation had wrapped his whole body and the energy of the red flame coalesced inside him, then detonated into tremendous force. This could count as a finishing blow, he thought. 80 attribute points pump them all into my external manifestation. He gathered internal energy into his palms and clenched. He would already broken through to mid-level. His strength had at least tripled. He gawked with her mouth agape. Inside the glittering Ningdai campus, a group of students were arguing. The bespectacled youth said, "I heard after this training we will at least get commissioned as second lieutenants." The blonde guy looked up, concerned. "A commissioned rank?" the black-haired girl asked. "Do you think some secret department is targeting us?" Another student coming through the door added, "Yeah, the city set up a special bureau. Finish the course and you get the rank, but there'll be dangerous missions afterwards. You can sign up or opt out." Everyone agreed at once, "I am in." At the warehouse, Chen Su kept drilling his forms. What he was striking was not a heavy bag but a concrete column. A concave dent formed where his fist hit. The external manifestation gathered the red flame inside his body and then detonated. That was his killer move. The punch had the equivalent weight of at least 150 tons. He named the blow Weijin the ultimate strike. He sat down to recover. Is 100 punches the limit? If I meet that ghoul again I could probably drop it in 3 hits, he mused. At Ningdai back, on a broad avenue, Chen Su drove by and casually cut in front of the car carrying the students who'd been arguing earlier. 2 opposing reactions followed. "Wow, he is gorgeous. That car is not cheap. He is definitely a rich second-generation heir." Lin Royal Lam Nook Na sitting beside them snapped, "Do not talk about him like that." The guy with glasses explained, "He rescued Lin Roya from 4 kidnappers last month." Murmurs followed, "He rescued 1 person from 4 kidnappers, that is insane. Kidnapping, those guys were playing with lives. He is that dangerous." Meanwhile Chen Su and he relaxed on a back bench. His aquatic clone was still patrolling underwater. Suddenly he noticed a submarine far off and realized the sub was crawling with thieves. No wonder they would try to test the ancient Shenlin sword's strength. The sailors inside panicked when they saw his hulking form. "Captain, there is a big creature coming in at 100 meters, a lookout reported. Something large is approaching fast. It is going to ram us." Chen Su silently drove a claw through the hull. Seawater poured in and the crew could barely keep their feet. The 2 aft compartments were badly damaged and starting to flood. Instruments failed. The captain barked commands: "Seal the hatches, hurry. Engage the multi-thrust and lock onto bearing. Display the tactical overlay." A sailor read the sonar. "Captain, it is a long, narrow creature over 40 meters. Bigger than a blue whale." The captain could not believe it. How could there be a creature that big? Even blue whales only top 30 meters. "Seal the rear doors. Surface now double speed. Blow ballast." Chen Su watched the tiny torpedoes eject. "What now?" he shrugged. "I will just dodge them." He easily swam aside. His speed had reached 200 kilometers per hour. The torpedoes could not catch him. The real fun was just beginning. At that velocity he quickly closed on the fleeing sub. He tucked in and planned to use the sub's own momentum against it, let the torpedoes home in straight into the ship. A deafening explosion erupted deep beneath the sea, scattering fragments of the submarine in all directions. After watching the spectacular blast, Chen Su evaluated himself calmly. The shockwave from the torpedoes still made his body ache faintly. If I would taken that hit head-on, I would definitely be injured, he thought. Looks like I still need to keep getting stronger. The scene shifted to the surface inside a brightly lit banquet hall. A dancer was performing on stage. A young man standing near Chen Su kept muttering compliments under his breath. The girl was a freshman from the Department of Foreign Languages, one of the 4 campus beauties of Xinpu University. Her name was Duo Tianqian, famous for her unique peacock dance. Chen Su's eyes widened in surprise as if something had just clicked. So it is her, he murmured. Even he, nestled in his mind, was thrilled. She is so pretty. As Duo Tianqian finished her routine, she gave the audience a graceful bow. Then, from behind, someone walked up and presented her with a huge bouquet of roses. Tianqian, from the first time I saw you, I was captivated, the man declared. Will you be my girlfriend? The crowd booed in protest. What the hell, she is still performing, get off the stage. Seriously, people still pull stunts like this. Stop embarrassing yourself, man. Tianqian hastily waved her hands. Senior, the audience clearly disapproves, and besides, I do not like you. After the party ended, Tianqian walked over to Chen Su. Senior Chen Su, do you still remember me? Heads turned instantly. Everyone was stunned that the campus beauty was waiting for him. Tianqian blushed, recalling, last month. You called the police to rescue a girl who'd been drugged. Chen Su replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I remember. So what did you need from me? Her cheeks flushed like a 16-year-old girl's. Well. Chen Su did not wait for her to finish. If there is nothing else, I will get going. See you. She turned to watch him leave, analyzing quietly to herself. That car costs at least 2 million yuan, and those are Gui brand shoes over 30,000 a pair. Now that is a real second-generation heir, not some poser like Wei Zion. Chen Su chuckled faintly and stepped out into the vast wilderness. He looked around and muttered to himself, according to he, I will need to find a cave before the black tide arrives. Everything on the surface will be wiped out. He soon located one about 30 meters deep and roughly 4 to 5 meters wide and tall. Perfect, he said. Just as he finished cutting down a monster, a system notification popped up. You have slain a level 2 mutant bone spear ghoul. You have gained 20 attribute points. You have slain a level 3 mutant flame ghoul. You have gained 20 attribute points. Watching the flames dance across the battlefield, Chen Su frowned thoughtfully. So the ghouls have evolved fire abilities now. No wonder it felt like a furnace just now. He gave a mental command. System, can you enhance my clothing with anti-magic resistance? Affirmative. Consuming 10 attribute points. Your armor has been integrated with magic armor material. Quality upgraded to supernatural grade. A faint smile crossed his face as he stared at the burning corpses. With supernatural grade armor, ordinary flames can't even scratch me. His thoughts drifted back to the open ocean. There are not many fish in the deep Pacific. Mutant species are rare down there. It is better to hunt near human fishing zones. Somewhere in a coastal bay, a school of mutant fish had mistaken him for prey. Unfortunately for them, they were the ones being hunted. Roughly 20 fish, that is what he would normally catch in half a day. He deflected a strike with his sword, eyes narrowing in mild surprise. Fast its speed just broke the sound barrier. From the distance, another creature lunged at him, hungry for fresh human flesh. He studied its movements and marveled, so this ghoul actually knows swordsmanship that refined. When the monster swung its blade, its arm trembled twice, subtly altering the weapon's trajectory. Chen Su stepped back a full meter, a rush of excitement flooding through him. Got it. Time to end this. He dashed forward, closing in on the murderous beast. People often joked that a monster's weak spot was below the tail, but this one's eyes were on its chest. It puffed its torso forward and spewed a torrent of flames, trying to roast him alive. Chen Su unleashed his ultimate move, channeling all his focus into his blade. Absolute flame. The monster froze mid-attack, its expression turning blank almost as if a question mark had appeared over its head. Then, in a flash, Chen Su struck directly at its lower body. The blade hit the vital spot, ending the creature's life instantly. You have slain a level 5 fiery ghoul. Gained 100 attribute points. Elemental core detected. Spend 10 attribute points to obtain. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Chen Su confirmed the acquisition. The moment he did, his sword shimmered with a crimson glow. Weapon, Dominant Heaven Spear, has absorbed demonic materials. Quality upgraded to supreme grade. Without wasting time, Chen Su tested the weapon immediately. He swung it once, creating a beautiful crescent-shaped slash that cut clean through the air. A thrill ran through him as he realized, so I can now channel both scarlet flame and lightning energy into ranged blade strikes. From the other end of the small town, more monsters began to appear. Chen Su surveyed them coldly. They have turned into ghouls, forget it. This forest is too quiet, it is giving off bad vibes. Better head back. He returned to the storage shed, where he greeted him cheerfully. Brother Chen Su, I will help you close the door. Chen Su walked silently, deep in thought. Can she really close an invisible door? He frowned. That must involve spatial power. This girl's more mysterious than I thought. Still, sealing it up is a good idea, better to keep the ghouls from escaping while I am away. The system chimed again. Spatial storage function detected. Attribute exchange available. 10 attribute points equals 1 cubic meter. Proceed with exchange. Chen Su did not hesitate. Exchange. He looked at his large sword and smirked. It is like it reads my mind. I was just about to complain about how inconvenient it is to carry everything around, and it gives me storage space instead. Time passed, and his evolution continued. In just 3 hours, his body had grown by 5 to 6 meters, earning over 500 evolution points. The human cultivation zones really do have richer essence than the wilds, he thought. Meanwhile, along the coastal waters, fishermen were puzzled. Yamada, what is going on with the tuna? They are floating belly up. That is odd. Could it be oxygen depletion? But their confusion turned to fear when one shouted, there is no blood in the sea, the tuna's been drained. Boom. A thunderous explosion tore through the waves, shattering their boat into hundreds of fragments. The two fishermen were thrown into the air, struck by an enormous tail sweeping out from below. Back at the villa, Chen Su's deep voice echoed softly. Still got over 100 attribute points left. Time to push my upgrades further. System notifications followed in quick succession. Consumed 40 attribute points. Chi sense enhanced. Plus. Consumed 60 attribute points. Leg art enhanced. Plus. A warm surge of power filled him as he felt his body refine itself. His chi perception range expanded from 100 meters to a full kilometer. And with Moon Step, he could now briefly step on air to move mid-flight. Later, while Chen Su was combing his hair, the television flickered on with breaking news. A dark, terrifying fog had appeared over the city of Tesla in northern Europe, blanketing hundreds of kilometers and causing more than 50 people to vanish without a trace. A heavy feeling settled in Chen Su's chest. Black mist. It is just like the black tide that swept through Lake Hill Town. Looks like this so-called peaceful world won't last much longer. Far away, in the ocean near Okumachi Island, a massive vessel rested on the seabed. Inside, the most advanced analysis systems hummed quietly. Sugimoto, an older voice asked, has Professor Kant's research made any progress? The young man adjusted his glasses and replied confidently, Professor Kant successfully extracted a super gene from the giant beast. Moreover, we have found a way to resurrect it. The professor's eyes lit up with astonishment and greed. A super gene. That means we will be able to mass-produce superhumans. Sugimoto smiled faintly. Not just that. Even those colossal beasts will soon fall under our control. Their conversation echoed through the steel corridors as they entered a deep cavern beside the ship. A subordinate's voice rang out. Professor, the micronuclear energy conversion is complete. Good. Send it to the designated site immediately, the professor commanded. They stepped into a vast chamber and there, impaled through the chest by a massive sword, was a horrifyingly enormous monster. The monstrous creature was contained inside a gigantic test tube. Scientists below reported continuously, their voices overlapping in a rush of technical jargon. The containment chamber is stable. The electric ring installation is complete. Nuclear energy link confirmed. Professor Kan stood proudly before the glass cylinder, gazing at the beast with fascination. It is intelligent enough to know that the electric ring can kill it, he said with a smug smile. That is why it lies still. It is submitting to our control. Sugimoto smirked, his tone full of flattery. Professor Kan, you truly are extraordinary, far superior to that old fool Stan. The professor's laughter echoed through the laboratory. Success, the colossal beast is about to be reborn. Outside, Chen Su had overheard every word of their vile scheme. His eyes darkened. So they are planning to resurrect that monster. These bastards deserve death. Without hesitation, he leapt down into the facility. Panic erupted instantly. It is the colossal beast, stop it, if we do not, we are all dead, shouted one of the scientists in terror. Open fire, quickly, Professor Kan roared. Sugimoto, get to the submarine now. Gunfire and explosions filled the air. Bullets and grenades rained toward Chen Su, but they merely sparked harmlessly off his hardened body. The shells burst against him like raindrops hitting stone. He strode forward through the fire and smoke, his towering figure casting a shadow over the trembling Sugimoto, who dared not even breathe. Two snipers aimed their high-caliber rifles at him, their hands shaking. The 24mm armor-piercing rounds and anti-tank rockets enough to start a small war did nothing. So this is the so-called power of superhuman weaponry, Chen Su thought coldly. Then, within the sacred form of his evolved Titan blade physique, he released a deafening roar that made the sniper's eyes widen in terror. As chaos unfolded, Professor Kan and Sugimoto tried to flee. You think you can run from me? Chen Su exhaled sharply an explosive breath that blew apart the section where they were hiding. Inside the giant test tube, the dormant beast stirred. Chen Su felt its awakening like a tremor through his entire body. It is actually waking up. The scientists screamed in panic, but Chen Su had already made up his mind. If it is awake, it is dangerous. Stay far away, then destroy it. He opened his mouth and unleashed a charged sphere of electricity. The newborn monstrosity had barely opened its eyes before it exploded into pieces, its roar turning into a dying plea. I just came back to life. My body. Not yet stable. No. The system chimed. Immediately. Ancient gene fragments detected damaged condition. Absorb. Chen Su accepted without hesitation. Damaged or not, I will take it. Absorb. A stream of notifications followed. Your clone has rested diligently. Plus. Your clone has rested diligently. Plus. Later, at a quiet cafe, Chen Su sat deep in thought. Just lying around after absorbing those damaged genes makes me stronger. Across from him, he was oblivious to the world, happily munching on her food. So tasty, she murmured with her cheeks puffed out. Then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Tu Du Tianchen. Hey, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us go out for dinner. He sighed softly. I do not really want to. But fine. All right, he replied. I will pick you up at 11. Inside the training dimension, he continued to hone his blade. His strikes tore through the air with thunderous precision. Impressive. Even a fully armored tank would be shredded by these blades now. A loud slash echoed as another monster was cleaved apart. You have slain a level 4 fiend. Gained 50 attribute points. Level 4, Chen Su frowned. That weak thing was only level 4, I expected at least 5. Sensing movement nearby, he dashed forward. Another monster appeared huge, furred, and hulking. He fought while analyzing calmly. It can actually scratch my super demonic armor, not bad. 50 attribute points enhance armor, he commanded mentally. His feet struck the ground, propelling him forward like a missile, sending chunks of earth flying. But the beast countered by generating an energy barrier that reflected his strike. So, it can project a shield, huh? He switched tactics instantly. Absolute flame, he roared. The next second, the monster's head was severed clean from its neck. You have slain a level 6 fiend. Gained 200 attribute points. He quickly divided them, 100 points to physical realm, 100 points to scarlet flame. The temperature of his sword's flame soared from 3,000 to 10,000 degrees. Testing the new enhancement, Chen Su slashed once more. The resulting blade wave reached 30 meters. A dragonfly-like monster was sliced in half with a single stroke. Ha, beautiful, he laughed, satisfied, as the system opened his full status panel gleaming with power. Chen Su was at the Earth tier level, his physical and mental attributes both enhanced. His current skills included External Force, Chi Sense, Ice Fist, Sky Pattern Strike, and Moonstep. His ability was Scarlet Flame, and he wielded the weapon known as the Heavenly Edge Saber. Leisurely seated on the sofa, he reviewed his stats once again. His power was invested mostly in External Force. His ultimate move was Absolute Flame, his ranged attack was Scarlet Flame Blade Chi, and for perception, he had Chi Sense. In addition, he possessed various magic armors and a dominating aura imbued with demonic energy. Blazing flames flared around him as he proceeded to train Ice Fist, Sky Pattern Strike, and Lightning Control. 2 days later, on the day of his date with Tian Tian, the campus was abuzz with gossip. Everyone was eating melon seeds while chatting about their relationship. Wait, is not that the campus belle, C2 Tian Tian? Even the most beautiful girl on campus can't resist the temptation of luxury cars, huh? When did the atmosphere at Ning University become so shallow? Tian Tian, cheerful and confident, rested her chin on her hand inside a VIP class car. Senior, my treat today, what do you want to eat? She asked sweetly. Chen Su, expression darkening slightly, replied, let us have seafood. He flipped through the menu, his gaze landing on a 4-pound wild dragon lobster, but in his mind, he was already counting up the total 2 portions of premium abalone and imported oysters. Tian Tian, watching him call out orders one after another, began to sweat. That is already over 70,000. She thought, horrified. Her entire budget for the meal had been only 10,000. That is my 3-month living expense gone in one meal, she thought bitterly. Pretending to look embarrassed, she said, Senior, I only brought 10,000 with me. Could you lend me a little? I will pay you back later. Chen Su, the archetypal second-generation rich kid, waved his hand with the ease of someone who smelled like money. Do not worry, I have already paid. Just enjoy the meal. Relieved of her financial anxiety, Tian Tian's spirits instantly lifted. Senior, you run your own shipping company, right? That is amazing. I heard you rarely attend classes, so it is because you are busy with business. Men devoted to their careers are the most attractive, you know. Chen Su responded with a confident, CEO-like look. Not exactly. The reason I do not go to school is because I am busy hunting monsters and leveling up. I do not really have time to manage the company. Tian Tian blinked in confusion. Huh, hunting monsters and leveling up. You mean, like in games, but her thoughts soon drifted to the lavish dishes being served. Wow, that crab is enormous, she thought in awe. Chen Su, however, looked grim. If the apocalypse really comes one day, will all this luxury still exist? Later that day, at a high-end shopping mall, Tian Tian stood among the bustling crowd, her cheeks flushed as she thought about what was to come. He said after dinner we would go shopping and now we are in an LV store. A meal for 80,000, and now he is casually buying over 300,000 worth of clothes. Oh my god. Her monthly allowance of 2,000 could not even buy a single button from the clothes he was purchasing. CEO Chen Su took her hand. Come on, let us get you some clothes too. Tian Tian's heart raced. She felt both nervous and thrilled. Why is he holding my hand like that? He won't think I am an easy girl, right? Meanwhile, the black card tycoon simply told the clerk, pack everything on the rack. Charge it to my card. The staff recognized him immediately. He was the same customer who had come last month with another beautiful female student. This time, his companion was even prettier. Tian Tian carried a mountain of shopping bags in both hands, her heart swelling with excitement. Oh my god, he just bought me an outfit worth over 300,000 on our first meeting. Is this what it means to spend money like water? But then she thought ahead. Since he is being so generous, will he take me to a hotel next? What should I do then? Meanwhile, At a nearby gym, a monster had slipped inside unnoticed. Using his chi sense, Chen Su detected something abnormal and immediately stood up. Something urgent just came up. I will take you back to campus first, he said. Tian's heart sank. So, he is not actually interested in me. A pang of insecurity hit her. No, maybe he just wants to take things slow. Maybe I am overthinking it. But Chen Su was focused on the strange aura he had just felt. There is a spatial rift nearby. Something's off. A few moments later, darkness enveloped the gym. His perception sharpened as he honed in on the disturbance. This is reality, so why am I sensing polluted energy? A shadowy monster, radiating killing intent, lunged toward him, its fangs bared. Then die, Chen Su muttered coldly. With a single kick, the creature exploded into pieces. You have slain a low-tier polluted monster. Plus, just like the last time with the Phantom Smile incident, fragments of the creature were left behind as evidence. Deputy Director Guanda folded his arms, scolding him. I was planning to use that polluted one to test how well you awakened brats have improved after 2 weeks of grueling training, and yet someone just had to kill it early. A girl among the observers murmured, looks like that super-powered guy's ability belongs to the fire type. Deputy Director Guan could not help but wonder, since when did Ningxie City have someone with a fire-type superpower? Meanwhile, Chen Su turned on the TV to check the news. Across the globe, hundreds of spatial rifts had appeared just today alone. The broadcast host's voice trembled as she said, unfortunately, we must now tell everyone that the apocalypse has officially become reality. Staring at the scrolling ticker, Chen Su narrowed his eyes. So the fabled doomsday of the 99th year had finally arrived. Over the past 20 years, the death toll in the apocalypse battlefields had already exceeded 500,000. He typed briefly on his phone, musing, more than 2 decades of peace were built upon the blood of soldiers. Now, humanity had stepped into the era of global evolution, an age when anyone had the potential to become extraordinary. Yet doubt flickered in his eyes as he stared at the public data on his screen. The information released to civilians was only a simplified summary, far from the full picture. For detailed intelligence about the apocalypse, one would have to file a formal request with the city's special bureau to gain access to classified data. Deep beneath the ocean, Chen Su continued his intense training. His body, imbued with the power of the ancient divine scale sword, moved vigorously through the water. The weapon's divine energy was so potent it could transmute seawater into heavy water. But to him, that ability was of little use. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a powerful roar, channeling electricity through his throat and firing a concentrated bolt that struck a massive fish's head, making it thrash in agony. If I eat this whale-sized thing, he thought, I might gain at least 10,000 evolution points. At the city's special bureau branch, a group of agents were gossiping about him. That guy who killed the polluted monster yesterday, he is seriously impressive. Way stronger than us. Yeah, and he has got a fire-type ability, too. He must be one of the civilian awakeners. Tian, who was nearby, hesitated. Could it be him? The man she met that day still haunted her mind. Judging from what I saw, I doubt I could ever do something like that. Just then, Guanda entered the room with a folder in hand. This afternoon, someone registered as an evolver. Want to come watch? Everyone responded in unison, yes. Outside, Chen Su appeared wearing a full-body combat suit. A girl from the group pointed at him excitedly. That is him, the guy who drove that luxury car across campus the other day. Tian's eyes lit up. It really is him. Even Deputy Director Guanda, watching from the sidelines, quietly confirmed to himself, so it was him after all. He stepped forward to explain, when registering as an evolver, you need to undergo an evaluation, mainly tests of strength and speed. Any questions? Chen Su replied calmly, no questions. Good. This testing machine can record up to 15,000 kilograms of force. All you need to do is hit it with everything you have got. 2 young agents nearby whispered among themselves, munching on sunflower seeds. How strong do you think he is? Maybe 3 stars, I mean. He killed that polluted monster yesterday, so he has gotta be stronger than us. 3 stars seems likely, one said. Maybe even 4. 4, do not be ridiculous, another laughed. A 4-star punch needs at least 5,000 kilograms of force. That is not easy. Look at him, though he seems confident, like he is gonna blow the whole machine up. Yeah, right. Our captain's a 5-star evolver, and his strength barely reaches 10,000. Do not exaggerate. Their teasing ended abruptly with a deafening boom. The sound shook the entire hall. Everyone froze as their eyes darted to the display. Wait. What? That is 5 stars. Holy crap, it really is. Not just 5 stars, but an insanely powerful one. The air buzzed with disbelief and excitement. A few evaluators exchanged glances, murmuring about his lack of control. Still can't fully manage his power. Looks like he overdid it. Guanda crossed his arms, smiling faintly. If you have reached 5-star standard, you qualify to join the city's special bureau. You would receive 50,000 yuan per month. If you agree to become part of the Special Operations Department, your salary doubles, and you will be directly appointed as Deputy Director of Ningxie City's Special Bureau with the rank of Major. Are you interested? Chen Su shook his head without hesitation. No. I prefer my freedom. Guanda studied him a moment longer. Very well. Then tell me, was it you who killed that polluted monster yesterday? That is right. You have awakened a fire-type ability, have not you? Guanda asked, still curious. Your flames are extraordinary, on par with the awakened elites I met back in the day. With your talent, Guanda said, you could easily join the Special Bureau and perhaps even be accepted as a disciple of a battle god general. At that, Chen Su hesitated for the first time. A battle god general, one of the people listed on the Tianhua rankings. For a moment, the idea tempted him. But then he shook his head inwardly. No. My divine scale beast must remain a secret. Besides, I already have my own path to grow stronger. Choosing the cautious route, Chen Su politely declined. No, thank you, but I appreciate your kind offer, Director Guan. Later that day, an official notice appeared on the city bulletin board. Announcement from the Special Bureau of Ningxie City. Congratulations to the city's first officially registered evolver. Name, Chen Su. Age, 21. Evolution level, 5. Power type, superhuman strength, crimson flame mutation. Ranking, number 1 in Ningxie City. The comment section online erupted in disbelief. Holy crap, a 5-star evolver. That is insane, the highest elsewhere is barely 3 stars. Ningxie City stays undefeated, our local legend. Wait, Chen Su. You mean that Chen Su, the campus heartthrob? When Tian Wei saw the announcement, she nearly dropped her phone. No way, Chen Su, that guy's a 5-star evolver. Meanwhile, Chen Su's phone buzzed non-stop. Bro, you are telling me you are the top-ranked evolver among civilians now. That is wild, you gotta protect us mere mortals from now on. He chuckled into the receiver. Haha, President Li, come on now. After hanging up, he leaned back and sighed with a wry smile. I have been getting too many calls today. Even classmates I have not talked to in years are suddenly reaching out to congratulate me. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. So this is what it feels like to be admired by everyone like a saint descending among mortals. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waves, his ancient divine lizard had grown more massive than ever after devouring the whale egg. Its body now stretched over 90 meters in length. His own physical stats had skyrocketed, stamina had reached 1,800 points, and strength had soared from 29 tons to 70. Lying leisurely on the sofa, he could feel a new layer of protective energy forming around his body. At this level, I might even withstand armor-piercing rounds. According to the Evolver classification system, his total combat capability was now at least level 7 or even level 8, a power few in the world could hope to match. He muttered to himself like a fool. Level 7 by theory alone was already the pinnacle of awakened beings, yet compared to level 10, it was still an insurmountable gap in power. He had been using his strength in a peaceful world. Even as his power increased day by day, without a worthy opponent to challenge it, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. No matter how he tried, he could not suppress the emptiness that gnawed inside. Chen Su clenched his fists, proud of the strength he would gain, but things were different now. The apocalypse had come. Monstrous creatures would soon tear through the void and invade reality. One by one, evolved humans began to appear, along with powerful awakened individuals, evolutionaries, and even war gods among them. A smirk tugged at his lips. They are about to take the stage too, he thought. Standing up, he calculated his current rate of growth. At this pace, it won't be long before I can rival a war god. No, I will surpass them. Determination hardened in his gaze. He would become something greater, something beyond. Bing! The chime of his phone snapped him out of his thoughts. It was from Secretary Lang Yu. The bot is an evolutionary. His expression shifted into admiration. The receptionist, little Nai Hin, had already been awakened for some time. The bot is a 5-star powerhouse, one of the strongest among the strong, added Wei Wei, the network technician, with awe. He replied modestly, it is nothing much. Everyone will awaken sooner or later. I just got there a few days early. More messages flooded in. Nai Hin teased, really, I want to awaken too, and evolve into an angel. Then I could spread my cute little wings. Lang Yu joked back. If evolution's too tough, you might end up as a toad instead. Nai Hin pouted. Bing! Their banter made Chen Su chuckle. Haha. Do not slack off, he texted back. Work hard for me. Lang Yu replied instantly, okay, bot. On the other end, Nai Hin responded with, yes, bot, and Wei Wei typed, on it right now. At a dockside warehouse built of red bricks, Chen Su gripped his enhanced sword tightly. Clad in combat gear, he walked calmly ahead of He, then turned to the little girl beside him. We are back again, Xiao He. The girl ran to the massive door. Door. Open. She stammered in her childish tone. The heavy steel creaked open. Stay here, do not move, he told her. I will go check first. The obedient girl nodded. But as soon as he stepped in, he froze. Something was off. The air smelled strange, burning, dry, molten. Mountains of molten rock stretched endlessly before him. Every time this door opens, does it link to a new world, he wondered. If I want to stabilize the portal, Xiao He must stay behind as the anchor. Still, a thought crept in, what if these terrifying creatures become aware of the door's existence? His mind replayed the recent battle with the blue-eyed monster that had nearly killed him. It could have tracked me through the place I vanished. Once the door closed, the next time it opened, it would lead to a completely different world. He would have to explore from scratch again. The corner of his mouth twitched. So this is basically a new high-difficulty dungeon every time, huh? It felt like he had not even fought yet but had already won in spirit. That sense of challenge was not unpleasant. The system interface flickered before him. Environment detected, violent lava storm. Temperature exceeds lethal threshold. All organic life will perish within 1 second. Then another line appeared, scarlet flame, active. Nullifying extreme heat. Instantly, a layer of crimson energy enveloped his body. The scorching wind whipped past, but thanks to Scarlet Flame's protection, it felt almost cool against his skin. Energy corrosion detected, the system continued. Body successfully resisting erosion. Temporary immunity acquired. Energy contamination temporarily neutralized. Duration, 15 hours. 15 hours, he muttered, taken aback. Even with his powerful physique, he could not completely withstand the energy pollution here. He imagined how the truly elite, those war gods, could completely ignore such contamination. He could not help but envision what a fire-type awakener at their level must be capable of. Forget it, he thought, tightening his grip on the sword. He strode boldly toward the hottest place on earth. Time was running short, he had to first see what this world held. Chen Su closed his eyes, spreading his awareness outward. Invisible waves of perception rippled through the air as he formed several concentric rings of spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. Nothing. No trace of life, no presence of monsters, just a barren, lifeless wasteland. He realized there was not even a flicker of vitality here. Standing alone atop a ridge of molten rock, he could hardly blame this hellish realm for being devoid of life. Guess I will just have Xiao He open another door, he thought. These dungeons can be opened anytime anyway. But as soon as he turned around, something appeared. A magma creature shot straight toward him. Instinct took over, he dodged in a flash, the scorching projectile grazing past his shoulder. The creature reformed midair, hovering before him, molten eyes burning with killing intent. It let out a deep growl and charged again. System prompt, analyzing entity. Toxic smoke type demon, difficulty level, 3. Chen Su's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Interesting. My spirit sense did not detect it at all, he muttered. So this world is not completely dead after all. Before he could finish the thought, the magma monster lunged again. Boom! It rammed headfirst into his barrier, sending a ripple of force through the air. Analyzing its composition, Chen Su noted, it is not a living being, it is a construct of corrupted energy. The veins on his arm pulsed with power. If it is a cursed abomination, then only lightning can cleanse it. The monster screeched, molten arms raised, rushing at him once more. Chen Su spread his stance, gathering power. Crackling arcs of electricity converged into a swirling sphere in his palm, a massive storm of energy condensed from his thunderbolt spear technique. He thrust his hand forward. The air exploded with a deafening snap. Bolts of lightning shot out like a rain of steel-tipped arrows, piercing the magma creature from head to toe. Its shriek tore through the molten air. Its body sizzled and cracked before collapsing into glowing fragments that disintegrated into the ground. System alert, you have slain a level 3 aberrant demon. Attribute points gained, plus 20. Chen Su frowned slightly. Level 3, he looked at the creature's charred remains as they faded away, then analyzed its properties. So it is not strong in raw power, but it is immune to physical attacks, that is why weapon-based strikes could not hurt it. And since it was born from magma, fire-type damage was useless. He clenched his fist, sparks of lightning dancing along his knuckles. Guess I got lucky. If I did not have lightning-based skills, that would have been one hell of a fight. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Startled, he turned sharply. Xiaohe, he exclaimed. His voice carried both frustration and worry. Did not I tell you to wait outside the door? It is dangerous in here. The little girl looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, her childish voice trembling. Su. Worry. Danger. Her soft tone disarmed him instantly. Chen Su sighed, his irritation fading into gentle concern. Forget it. The outside might not be safe either. He smiled faintly despite the heaviness in his chest and reached out to pat her head. All right, listen. Stay behind me, keep your distance, and do not come too close, okay? The moment he finished speaking, Xiaohe suddenly dissolved into a thin mist, vanishing entirely. What the? Chen Su blinked in disbelief. Before he could make sense of it, a low, resonating hum filled the air. The power ahead was building. Sound waves pulsed rhythmically, growing stronger with each beat until even the molten ground began to tremble. Sensing danger, Chen Su sprinted forward. Each step struck the lava stone beneath him with explosive momentum, propelling him higher as the ground sank and shifted below. Agile as lightning, he bounded from one crumbling ledge to another, racing upward toward higher terrain. Every movement was calculated precisely. At the highest peak, he stopped, scanning the vast infernal landscape below. Massive slabs of stone were chained together with molten links, their surfaces etched with strange runes. His eyes lit up. The runic patterns were not random, they formed a barrier sigil. It is not a building, he murmured. It is a seal. Or maybe a prison. The energy it concealed was immense, powerful enough to mask the aura of something monstrous beneath. His pulse quickened as realization struck. So that is what this world's true reward is. He smiled darkly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is you, the black dragon beast sealed below. The black dragon's name was Vandenfell the Flamewing. Its entire body was bound by countless chains, each one anchored deep into the surrounding slabs of volcanic rock. Chen Su approached without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with awe. A real dragon, he thought, his gaze stretching far into the abyss. His mind flickered with visions of what it would mean to subdue this creature, of wielding the combined might of crimson flame, lightning force, and overbearing aura. If I stack all those attribute points I have earned, how devastating would that power become? Vandenfell's eyes snapped open, burning like molten furnaces. Foolish human, it thundered, its voice shaking the cavern. You actually intend to challenge me? How utterly laughable. The dragon's massive body shifted, molten scales grinding like stone. This world belongs to me. You, invader. Since you have dared to stand before my face and gaze upon me, I will grant you two merciful choices. Its crimson eyes glared down upon him, Its teeth, sharp as swords, gleamed under the lava's glow. Each word it spoke hammered like iron, leaving no room for negotiation. The first option, I can bury you here completely, your bones will not even remain. The second, you may join my ranks as one of my servants. Kneel before me and praise the glory of Vandenfell the Flamewing. Chen Su smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. Who the hell are you supposed to be? I do not care to know. He tilted his head mockingly. But I will tell you what, I am interested in those dragon bones of yours. The insult struck like a blade. Vandenfell roared, its fury erupting like a volcano. Insolent wretch. At its command, the molten ground began to stir. One after another, low-tier magma demons clawed their way up from the lava, encircling Chen Su completely. But he did not so much as flinch. Toxic smoke demons, he chuckled coldly. And here I thought you would send something worth my time. His gaze sharpened. Then, repeating Vandenfell's earlier words, he said with biting sarcasm, wait, so these things. Are they what becomes of those who kneel and serve you? They turn into monsters like these. Vandenfell did not respond. It merely growled and gave a silent command. Kill him. Throw his carcass into the molten river. The demons lunged forward, surrounding Chen Su within a blazing barrier of molten stone and poisonous mist. Yet he only smiled, a faint, mocking curve at the corner of his lips. Then he vanished. Lightning crackled through the air. Invisible threads of electricity coiled around every magma demon, tightening like serpents of pure thunder. In the next instant, Chen Su reappeared, his entire body wreathed in lightning. The monsters shrieked as arcs of blue light tore through their molten shells, splitting them apart before they could even react. Boom! The cavern erupted in flashes of light. When the thunder faded, the demons were gone, nothing but sizzling puddles of molten slag remained. Vandenfell's massive pupils contracted. What? What is this power? My servants wiped out in an instant. Chen Su turned calmly, a faint shield of energy flickering around him. You know, he said casually, having a black dragon as a pet would not be such a bad idea. He grinned, his tone turning sharp. So tell me, Vandenfell, why did not you become my servant instead? Vandenfell roared in fury, bellowing, you fool. The instant his voice thundered, the ground beneath them cracked open, and searing flames erupted upward, surging straight toward Chen Suo. The crimson heart embedded in his sword pulsed rhythmically alive, and tendrils of living tissue spread outward across the blade. Countless streaks of light coiled and twisted in midair. Centered on him, the entire terrain was torn apart, molten magma spilling out like rivers of fire. He bent his knees slightly, sinking into a combat stance. With a mocking laugh, Chen Suo sneered, that all you have got? Then, with explosive force, he kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air as he swung his sword mid-flight. Vandenfell, still partially restrained by the binding seals, could not move quickly enough to dodge. The sword's slash tore across his body, slicing deep into his hide, and golden blood burst forth. The wound only fueled his rage. Clenching his teeth, he exhaled twin streams of flame from the corners of his mouth. Let us see how you like being sent to hell, he growled, inhaling sharply before unleashing a torrent of dragonfire. The inferno surged toward Chen Suo, its heat instantly warping the air. The surrounding terrain melted under the assault, yet he remained unflinching. He raised his sword before him, his flame armor shimmering, and a fiery barrier formed around his body. When the dragonfire struck it, the flames split into two streams, curving harmlessly around him. Chen Suo gave a cold, dismissive glance. So that is all it is. But Vandenfell was not done. He drew in another deep breath, his eyes blazing red with wrath. Then burned to ash, he howled. The second blast came twice as strong, the explosion of fire so massive it consumed the battlefield in smoke and chaos. Moments later, his triumphant laughter echoed through the haze. Ha ha ha, in my domain, no one survives even a single second of my hellfire, but from within the smoke, a calm voice shattered his arrogance. I thought you would be stronger than this. As the smoke cleared, Chen Suo stood there completely unharmed. He brushed his hair back and smirked. Turns out your hellfire is just a slightly stronger hair dryer. What? Vandenfell's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to gather power again, but Chen Suo was already in motion. Fed up with waiting, he leapt forward faster than before and spun in midair, slamming his heel hard into Vandenfel's chin. The dragon's jaws snapped shut with a painful crack, and before he could form his next breath attack, the flames detonated inside his mouth. A deafening blast rang out. Chen Suo landed lightly, wearing a confident grin. I wield the supreme power of flame, and with my Demon Emperor armor amplifying my defenses, my fire resistance is maxed out. Your strength barely scratches me. That dragon breath of yours, I hardly even notice it. Vandenfell, though stunned, managed a strained laugh. So, you are immune to my breath too. Huh, interesting. You are not bad, human. His tone shifted. The fury returned. But do not think that trick will save you again. He lunged forward with a feral roar, jaws gaping to bite Chen Suo apart. The chains that once bound him snapped under the strain of his strength. His face contorted with savagery as he bit down, but Chen Suo was no longer there. In the blink of an eye, Chen Suo appeared above him. He flipped mid-air and landed squarely on Vandenfel's back. With a fierce cry, he drove his blade deep into the creature's hide and dragged it across, tearing a gaping wound from neck to torso. Blood gushed in violent arcs. Then, suddenly, the sword hit resistance something hard within Vandenfel's body. Chen Suo hesitated for a fraction of a second before pulling the blade free and retreating. Before his eyes, the dragon's scales began to change, glowing red-hot like burning iron. No wonder they call you the Flamewing, you can actually turn your body into fire, he muttered. Above Chen Suo, an ethereal projection flared to life, and the energy around him grew wildly intense. But this is your final struggle. Armament, flame overdrive, he roared. Fire erupted from his body, his eyes gleaming scarlet as strange markings spread across his face. This is a new technique I have just mastered, Crimson Flame Bloodburst. Seeing this, Vandenfel's fury reached its peak. You dare steal my power, die, he bellowed and lunged to bite again but missed once more. Chen Suo gripped his sword with both hands, soaring into the sky. With all his strength, he brought the blade down in a single, devastating arc, cleaving Vandenfel's neck clean through. Vandenfell was completely spent, its body limp, its resistance gone. Its massive head rolled across the scorched ground, thudding and bouncing with a series of dull clunks. Lock cock, lock cock. Then came the chime of the system. Ding, you have slain a fire dragon-class demon beast. Chen Suo took a deep breath, gazing at the battlefield as if assessing the result of his own handiwork. So, dragon fangs, flesh, even this molten blood, they're all extraordinary materials. His mind began to calculate quietly. Just the head alone could fetch at least 100 million if I sell it to the government. But then he paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The problem is, how the hell am I supposed to explain where it came from? If I say I killed a level 5 fire dragon by myself, would not that expose the fact that my real strength is closer to level 6 or even 7? He lifted a hand, gently catching a small figure descending toward him. Come down here, hee. The little companion Xiao, he spoke up at once, her voice full of mischief. Let us just keep it for now. Maybe dragon meat tastes really good. Fair point, Chen Suo replied with a faint smile. System message, 200 attribute points consumed. Spatial storage unlocked. Light shimmered around them. Vandenfel's colossal corpse disintegrated into particles, its dragon head vanishing into the new storage space. Chen Suo immediately felt his power surge. 400 attribute points obtained. He focused, channeling the energy into his body. Enhancement, perception. A wave of clarity swept over him, his vision sharpened, and a new awareness awakened within his mind. The system's voice followed, enhancement successful. Advanced recognition acquired. The presence of demonic creatures can no longer be concealed from you. Even undead entities are now within your sight. He nodded. Not bad. Without hesitation, he allocated another 400 points. Enhancement, armament hockey. The result was instantaneous. Enhancement successful. Power rippled through him like a volcanic surge, and a rare smile curved his lips. But it did not stop there. New ability unlocked, King's Hockey. An explosive aura erupted from Chen Suo's body. The earth beneath his feet shattered, cracks spreading like spiderwebs as pressure radiated in all directions. His eyes widened slightly in astonishment, then amusement. Wait. I awakened King's Haki too. Energy coiled around his palm, trembling with raw, sovereign intensity. The power of a conqueror, the legendary force said to make even the bravest tremble instinctively in fear. Chen Suo's joy was unmistakable. The dominance flowing from him could crush weaker minds with a mere glance. Closing his eyes, he exhaled slowly, letting the aura subside. "This'll come in handy for sweeping away small fry," he murmured. Far away, across the vast ocean, a national deep-sea fishing vessel was gliding smoothly over the waves. The crew was ecstatic. "Haul it in, we have got a big one," someone shouted. But as they pulled up the net and inspected the catch, the cheers faded into puzzled silence. "Strange. Why's there so little fish today?" one fisherman muttered. His companion crossed his arms and shrugged indifferently. "Who cares, as long as they are not all dead?" Then another crewman cried out, "Hey, look over there, what the hell is that?" They all turned. Not far away, the sea was bubbling violently, countless air pockets rising from beneath the surface, followed by flashes of lightning circling the area. A blinding bolt struck down from the heavens, exploding into the water. The ocean erupted, waves towered high, and countless sea creatures were blasted into the air, raining down onto the deck like a living storm. "Fish, so many fish," one of the crewmen shouted in disbelief. "I have never seen anything like this in my life." Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, a massive silhouette moved with unhurried grace, the ancient sword lizard. It watched everything unfold, its colossal body gliding effortlessly through the abyss. The aura Chen Suo had unleashed through his clone had amplified the beast's natural dominance. Every creature in its path froze in terror, unable to move. High above, a streak of red and blue lightning cut through the sky. Chen Suo's body wavered midair as he steadied himself, realization dawning in his eyes. "Wait. I can fly." By merging flame and thunder essence, he had achieved aerial movement. Balancing himself, he grinned. Flight, the eternal dream of humankind. With perfect control over lightning fire chi, he could soar through the heavens or dive into the earth, free from gravity's pull. His mastery grew sharper with every passing second. Soon, he was gliding effortlessly through the sky. Then something caught his attention, his eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he accelerated toward a distant fortress on the horizon. Instinct told him there were still countless secrets hidden in this vast world. His expression hardened, determination burning bright. Even the so-called rulers of this realm, the masters of fire and destruction, had never truly grasped its full mysteries. As he flew, his thoughts grew clear. So that flame-winged dragon was just a prisoner here. That means someone even stronger must be the one keeping it confined. I need to find out who. At the ruins of the giant kingdom, Chen Suo ascended the massive stone steps, one deliberate stride at a time. The air was thick with the scent of age and decay. Around him stretched a desolate landscape of shattered pillars and crumbling walls, remnants of a civilization long fallen. Ancient murals carved into the stone chronicled its history through the ages, but much of it had been defaced, lost to time or violence. He traced the damaged carvings with his eyes, his expression thoughtful. Could it be? This place once belonged to a civilization of the Dragonkin, he murmured. Then what kind of being could inspire reverence from dragons themselves? His brow furrowed in speculation. A dragon god, or perhaps a true god? His gaze shifted toward the colossal stone gate looming ahead. Every instinct in his body screamed of the danger that lay beyond it. Yet he smirked faintly. You can't catch a tiger without stepping into its den. Without hesitation, Chen Suo advanced. His figure flickered as he dashed down the ancient causeway leading deeper inside. On both sides of the passage stood towering dragon statues, their gazes solemn, their craftsmanship so lifelike that one could almost feel their presence. He clicked his tongue. Even among them, that flame-winged dragon looks like a mere child. Then came the chime of the system. Warning, the concentration of corrupt energy is increasing. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Due to your reinforced physique, you are temporarily immune to corruption erosion. However, immunity will degrade in approximately 3 hours. Chen Suo was not surprised. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had predicted. His instincts were right again. Something inside this hall was profoundly wrong. Even before revealing itself, the entity's mere presence was powerful enough to distort the surrounding energy field. He clenched his fist and shouted into the vast emptiness, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Stop hiding, damn it, I know you are here." The words bounced back through the cavernous space. "I know you are here. You are here." Until the echoes blurred into a low, vibrating hum. Then, suddenly, he felt it. A pulse cold, immense, and utterly alien descended from above. His instincts flared, and he jerked his head upward just as a column of blinding light crashed down before him, searing the ground. Chen Suo's entire body tensed, his senses sharpened to their peak. Who is there? From within the radiance emerged a being. Its shape resembled that of a man, yet its form was shifting, ethereal and outline sculpted from pure divinity. 4 arms extended outward like the spokes of a celestial wheel, each hand radiating an aura that made the air itself tremble. Then came a voice deep, resonant, and commanding, echoing with the tone of something long worshipped. The awakened exalted one had arrived, his sudden manifestation both solemn and awe-inspiring. The Venerable had hardly finished his introduction before he just stood there for a long beat, and then the celestial patterns along the heavens rippled and curled like living waves. Chen Suo watched it all for a while without any dramatic reaction. He only readied his defenses. The Venerable raised his serpentine arm slowly, and suddenly a black surge of energy exploded outward. He shouted the name of his ultimate technique, Eternal, and the chill of his aura cut through the air. Chen Suo realized at once this was no ordinary opponent. He slammed his razor sword straight into the hard floor. This moment of danger was measured in the finest fractions of time. Almost Chen Suo would have been hurled away forever. From what he felt, Chen Suo guessed the Venerable might be a level 6 entity. Then his sharp eyes narrowed and he immediately contradicted himself. No, this one must be a level 7 fiend. While he was still thinking, the Venerable did not stop. He pressed down harder, his breath like a blade seeking to crush prey. The pressure, the dark ritual, the sheer weight of that single technique almost forced Chen Suo to his knees. But his will was iron. That very strike only stoked his fighting spirit. "You want me to bow," he thought. "You must be crazy." He refused to waste another second. He braced himself and roared, a sound that shook the world. Rock and earth shattered and spun in the air from the shock. The outburst culminated in an earth-shattering detonation that made even the firmament tremble. Flames blazed and carved themselves deep into the moment. Confidence lined his face. Heat and power poured off him. This was the first form of his blood rage stance. Still, that alone did not intimidate the Venerable. The elder remained poised to attack again, a sneer still etched in the strange patterns on his face. The Venerable's next move launched a volley of earthen spikes directly at Chen Suo. But given Chen Suo's strength, cutting through and clearing that barrage was only a matter of time. He flowed into a spinning blade technique like helicopter rotors, so fast the incoming earth became nothing but dust and ridicule. Of course, Chen Suo would not simply stand there taking hits. A daring slash answered the assault. Within 5 seconds the whole fight had already swayed back and forth several times, with the Venerable pressing the action and then signaling a finish. Before Chen Suo could counter, a tremendous explosion erupted so violent it rent the sky. Dust and smoke rolled like a storm cloud as if it had swallowed the enemy. But Chen Suo was still alive. More than that, he tightened his stance and, with a mighty breath, shifted into his second blood rage form. That single exhalation forced the Venerable, the one who'd been dancing arrogantly, to step back. The Venerable felt a chill to his bones. He was no longer cocky or carefree. No matter how he manipulated the ground and the space to attack this intruder, Chen Suo simply blocked it. In his current state, Chen Suo had become so ferocious that nothing could slow his advance. Once more, Chen Suo's keen blade split the Venerable cleanly in two before he could recover. Yet as before, that severed shadow was only a stand-in, just a decoy. Fortune did not smile on him for long. Before he could catch his breath, the decoy was impaled. Chen Suo was not the sort of man to bathe twice in the same river. In this blood rage form, if your speed is still slow, you are already done for. The Venerable's power distorted the world around them until everything nearby stone, steel, air crumbled into sand and dust. His suicidal blast had flung even the weapon once gripped firmly in Chen Suo's hand. Yet no matter how ferociously he tried, it was not enough to make Chen Suo falter. That weapon only slows down my attacks, Chen Suo muttered coldly. This time, I will personally send you back to the heavens. His killing intent flared higher than ever, surging through him like a tidal wave. The Venerable, who moments earlier had held the upper hand, was now forced to activate his supreme barrier. Pitifully, it did not help his retreat came too late. Chen Suo's next strike slammed into him with bone-crushing force. Without hesitation, Chen Suo drove a heavy punch straight down, the impact shaking the ground apart and sending debris flying in all directions. The Venerable could not withstand the assault. The blows hammered him mercilessly, flinging his body through the air as if he were trying to touch the sky itself. By now, his once proud face had cracked open like shattered porcelain, blood trickling through the fissures. But Chen Suo did not stop. In a blur of motion faster than lightning, he tore through the air and closed in again. There was no mercy, no pause, only violence. His fist crashed directly into the Venerable's face, followed by a brutal downward slam that drove him into the ground so hard the earth itself quaked and the air burst outward like waves of water swallowing everything. When the dust finally settled, only Chen Suo remained standing amidst a wasteland of white ash. Yet once again, it was not over. The Venerable had used instant teleportation to escape at the last second. He reappeared a distance away, already channeling energy for a new technique, the prison of chains. Chen Suo turned his head sharply the moment he sensed it. The ground beneath his feet grew damp and unstable, crumbling apart as hundreds of glowing chains erupted from every direction. They lashed around his limbs, torso, and shoulders, binding him so tightly that not even the slightest movement seemed possible. Now he looked like a specimen added to the Venerable's collection, another conquered being. A system prompt flickered before his eyes, dragon seal formation detected. This seal absorbs the energy of captured entities and reinforces its own strength proportionally. Still, Chen Suo did not panic. His voice was calm, steady, even mocking. The harder I struggle, the stronger the seal becomes. Is that how you enslaved the ancient dragons, by chaining them into submission? His hands tightened, flames bursting wildly across his arms. Too bad for you, I am not one of them. The chains shuddered as his power surged. His aura did not weaken, it overwhelmed. The fiery energy burned through the bindings like molten blades, melting the seal from within. Within moments, the same formation that once held Vonner Fell collapsed upon itself. Because I am different from those foolish dragons, Chen Suo declared. Muscles tensed. With a single motion, the iron links snapped one after another, bursting apart like fragile toys. Freed, he did not rush to attack immediately. Instead, he lifted his chin, a confident smirk curling across his lips, the smirk of a true sovereign. Listen carefully, he said slowly. My name is Chen Suo. An oppressive aura rolled off him, so potent that the Venerable, once divine and untouchable, now recoiled in terror. His grand spell had failed to hold this man, and the realization drained every ounce of arrogance from him. Fear replaced pride, and he began to edge backward, desperate to escape. Chen Suo did not chase. There was no need for haste. Every step he took made the ground quake and split, while fiery chains trailed behind him, burning across the battlefield as though he were ripping the world apart itself. Then, in a single blink, his body vanished from sight so fast the Venerable froze where he stood, unable to comprehend what had just happened. With a speed bordering on the speed of light, Chen Suo appeared mid-air before even the second hand could twitch. This time, all traces of patience had vanished from him. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of strength into his next punch. The Venerable, caught off guard and unable to process what was happening, barely had time to react before Chen Suo's fist slammed into him like a bomb detonating at point-blank range. But that was only the beginning. Chen Suo did not stop. He moved again, faster, drawing back for a second strike that carried just as much destructive force. The blow sent the Venerable's body flying like a cannonball, hurling him so far it looked as though he would been blasted clean out of the atmosphere. Desperate to survive, the creature tried to teleport and launch a counterattack. But Chen Suo, his spirit burning with battle fervor, refused to give him even a second to breathe. He tore through the air, unleashing a barrage of relentless, frenzied attacks that crashed down like a storm. The Venerable could only endure, teeth clenched, as blow after blow shattered through his defenses. Cracks split across his form like fractures in reality itself, spreading until even the air trembled. The land beneath them, once the domain of giants and dragons, lay in ruins, quaking beneath the fury of their clash. Then, as the Venerable faltered, Chen Suo ignited once more. His body became a streak of lightning, pure, blinding thunder-like, ripping through the sky. He descended upon his opponent like divine judgment, a thunderstrike that split heaven and earth. The impact rippled outward in a cataclysmic shockwave, shaking the entire battlefield. When the chaos finally subsided, a veil of white mist and dust covered everything. As it thinned, the devastation became clear. A massive crater yawned beneath Chen Suo's feet, so deep that its bottom could not be seen. But the truth was even more shocking: the real mark was not on the land. It was burned deep into the Venerable's body. After a fierce, almost apocalyptic battle, Chen Suo had finally cornered him. This time, there was no escape. "Your power," Chen Suo said coldly, "is mine now." System notifications chimed one after another. Crimson chains of flame has evolved into glazed infernal chains. Lightning ascension has evolved into wrath of thunder. Dragon binding armor acquired, able to restrain monsters below tier 6. Yet Chen Suo did not even glance at them. His body and mind were nearly drained, and just as exhaustion threatened to consume him, an urgent alert sounded. Due to excessive energy consumption, anomalous contamination level has reached 99%. At that exact moment, he appeared, rushing toward him through the crumbling ruins. "Chen Suo," she called out, her voice trembling with both fear and the strange distortion of the contaminated air. He stood there, dazed, his body sluggish and heavy from the battle. The prolonged fight had driven the corruption within him to its peak. "I can't stay in this world any longer," he murmured, his voice low but resolute. Together, Chen Suo and he shot toward the colossal gate leading out of the realm. Behind them, the once mighty kingdom of dragons and giants began to collapse, its foundations disintegrating now that the Venerable, the one who had guarded it, was dead by his hand. The ancient world crumbled into dust, swallowed by the same power that had once defined its glory. Chen Suo's body, exhausted and saturated with 99% contamination, ran completely out of energy right at the exit gate. Dust and smoke billowed so thickly that they blanketed him and the ruined landscape around him. He lay there utterly spent, drained of the fighting spirit he would shown against the Zun Jie. Once that portal closes, it severs the link to that world. Cough. Cough. He could only groan, dejected, as the gate shut behind him. He did not have the energy to glare or strike, just a tired acceptance. The next opening might well be somewhere else entirely. Facing his pitiable state, the little girl's worry never stopped. Still, Chen Suo did not complain. Instead, he soothed her gently. "I will be fine. Whenever you get huge power, there is always a price to pay," he murmured, thinking hard about the real cause of his collapse. If a normal person tried to use the same power, even the first stage would be enough to boil their veins, vaporize them on the spot, and leave a dried husk. The principle behind Crimson Flame Blood Fury is crude and brutal. Only someone with an enormous physique can trigger it. Without fully realizing it, Chen Suo's will and toughness flared up from deep inside, qualities few possess. If he is going to break into the third state, he will need to accumulate far more physical base. For now, there was no time for anything but the immediate problem: the gate was closed. They needed to rest. He obediently answered, Back at the ruined city, the bombardment continued like a rain of ordnance. No place was left untouched. The one-sided, brutal strike sent the monsters running in panic, howling in frustration at the hunter who'd set them alight. Captain Set's calmness held a trace of worry in his voice. "The second strike is in 6 minutes. I just hope these fiends do not escape." Terra spoke up to reassure him. "Do not worry, Set. Those fiends have been devouring their own kind repeatedly. They have not shown any other movement up to now." Set had nothing to add then, but he turned to his teammate with a question. "What is our current contamination level, Michael?" Michael checked the stats. Current contamination, 15.5. He said it in a serious tone and then drew the obvious conclusion, at our resistance level, we can hold for another 8 hours. Hearing that, Set visibly relaxed. 8 hours would be enough to get this haul back. Tara was buzzing with excitement, already imagining the payoff. 7 Tier 5 fiend corpses would be a fortune, even damaged carcasses fetch high prices. Michael, however, kept his face sober, calculating other costs. They needed to cover the fire support the base had provided. He looked at the rest of the team and emphasized their priorities. If we can still keep 1/3 of the haul, that'll be great. Z shrugged a little but offered an old soldier aphorism, in Long Nation terms, you lose to gain. The bombardment continued like a storm, and Z chimed in, warning that without the base's fire support, any intact Tier 5 fiend would be a serious threat. Once the field had gone quiet and the pale bones lay scattered, Set announced, time to work. I will handle that Tier 5 fiend. These bodies can be processed into 5 vials of purified energy each. Michael, collect the fiend essences. We keep 3 vials. The rest we will sell. Z's face lit up with calculated greed. At $20 million per vial on the black market, they could live easy for a while. They assumed it would be a routine retrieval until a titan like Abomination suddenly appeared. This thing was clearly an evolved masterpiece, spawned from the smaller fiends that had been cannibalizing one another not long before. The new creature dwarfed the Zun-Jay and looked like a hybrid of a colossal titan and a tentacled horror. The presence was so unfathomably strange that Z instantly dropped into his awakened ability state. What is that? He hissed. Whatever it was, it clearly was not interested in explaining itself to humans. With just one step, it raised a foot and kicked up a storm that swept every trace of smoke and dust away. Z stared in disbelief at the readings on his device, numbers climbing even faster than Lampada's counters had. Contamination level, 19. 38. 97. 175. 297. 531. He was still wondering why it hated him so much when his head went flying. Severed cleanly. The world fell silent again. Only after a long pause did Set manage to snap out of his daze, trembling uncontrollably, his earlier confidence completely gone. He simply abandoned his comrade to his fate, barreling forward in desperation. But what Z had thought was a safe distance was nothing to the monster. The Zun-Jay 2.0 was so huge that a man was like a gnat. The glowing lines on its face did not stop at one mark. This time it opened 2 enormous eyes at once. It did not even need to move. With a single glance, the forest of tentacles around it twisted, and the squad leader's body warped grotesquely. There was no chance to recover, no time to run calculations or plan the resale of their haul. He was simply gone. The cataclysmic event in City Ka triggered an immediate response at M Nation's Doomsday Command Center. An apocalypse event alert was issued. Activate highest-level Doomsday defense protocols for the sake of humanity. Initiate threat eradication procedures. Moments later, warheads were launched into the upper atmosphere. They fell like hammers, slamming straight down onto the gigantic Zun-Jay, annihilating everything in their blast radius. Meanwhile, Chen Suo, having fought through a grueling and exhilarating battle, was already asleep in his beloved bed, playing chess with the god of dreams. No one knew how long he would been out. At last he frowned, stirred, and flexed his solid body. Sitting up fully, he stretched luxuriously with a groan of satisfaction. Once he had finished his morning routine, he went to the next room to call someone. Xiao He, time for breakfast. At the sound of his voice, he cracked the door open. Still half asleep. Chen Suo scooped her up. With a girl this cute, sweeter than a cheese stick, what could he do but smile fondly? Without hesitation, he held her just as she liked and sighed, I swear, I can't say no to you. Getting up so early was clearly too much for her. Soon she was dozing on his broad shoulder. Just as he was about to carry her to breakfast, the doorbell rang, drawing his attention. A young woman with the aura of a queen bee was waiting outside the villa. On her stylish jacket, a slogan read, Super Speed Delivery, Conquer Your Hunger. It was none other than Huang Fuzi Yan, calling out brightly, Mr. Chen, your order's here. At that moment Chen Suo appeared, he still in his arms. Zi Yan did not even blink, she just smiled. Chen Suo glanced at the motorcycle parked nearby before speaking, his voice a mix of admiration and subtle probing. First time I have seen a beauty riding a 100,000 yuan bike to deliver food at dawn. Zi Yan shot back without missing a beat. And I have never seen someone living in a multi-million yuan villa who orders takeout every day. The pointed knowledge about his personal life made Chen Suo laugh. Looks like you know me pretty well. Even though she was a woman, the killing intent rising off him, blood-tinged and heavy, was enough to make Zi Yan tremble, unable to form a full sentence. No wonder. She stammered. No wonder you are the first top-tier evolver in the entire country. But instead of the fear she would expected, her face suddenly flushed with excitement, like a fan meeting her idol. Today I finally get to meet you in person. Every word and action from Zi Yan directly heightened Chen Suo's vigilance to an extreme. This girl was strange, unpredictable, and he was not someone to shy away from challenges. Speak plainly, why have you come to me? Yet none of his thoughts or words seemed to faze her. Instead, they only made her excitement almost uncanny. Of course, to pursue you. The suddenness of her answer even took Chen Suo aback, despite all the battles he would faced. What? Instead of being incredulous, Zi Yan expressed herself directly and decisively. You heard me right, I want to pursue you. Her message arrived in a slightly informal manner, but she did not care. She threw a knowing glance his way, emphasizing each word without a hint of embarrassment. Remember this, I am Huang Fu Zi Yan, living nearby. Let us meet again at the next delivery. As soon as she left, another person arrived. Chen Suo scratched his head, responding to whatever Li Tianyu had just said. Brother Li, are you exaggerating? Is not there already a special operations unit in Nin City? If contamination appeared, they would be the first to respond. Yet deep down, he did not fully trust them. How could a government special operations unit compare to Lao Dai? Chen Suo was not affiliated with the government, so he did not have to answer to anyone. If Lao Dai wants to act, he acts, he continued, recalling the razor-sharp logic previously delivered. So the key here is which side you want to help. By now, Chen Suo had entered a more serious state. Lai Ge, what do you mean by that? Tian Yu did not hesitate. He laid out everything he knew, though he feared Chen Suo might not yet understand. Since the news spread yesterday, most of the villa owners in the area had already changed hands. His calm, steady tone seemed almost like he was commenting on the weather. Because his reputation had preceded him, land prices here had already skyrocketed. The wealthy in Nin City were scrambling to move in. This was not mere observation, Tian Yu's business acumen had already picked up the opportunity. These people, converging here, clearly needed Chen Suo's favor. In truth, this was a source of resources for him. Whether he wanted money or to leverage connections, his confident, almost commanding tone implied that none of these people would refuse him. And at the villa, he would have to act. The information Tian Yu shared left Chen Suo deep in thought. Resources indeed. But the next sentence would finally clarify why Tian Yu had shown up now. Everyone here is in business, Tian Yu explained. They all want to save face. They wanted to invite you for a meal, but feared that showing up suddenly might upset you. So they asked me to come instead. Chen Suo did not overthink it and nodded. All right, you can come. Pleased with the answer, Tian Yu reminded him thoroughly. Good. I will wait for you at the Lin Sui Supreme Hotel at noon. Do not meet me, do not leave. Oh, right, brother Chen. I think I just saw Huang Fu Zi Yan. You two know each other. Chen Suo answered honestly, his tone skeptical. He had not expected that the girl who had just rushed over would declare she wanted to pursue him. He had to pause, evaluating the situation objectively. Her personality was formidable. She would always been like this. Whatever she set her eyes on, she would insist on taking it. His expression darkened, his body tensing as Tian Yu's voice grew heavy. She is targeting you. You would better be careful. Chen Suo understood the gravity. Behind her stood Huang Fu Tai, the richest man in all of Nin City. The phone screen now displayed a message dated April 25, lunar calendar December 28, reporting the latest news about contamination from another world. Country Z had mobilized its strongest armed forces. Currently, the contamination level had decreased, and social order had been restored. A live news broadcast was also airing on TV. A village in Country Y had been overrun by contaminated monsters, with casualties reaching into the hundreds. At a temple in Country L, A woman had been buried alive by a monk. Her remains became tainted, her resentment transforming into vengeful spirits that claimed the lives of 20 people in the temple. Everyone nearby stopped to listen, drawn to the horrifying details. Country Z had formulated a doomsday response strategy 20 years in advance, constructing a complete defense system and stockpiling resources nationwide. Today, it was the safest country in the world. Yet globally, the situation was deteriorating rapidly, and signs of an impending apocalypse were becoming increasingly clear. Wealthy and powerful people from all over the world were flocking to Country Z in search of refuge. Border ports were overloaded, and even black market transactions for refugee visas were reaching astronomical prices. After a barrage of shocking news, the peaceful scenery of Nin Chengfu University suddenly appeared before them. Tian Tian was sitting there, wearing headphones and quietly reciting foreign vocabulary from her An Lao Bo textbooks. Suddenly, Xiao Mu, seated at a nearby desk, turned and spoke to her. Tian Tian, tell me. The apocalypse has really arrived, has not it? Then what is the point of us risking our lives studying like this? She spoke in a long, disheartened ramble. Should I find a job at a multinational company after graduation, or go abroad and become a translator? But given the current circumstances, she could not even be sure if any foreigners were still alive. It is probably better to find a capable local man first and marry him, she muttered, her words tinged with pessimism. Tian Tian silently removed her headphones, her mind unexpectedly filling with a vivid image of Chen Suo. Chen Suo, a 5-star awakened individual, possessed extraordinary strength and controlled fire-based powers. His fame was widespread online, even surpassing some top-tier celebrities. She rested her chin on her hand, her face full of contemplation as she thought about him. Thousands of comments about him had appeared across major social media forums. Yet the more attention he received, the more skeptical voices would inevitably follow. Sooner or later, he would become a prime target for public scrutiny. Suddenly, Xiao Mu seemed to intuit what her friend was thinking and asked directly, "Ah, right. How's it going with your super-powered boyfriend?" Tian Tian's lips curved into a mischievous smile. She lightly touched her index fingers together, full of implication. "Have you two slept together?" Tian Tian blushed deeply, almost to her ears, and immediately denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Inwardly, she assessed the young man's strength: powerful, exceptionally talented, strikingly handsome. The image of Chen Suo as her boyfriend standing next to a stunning beauty was perfectly matched, flawless in every detail. On paper, Chen Suo was her boyfriend at Ling University. Yet that fact alone made Tian Tian question herself, sinking into a reflective state. Do I really have feelings for him, she wondered. At that moment, her phone suddenly notified her of an incoming call from Chen Suo. Embarrassed, she jumped up from her seat. Better answer the call first. Xiao Mu grinned teasingly, waving her on. In the corridor outside the classroom, she politely spoke into the phone. "Senior, you called for me." On the other end, Chen Suo seemed to have just finished a workout. He adjusted his attire while speaking. "There is a small restaurant. Do you have time? Let us go there." Tian Tian was instantly overjoyed. Without hesitation, she replied sincerely, "Yes, I have time." Chen Suo, satisfied, responded warmly, "Great, then let us go." The scene gradually shifted to a luxurious mansion in Shan Na Huangdang. In front, a 3-tiered fountain stood out prominently, and a motorcycle was parked nearby. Everything was neatly arranged within the expansive, lush grounds. The back of a man's figure suddenly spoke just as Zi Yan approached. "Have you met him yet?" She casually tossed her jet black helmet onto the nearby sofa. "I have," she replied. Standing before her was none other than Wang Futai, known as the wealthiest entrepreneur in Nin City. He had shown a particular interest in Chen Suo. "What kind of person is he?" Zi Yan tidily tied her hair into a bun and quickly revealed. "He knows I have been investigating him." The serious expression on Wang Futai's face was overwhelming. Memories of that terrifying first encounter flashed through her mind. At that time, he had even been holding little Hihi in his arms, exuding the presence of someone born to rule. Wang Futai calmly poured himself a cup of tea. "Ha ha ha, seems like your father's investment paid off, does not it?" He is so powerful, surely that is enough to capture your attention. Right, Ziyan offered her advice candidly, based on her own experience. She added, half in jest, that even if her father were to throw thousands, even hundreds of millions, at him, it still would not sway him. But Wang Futai did not seem concerned. Instead, he spoke confidently, almost arrogantly. After all, Chen Suo is just a young man barely in his 20s. How could an experienced businessman like me fail to handle him? Ziyan immediately leaned forward, her hands braced on the table, voice lowered to its softest. The world today is very different from before. Father, money can't solve everything, but strength can. Even Wang Futai could not help but break into a cold sweat. You only went for a short trip. Are you serious? What exactly did you say to him? Ziyan chose a roundabout way to answer. I am pursuing him not for you, and I am not asking for anything from him. Her words inadvertently piqued his interest. Oh, is that so? She added without hesitation, openly expressing her feelings. Young love, she thought, always sparkled like blooming flowers. I am just looking at him, she said. Wang Futai, listening, was so incredulous that he began stammering. You are serious, in love? The handsome face of Chen Suo appeared clearly in Ziyan's mind, along with her confident affirmation. Of course I am serious. He is the first man in years to truly move me. Sensing the conversation was drifting too far, Wang Futai slammed his hand on the table to bring the focus back. Now, forget Nin City for a moment. Even nearby cities like H&S. All the most powerful families are targeting him. He immediately launched into a series of sharp analyses. With wealth, women, power, so long as he still harbored ambition, desire, and the need for control, these people could easily overwhelm him and force him to kneel, begging to join their ranks. There was not a hint of trust in Wang Futai's tone toward Ziyan. It carried a subtle challenge. Daughter, how could a girl like you compete with them? But the fire of determination within Ziyan blazed brightly. What? I have already said it. If you want to win a man's heart, you first have to win his stomach. Wang Futai somewhat agreed with that perspective. That is not wrong, he said. Then he paused, thinking for a moment. Wait. So you intend to learn how to cook? Ziyan's sudden shift in attitude caught him off guard, plunging him into a brief moment of contemplation. His daughter, once notorious for her recklessness, was now attracted to a man and even considering turning herself into a homemaker. Yet even so, he could see the benefits of such a plan. A faint, self-satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Combined with Ziyan's flawless appearance and figure, he could not help but think that she might actually be able to capture Chen Suo's attention. But Ziyan immediately dismissed that line of thought. I am not learning to cook, she clarified. The kitchen in the old house has been destroyed too many times already, so I have decided not to touch it anymore. Wang Futai did not argue. Then what do you intend to do? Ziyan turned slightly, revealing the bold lettering on the back of her jacket, Superfast food delivery, conquer your hunger. She even made it clear that she was the only one who would deliver meals to him. Previously, she had registered an account under her grandmother's name at a delivery company. Wang Futai felt as if something had lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow. What, the heiress of the Wangfu family personally delivering meals? He stifled a cough, while Ziyan's expression exuded an air of elite sophistication, her coolness amplified purely by her infatuation with a man. No matter where he had lived before, whether a rented house, a dockside warehouse, or even a villa near the mountains, she would confidently list every detail without hesitation. If he was not in the city, she would still have his meals delivered, even breakfast. Perhaps it was her high-fong upbringing that made her enjoy going to such lengths. I have even used his phone to install the delivery app, she continued. As soon as he orders, I will know first and then I will deliver it myself. Wang Futai felt as if he might have a heart attack on the spot. Delivering meals. That unfilial little brat, Ziyan concluded arrogantly, unconcerned with her poor father clutching his chest in distress. Soon enough, he will be moved by my sincerity. Meanwhile, Chen Suo sat perched on the window frame of his luxurious car, chin resting on his hand. The morning sunlight highlighted his sculpted features, enhancing his calm, commanding aura. At the western gate of Nin University, onlookers began whispering and murmuring excitedly. That was Chen Suo's car, it really was him. A female student nearby could not hide her envy as Tien. Tien strolled slowly toward the car. "Oh, if only you were picking me up," Chen Suo politely offered. "Get in the car." She did not hesitate for a moment. "Yes, sir." In the distance, Tong Wen watched the parked car and sighed dejectedly. Compared to him, we are nothing. However, standing beside him, Fan Hao spoke out in protest. "Team leader, you say that to boost morale, but you are destroying our prestige in the process. We are all evolved beings, why can't our hero team keep up with him?" He did not truly hold Chen Suo in high regard. After all, he was only the first to reach 5-star awakening. Fan Hao kept emphasizing the superiority of their group. According to their director, the three of them were elite selections from tens of thousands in Nin City, while the wild card Chen Suo had merely gotten incredibly lucky. How could he compare to them? Fan Hao even nudged his teammate, Ban Luan, who was lost in his own world. "Right, Luan Z." Ban Luan only gave a half-hearted reply, still distracted by the fully equipped younger girl in front of him. Yes, that is right. Our talent is in no way inferior to his." He had his phone ready in hand, preparing to approach and flirt in the usual teenage way. "Wow, that girl earlier was really pretty." But Fan Hao suddenly swung his hand and delivered a sharp slap, cutting off any fantasies. "Hey, Huyan Luan Z, do not let matters of love cloud your judgment. Wake up." His grudge against Chen Suo was not just ordinary dislike. If Chen Suo stayed arrogant for another day, all the girls would be hanging on him alone. "Our top priority," Fan Hao said, "is to get stronger fast. We have to become better than him." Bang Loon remembered their friend and sheepishly asked, "Guys, should we tell Lin Roya what we just saw? Looks like Chen Suo was with another girl." Fan Hao patted him on the shoulder in consolation. "I know you like Lin Roya, but she is into Chen Suo right now. Compete fair and square. Even if you lose, you will still be a real man." His gaze sharpened like a blade, but his head stayed cool. "Still," he added, "bad-mouthing someone behind their back is not the way of heroes." Back in Chen Suo's car, speeding along, Tien suddenly brought up something serious. "Senior, in half a month the next wave of the apocalypse hits. If a bunch of monsters shows up and the special task force can't stop them, would you step in?" Her face showed real worry. Chen Suo was a little puzzled by the question. "Why ask that now?" Tien hesitated and then explained, "There is a lot of trash talk online lately saying he is a coward because he did not join the special task force." He looked surprised. "They are saying that because I did not join the task force," she confirmed. "Yeah, that is what they say, that you are afraid to face the monsters that'll come in the second wave." He reacted calmly. "When I accepted the honor of being the country's first evolution generation, I expected I would be talked about. Whoever wants the crown has to bear its weight." Then she pushed the hypothetical further. If a monster surfaced that swallowed half the sea and the task force was short-staffed, would he act? He answered with quiet confidence, "I would be on the front line without hesitation." He spoke evenly as the car left 2 white streaks on the road. "I did not join the task force because I do not want to be constrained by government rules. Having to file reports before you can move is not for me." Tien could not help but smile, pride swelling in her chest. Of course the man she liked was not a coward. Soon they arrived at the Noble Hotel. Chen Suo stood and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Chen Suo." He scanned the room. Obvious money, listed companies, private fortunes in the billions. One of the men at the big round table greeted him politely. "We have heard of you, young Master Chen. My household has been talking about you." Chen Suo, not one for small talk, let them get on with it. Li Chenghong cut right to business. "We are forming a safety council to improve protection ahead of the upcoming world-ending events. We would like you to serve as chairman." The proposal caught Chen Suo's attention. A safety council? His eyebrows rose. He asked for details. They made it sound pragmatic. The council would protect the elderly and secure the mountain villa districts from tainted monsters, and the financial offer was generous. For each property under protection, young Master Chen would receive a one-time fee of 100 million. Even Tien could not hide how astonished she was. This was beyond belief. What? Just one property would net at least 100 million? Chen Suo finally acknowledged the offer, 100 million. On the surface, the proposal did sound tempting. But he was not the sort to give away favors easily. Still, if 100 million was meant to protect the residents of the mountain villas, the price tag of those wealthy owners, then Chen Suo did not hesitate to expose the flaw in their arrangement. You are charging a fee for membership on this safety council and calling it payment to protect roughly 30 wealthy households around the mountain. Split evenly, that is only 1 million per household, i.e. 110,000 each. Chen Suo pushed further. And how much do you plan to charge them for joining the council? 10 million or 100 million? His line of questioning kept tightening. Li Chenghong started sweating at the sharpness of his analysis. No matter how you looked at it, this was a lucrative business opportunity, right? Seeing they were losing ground, Fu Tai reluctantly handed the decision over to Chen Suo. So what do you think, young Master Chen? What is a fair number? The more Chen Suo probed, the more vigorous he became. In peacetime, these people were rich, drove luxury cars, and lorded over many subordinates. Even if something happened, they could buy their way out, so they always carried themselves with an air of superiority. He glanced up at the mountain ridge, but his look was not mere observation, it held deeper thought. The point was, when the apocalypse hits, all that vanishes. Rich and poor alike get threatened by tainted monsters, and there is no real difference between them. Then Chen Suo slowly bent down, speaking with a provocation perfectly level with Fu Tai's gaze across the table. Once that happens, people won't be divided by wealth anymore, he said. That is something you lifelong moneymakers can't accept. I know your petty calculations better than anyone. Li Chenghong, who'd been listening in silence, found a riposte. Look, Li said, is not this whole mess caused by those spatial rifts that opened the other night? The government even used tactical nukes to push back the monsters. If young Master Chen agrees, we will raise the price to 200 million. 200 million, no problem for us. His eyes flicked to Fu Tai, asking for his take. We old men just want to sleep soundly at night, right? The patriarch added, speaking calmly and laying out his reasoning. Old Li's son, Li Zongwen, works at the special task force. He knows how they operate. If those guys were reliable, we would not need to gather like this. He then raised 3 fingers, estimating a fee, 300 million per property for the Safety Council chairmanship. The older you are, the wiser and sharper you get. Fu Tai responded immediately with a preemptive move. If young Master Chen nods, I can personally add another 100 million. A hand waved a 100 yuan note arrogantly in the air, but that money would turn to ash in an instant. Within 5 seconds, Chen Suo's activated thermal energy reduced it to char. After a few more such demonstrations, even the combined cash in their hands would not be enough to start a fire. Tian watched in stunned silence, her mind reeling, more amazed than anyone, even Li Chenghong himself. What, Chen Suo, are you saying that after the second monster surge in half a month, even this money will be worthless? Li Chenghong checked the phone, his expression skeptical. The government reports had claimed the next apocalypse surge would be normal, so how could this be? Chen Suo strolled casually across the room, brushing past Tian. Have not you seen the true nature of this apocalypse yet? Reports make it look like the government is handling ordinary evolved humans. But that is just a facade. His eyes swept the sky where patrol helicopters hovered. Guess why the Special Task Force is not sending 4-star Awakens? Because the government's main force is holding back the 5 gates. He spoke with utmost confidence, even framing his statements as rhetorical questions, letting them draw the conclusions themselves. The real battlefield is not here. The government can't even manage its own forces, so how could they protect you? Fu Tai slammed his hand down, realizing he was cornered. This was far more complex than they naively believed. So, what exactly do you want in exchange? Chen Suo spread his arms, exuding freedom and self-assurance. I do not need money. Even Li Nam, who had been silent until now, flinched at the words. But I do need the special concrete for the 9 dragons properties, he continued, revealing his true plan. The patented compounds of Bai Tai, the special metals from Lam Tien Haivan. Everyone else present broke into cold sweat at his uncompromising demand. Based on all the data he would gathered, Chen Suo made his terms clear. Within 3 days, I want the fortress designs around the mountain. Within 1 month, I want a super secure shelter completed. Li Chenghong nearly choked. What? Designs for a fortress on the mountain? Since when is the villa turning into a fortress? Chen Suo calmly explained, using the existing topography. Centered on the mountain villa, the fortress would utilize the natural terrain, ensuring that even a global apocalypse would not wipe out the people inside for years. It would be fully equipped with ventilation, power, space, clean water, enough food and medicine. Finally, he concluded decisively, once these conditions are met, I will take the role of Security Council chairman and personally provide protection for you. When his detailed, impassioned presentation ended, the room erupted in applause and admiration. No wonder he was considered the strongest of the new generation nationwide. Both power and cunning were terrifyingly formidable. Even Fu Tai, who once dismissed the young man with a sneer, now found himself quietly impressed, realizing that Chen Suo's foresight stretched far beyond that of an ordinary person. Only Tian Tian remained on the sidelines from beginning to end, trying her best to suppress the admiration surging within her at his overwhelming presence and razor-sharp mind. A short while later, they watched the convoy of veteran businessmen drive off and happened to meet Li Tianyue outside. That little brother of mine, he said with a grin. Those old men, my father included, were completely swayed by your words. This is a mutually beneficial deal, no one's losing out. He proudly held up a gold-edged card between his fingers. Here, little brother. This hotel is one of my father's investments. Without hesitation, he handed it to Chen Suo from a short distance away. So tonight, you two enjoy yourselves. I have got matters to attend to, so I will leave you to it. True brotherhood meant understanding each other without words. His offer sparked a thrill in Chen Suo's chest. Brother, I happen to have something to discuss with you as well, he replied. If Li Ji has already taken care of hosting us, we should not waste his goodwill, he said, glancing at Tian Tian, who turned crimson, fumbling over her words like a ripe tomato ready to burst. Senior, The scene shifted to a towering skyscraper piercing the blue sky. Below, a spacious balconied café bustled with a few leisurely patrons. In the presidential suite above, Chen Suo shrugged off his black coat and tossed it aside. The room was soundproof and shielded from any form of eavesdropping. Tian Tian, still hesitant, asked softly if this was not all happening too fast. But his resolve had long been set. To him, only by stepping in himself could he make her his woman. His gaze grew somber, fixed on the faint red glow flickering at his fingertip. Because Tian Tian was an ordinary human, he had to guide the energy through her body with extreme care. He himself possessed a physique thousands of times stronger than normal. Slowly, he approached her pale neck, waiting for the moment to come. She lay motionless, bracing herself. Before she could process it, he had already begun the process. A massive surge of qi spread out, red veins blooming like fire across her skin. A single slip could crush a normal body. When it was over, Chen Suo gently laid Tian Tian to rest on the pristine white bed. Good, he murmured, observing her carefully. Tian Tian's body is fusing with the power. Subtle transformations were already taking place within her. If no contamination or mutation appeared, by tomorrow the results would show. He retreated to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of wine, letting his thoughts settle. He had used the dragon seal to transfer a fraction of the demonic power he had devoured into her, a seed meant to catalyze her evolution. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. It was risky, but he would help Tian Tian become an evolved human. 1 hour earlier, he had been lying leisurely on the bed, discussing the future with Tian Tian at his side. In an age of apocalypse, you do not really need to go to college, he told her. She looked at him, bewildered. But senior, if I do not study, what else can I do? If a demon attacks, all I can do is run. Chen Suo, never one for circling around the point, went straight to the heart of it. Praying to others won't save you. Only you can save yourself. Tian Tian, do you want to become an evolved human? He asked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Senior, you mean I could become one too, of course, she blurted out. Of course I want to. He then explained the process in painstaking detail. He could use the dragon seal to strip away some of the demon's force, condense it into a crystalline core, and once her body gradually absorbed it, she would gain the corresponding evolutionary energy. But heaven was fair. Everything had its price. The demon's power is not something to take lightly, he warned without hesitation. If you can't control it, you won't just fail to evolve, you could become one of those dangerous monsters yourself. Do you dare to try? Tian Tian remained utterly silent for a few moments, her mind struggling to process the overwhelming torrent of information. Finally, she lowered her head, her heart heavy with emotions too complex to voice. If Senior is the one doing this, then I am not afraid at all. I want to become someone who can stand on my own, she murmured. A vivid memory of her beloved elderly mother wrapped in warm arms flashed through her mind, someone she could now stand up to protect in moments of danger. Thinking this through, a clear determination lit up Tian Tian's face, ready at any moment to support Senior. She would never, ever become an obstacle. Chen Suo felt a surge of satisfaction at her resolute declaration. Good, he said, a faint reminder in his tone, do not struggle. This is my first time doing this, referring to the seal, so I might misalign it. She immediately protested, her voice tinged with indignation. But it is your first time too. Outside, skyscrapers crumbled in the city, sending clouds of dust into the air and obscuring all vision. Accompanied by a vivid soundtrack, the scene cleared to reveal a powerful figure. Tian Long, a 4-star evolved human with a steel body and unyielding will, punished evil with every strike, striking fear into his enemies each time he appeared. Cheer him on and witness the legend being written on the battlefield, she murmured, her hand tracing the phone screen with black painted nails. Mr. Chen, this is a short clip we filmed of Tian Long from the Special Bureau of Shen Shui City. He is currently a major star on our short video platform with 8 million followers. She continued flipping through videos, including footage of a 5-star captain from the Jinggai Special Unit. Chen Suo's companion, Wang Min, stood nearby, astonished. These online celebrities could earn millions just by streaming. Quite simple, is not it, Mr. Chen? She asked. He peered at the videos with a clouded, elderly gaze, as if technology were foreign to him. Are all these videos really just special effects? She forced a professional smile. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Our app only requires a single click to enable beautification and special effects. It can even sync with the user's abilities to amplify the visual effects, making their moves appear more powerful. Chen Suo furrowed his brows, carefully absorbing Wang Min's technical explanation. All short video platforms actively promoted evolved humans to bolster public trust. Over the past few days, they had signed agreements with numerous governmental agencies and civilian evolved humans. She leaned closer, her tone sweetly persuasive. Mr. Chen, you are a super famous online figure we especially want to sign. You are the first officially recognized evolved human of the new generation. Just showcase a bit of your power, add our styling and promotion, and your fame will skyrocket. You won't have to worry about gaining public trust anymore. Here, you can see some verification videos. The screen switched to a short clip depicting an absurd image of Superman slurping instant noodles, promising that viewers could become superhuman workers in the apocalypse era. In just 3 minutes, you can evolve from a 996 to 007 eat and level up. The video continued in a deliberately over-the-top tone, hyping capitalism with exaggerated effects, hot-selling quantum spring-loaded shoes, nano-level bulletproof defensive gear, ultimate armor for surviving office drama, and SSR-class items ensuring survival through countless disasters. The absurdity of the marketing was matched only by the meticulous layering of details. Shoes that supposedly helped beat KPIs, shields that defended personal dignity, armor that fended off workplace drama, and high-tier items promising simultaneous survival in apocalyptic conditions. Wang Min painted a rosy future for Chen Suo. Mr. Chen, as long as you agree to start streaming on our platform and become one of the most beloved hosts on Miouyan, the conditions will be entirely up to you. Soft ads, hard ads, you can choose whatever you like. Unfortunately for her, he remained perfectly clear-headed. I am not a celebrity. Where would I even get fans from? She feigned surprise. Mr. Chen, do not you know how famous you are nationwide right now? She tried her best to keep up with him, dragging along her aging body. Just on your face alone, an absolutely flawless face with not a single imperfection, there are countless young women lining up and crying for you already. Wang Min spoke with absolute confidence, certain that as long as his face appeared before fans, they would flock to him. She deliberately tried to provoke his curiosity. Do not you want to know who your fans are? This question made Chen Suo hesitate for a brief moment. But even then, he held on to his reason until the very end. Sorry, I am not interested. He turned his back and issued a curt order. Secretary, see our guest out. The secretary immediately stepped forward, wearing a polite smile that was really just a gentle way of showing Wang Min the door. Manager Wang, please take this way. But Wang Min was not ready to give up. 100 million a year in advertising fees, Mr. Chen, all you would have to do is film a promotional video. His patience began to fray. His tone grew sharp. See her out. She was as persistent as a snake, still pressing her pitch. We need a real hero. Only you can do this. Something in that line struck a nerve with Chen Suo. Sensing an opening, Wang Min quickly pushed harder. Look, the Hulk, from Country M. He can transform in an instant into a 5-meter tall green giant ape. Once transformed, he has unbelievably powerful blades and bullets bounce off him, and with one charge at 100 meters per second, he can easily destroy a tank. She ended her pitch with a reverent tone, as if this hero had become a god in the hearts of Country M's people. Then she shifted to other examples. The Royal Guard of Country Y has a superhuman named Alexander. His left arm can transform into the sword of King E. Alibus. A single move of his was caught on video cutting a warship clean in half. It has reached over 500 million views. He is nicknamed the human ship-splitting blade, and is revered as a divine general protecting his nation. Wang Min rattled off example after example. In Country C, they have a superhuman who can turn into living fire. In Country D, one who can freeze the air into solid nitrogen. In Country Y, a mutant who can leap between skyscrapers like rubber and even vanish into thin air. She struck at Chen Suo's psychological weak spot. Ordinary people are living under the brutal conditions of the apocalypse. Their hearts are full of fear and anxiety. They need a true hero, someone who can make them feel safe and bring them hope. Her voice rose, swelling with passion as she adopted the posture of someone speaking for the good of the people. Hulk from Country M, Alexander from Country Y, they have all become symbols of their nations. We desperately need someone like that too. After listening to her relentless reasoning, Chen Suo felt his resolve waver slightly. Expanding his influence might not be such a bad thing, especially now, with so much negative chatter about him on the internet. So he made a decision. He would never do live streaming, but if it was just about filming a video, he might consider it. Wang Min was so overjoyed she looked like she might burst into tears. Really? That night, under a waning moon, Chen Suo stood tall on the rooftop of a building, sword in hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he leapt off. His movements flowed like clouds and water. Each slash of the blade landed as a true, killing strike. He moved like a dancer in a death waltz. Chen Suo's expression was cold. He looked upon his opponent as nothing more than a worm or an insect. A real hero does not flaunt his power. A real hero protects ordinary lives. The sword in his hand swept once, and the monster's life was gone. Chen Suo, the first of the new generation of evolvers, a guardian, fearless, a living legend. This raw, unedited footage left viewers' jaws dropped and cursing. Holy crap, are we all living in an apocalypse game or what? How are we supposed to deal with the evolvers? At the special branch in City N, the hero unit gathered and buzzed with talk. Those special effects are insane. Look, his sword energy is totally off the charts. Anyone could tell this clip had no CGI. Whatever had been circulating before had been wildly exaggerated. Unbelievable. Quan De calmly judged that Chen Suo's power already far exceeded 5-star level. Right now he was plainly an evolver of true class. The gap between the rest of them and him was only widening. Out in a rural hamlet, a group of robed adepts in black slipped through the mist. On the cliff face a space gate trembled. Y. Samu bowed respectfully and proclaimed his salute to Grand Matriarch Yanami. As he finished, Yanami emerged slowly from the gate, her silhouette resolving into form. Y. Samu paled, his spine stiff as he kowtowed. Hail, Grand Matriarch Yanami. Her voice carried authority. Are you certain you have found the hatchling of an ancient behemoth? Y. Samu swallowed his fear and reported. Yes, Grand Matriarch. The beast has appeared off our coast near Country M, but Country M actually discovered it before we did. He forced himself to explain. Under international convention, behemoth resources belong to all humankind. The discoverer gets priority. Since we were the later party, we can only claim up to 30% of the behemoth's resources. Yanami tossed her chin up, disdainful. International convention, ridiculous. If we can kill the behemoth ourselves and seize its whole primal core, then how much gets divided later will be decided by me. The submarine's propellers churned, forming a trail of bubbles as it headed toward a cavern embedded within the cliffside. Once the location was confirmed, it stopped. A hatch at the bottom opened, releasing a team equipped with diving gear. This was the Poseidon Strike Squad from Country M. Flashlights cut through the murky water as they searched meticulously for something. Marks on the seabed drew their attention. Those footprints. They were massive. Suddenly, someone shouted, alerting the team that the captain had discovered a skull 20 meters wide, a monstrous whale-like creature. Two others swam over and witnessed the shocking sight. They immediately checked their energy scanners. A red light blinked on the device. Their previous estimation of radiation 465 was confirmed. This was the source of the anomalous radiation. A shadow flitted past the cave entrance, making him startle. Unease churned in his chest. Did anyone hear that? A teammate asked. Hear what? His face turned pale. Even at the frigid seabed, sweat poured down his temples. Wait. Something's wrong with this machine. The radiation readings kept climbing: 88. 125. 459. And still rising. They froze. 1000 SV. The radiation was so intense that only standing near a nuclear reactor would reach this level. The Shenlin ancient sword, hidden in the shadows, observed the intruders. Their hearts pounded violently, betraying their fear. 1500. What the hell is going on? At the haunted house in the amusement park, Kwanda glared angrily at the staff. People went missing here the other day. Why did not you call the police immediately? Although anxious, Oh-nam tried to stay calm. It has been less than 24 hours. That is why we sent a few people to search around. I thought it was just a lost tourist, but... Kwanda slammed the ledger shut with a loud smack, startling him as if his heart would jump out. His eyes darkened. I can see it. You were afraid that reporting this would harm your business, so you deliberately did not report it, right? Oh-nam's face drained of color, sweat soaking through his suit. Kwanda waved his hand dismissively. Considering today's situation, plus 3 people missing this afternoon, 1 yesterday, and 1 the day before, your haunted room has already swallowed 5 people. This could very well be an apocalyptic-level crisis. The Special Task Force officially took over. Anyone unrelated was ordered to keep a distance while the hero unit followed closely behind Kwanda. Ban Luan, annoyed that Oh-nam was blocking the way, shoved him aside. Fan Hao raised a hand to check Strange. The sensors showed contaminated energy, but once they advanced, there was no reaction. Tong Wen analyzed logically. In this scenario, the target is likely a demon, and only within its own domain will its contaminating energy be detectable. He paused, startled. Was this themed room included in the map provided by management? They cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The scattered talismans only added to the sense of dread. A shadow suddenly streaked by, leaving afterimages that caught Fan Hao's attention. A decorative dummy, grotesquely posed upside down, dangled in front of him. Startled, he thrust his spear at it while stepping back to create distance. The dummy instantly split apart into pieces, its head rolling across the floor. Mi Nok Kin chuckled. That was just a prop for scaring people. Was all that really necessary? Fan Hao felt as though he would narrowly escape death. I actually thought it was a real ghost, he stammered. Tong Wen checked the sensors and reported that they were approaching the source of contamination. Almost immediately after he finished, a massive explosion erupted. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Ban Luan reacted first, raising his shield just in time. A monstrous creature with rippling muscles emerged from the smoke, its jagged saw-like appendages scraping against the shield in front of it. Chen Suo slammed his arm into it, flinging the beast backward. Tong Wen's pupils turned a blazing red as astonishment washed over him. This was a 3-star demon creature, an energy-enhanced type with fortified defenses, and it even had super regenerative abilities. Before he could finish explaining the creature's weakness, Fan Hao, blinded by overconfidence, rushed headlong at the monster's chest. Even if it has devoured 5 living humans and its hide is thickened with battle scars, it still can't withstand my superhuman weapon. Tong Wen's lips twitched as he added, almost casually, the actual weak point is its head. Fan Hao froze, rigid, realizing the mistake too late. What? Chen Suo could only stare in disbelief at the teammate's idiocy. The weak point. The head, you aimed for the chest, you moron. Fan Hao, stunned, tried to retract his weapon but failed. At that moment, a gunshot rang out sharply. The bullet pierced the demon's head while it was still in shock. Mi Nok, ever cool, casually blew the barrel of her gun, a smug smile tugging at her lips. She toyed with the firearm arrogantly, evaluating the 3-star demon as if it were nothing. Looks like one shot is enough. Fan Hao pouted, displeased that she had stolen the credit. That is because my spear restricted its movement. Otherwise, there is no way your bullet would hit the head. Tong Wen calmly mediated the tension. Alright, we're a team. This success is the combined effort of everyone, he said, raising his voice to command. Check the surroundings. If there is no other contaminated object, we will head back and report to the chief. The hero squad regrouped, each member distracted by their own tasks. Ban Luan stepped forward to take responsibility. Chief Quan De crossed his arms, his foot tapping on a steel crate, assessing the coordination. There is a critical problem with your teamwork, he said darkly. Fan Hao, why did you act without waiting for orders? Did you think your judgment was more accurate than Tong Wen's? Fan Hao whispered in defiance. No. Tong Wen gave him a cold glance, still holding a grudge from earlier. Suddenly, Quan De's roll call made him flinch. Though Tong Wen was responsible for reconnaissance and intel, why was he just standing there during the critical moment? Quan De pointed at him, bluntly instructing, remember, you are not just the brains of the team, you are a warrior. If you stay on the sidelines, your teammates' sacrifices will be in vain. Tong Wen adjusted his glasses and bowed his head in acknowledgement, regretful. Yes, Chief. I will act promptly. Quan De moved to the next member. Ban Luan, who does your shield protect? Answer me, the young man stammered, gesturing vaguely toward Ruo Ya. Your teammate is only Lam Ruo Ya, the girl flushed with embarrassment. Quan De's reprimand was ruthless. On the battlefield, eliminate selfish thoughts. Focus on protecting every teammate. He turned to the female members. One of you acts recklessly, unable to maintain even basic vigilance. Ruo Ya bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze, while Mi Nok pouted at the scolding. And the other, Quan De's imposing aura filled the room. Who gave you the courage to act carelessly? His warning was serious, yet it carried concern. Every member had a responsibility to their team, and survival was paramount both entering and leaving the battlefield. Understood, he demanded. The squad echoed in unison, yes, sir. Quan De, for now, was satisfied with their response. I have said what needed to be said. After all, this is only your second mission, and the overall results are acceptable. He clenched a cigarette between his lips. With your current capabilities, it is enough to handle a 4-star demon. What I am about to reveal next is classified military information. No one is to disclose it. Quan De inhaled slowly, then exhaled. Yesterday, the apocalyptic base in Country M was destroyed by a demon whose strength exceeded even a 10-star warlord-level creature. During the battle, the government rapidly upgraded their level to 11 stars apocalyptic level by definition. Tong Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Ban Luan could not believe what he was hearing. I have never heard of a demon at this level. Quan De, with meticulous detail, recounted how Country M lost over 17,000 evolved humans overnight. In the end, the government was forced to deploy tactical nuclear weapons just to barely repel the monster's force. His expression grew darker by the moment. According to the intelligence I received, no demon carcass was found among the ruins, Quan De said gravely. And the government's combat report only states he raised his voice to stress the point that it was repelled. Everyone froze in shock. Tong Wen's mind raced. Even with tactical nuclear weapons, they still could not destroy it completely. Quan De answered the unspoken question. Because of this incident, all 17 apocalyptic gates have experienced varying degrees of upheaval. Spatial tides are spreading as well. In the coming weeks, the impact of the apocalypse will exceed anything we have anticipated. His words left no room for doubt. With your current abilities, it will be extremely difficult to confront the invasion of the newly enhanced demons. Even Ruo Ya sensed the urgency. Chief, what should we do to increase our strength? Is there any special training program? She asked. Without hesitation, Quan De reached into the steel box at his feet and lifted out a shimmering crystal. Time is critical, he announced. The Special Operations Bureau has issued another batch of Ling energy crystals. You all understand what this means, do not you? Fan Hao's eyes lit up at the scent of opportunity. These crystals could unlock a person's latent potential, multiplying the speed of their evolution. Quan De delivered the good news formally. You're authorized to use these Ling energy crystals to accelerate your evolution. Fan Hao could hardly wait. He grabbed the box and began distributing the crystals to the others. Quan De added the condition: within 10 days, every member must break through to the 4-star level. All of this is for the future of humanity. Faces lit up with determination. They responded with confidence, Chief, we will not betray your expectations for the future of humanity. Elsewhere, Chen Suo sat alone on a rocky ledge, checking his personal status screen. He calculated silently. With the predation rate of the sword lizard god in the North Sea hunting grounds, I won't need more than a few days to reach my 4th evolution. Relaxed, he watched the scenery and waited. Next, I only need to focus on Tian Tian's evolution. Tian Tian's expression was dazed, fear pooling as tears in the corners of her eyes. She was trapped in a nightmare of her own making. 3 swirling black vortexes spun endlessly, radiating danger, merging into a single dark dragon. It opened its blood-red maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunging to swallow her whole. Tian Tian trembled, stumbling backward. No, stay away. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar room. She jolted awake in bed, screaming, stay away. At that moment she was naked, covered only by a thin blanket that outlined every delicate curve of her body. Her breath came in weak, ragged gasps, cold sweat drenching her skin. Not far away, Chen Suo's voice drifted lazily. How does it feel? Tian Tian had not yet recovered from the horrific nightmare. Senior. What are you talking about? She whispered. He did not answer. Instead, he tossed a cup at her. She instinctively reached out to catch it. The cup shattered instantly under the force, shards of porcelain grazing her fingers. Chen Suo rose calmly and spoke. That is what it feels like to become an evolver. She stared blankly at the fragments in her palm. Ah. What just happened? Seeing her bewildered face, he smiled and explained, you have evolved to 1 star. Your punching power is now 500 kilograms, and your speed reaches 15 per second. Congratulations on your successful evolution. Tian Tian's heart leapt with joy, as if she were dreaming. I feel such power. I have really become an evolver. Becoming an evolver has turned into the dream of countless people around the world, the goal nearly everyone craves and will risk everything to chase. What enables that dream are illegal evolution stimulants sold on the black market. A very low-quality stimulant for forced evolution now sells for an absurd sum over 50 million USD. But using such junk comes with enormous risks. If you are careless, the user can mutate into a horrifying pollution beast, raving, instinctive, and deadly. Because of that, many ordinary people who still insist on evolving end up physically restrained, chained, and shackled. Families resort to extreme measures, armed guards, round-the-clock surveillance. It is a brutal, pitiless scene. If someone goes rogue, their death is a tragedy of indescribable agony. They die racked with pain before their last breath. Even so, countless people are still willing to gamble everything and step onto the path that might turn them into pollution beasts. The global age of evolution has arrived on the international seas. From the air above Okumachi Island, Yanami watched the whole island unfold below, a large, powerful force arrayed behind her. Ibitsu, take point, she ordered. He bowed respectfully. Xianfeng charged ahead next, a sheath of occult bubbles surrounding him. Ibitsu dove straight into the high-speed whirlpool at the center. His spirit power pierced the crushing water pressure and shielded the others. He pressed on toward the mouth of an underwater cavern. Yanami's wooden clogs clicked as she walked past rotting corpses with bare white bones exposed. The others also dropped into the gloom, and in the dark a gigantic shape shifted into view. It opened its maw and roared, a sonic blast hurled at her. Benta moved up to support the front line. She waved her hand and threw up a ward, shouting a warning. The Leviathan is about to unleash its sovereign aura. Do not look directly into its eyes. Yana D removed her fox mask. Cold sweat ran down her face. It is only a juvenile, she said, but its presence was no weaker than a 9-star demon. It is already at sovereign rank. Susan remained cool and skeptical. Yana, are you sure you are not misreading it? Yana's expression was grave and resolute. This behemoth is even stronger than a king-rank beast. It struck our base a little while ago. My sensing is not mistaken. Yanami broke into an excited grin. A true ancient Leviathan, magnificent. She swept her arm in a wide arc. That beast will produce a huge yield of primal essence for us to harvest, she declared. Benta, bind it with your spells. Everyone else drain it dry. Leave not a single drop. Then destroy the remains so nobody else can take it. The group answered in unison, we obey. The ancient sword lizard god seemed to perceive their plot and snarled in anger. Benta gritted her teeth and strained to control the creature's sovereign might. The beast's aura swelled as its fury rose. But Yanami felt no fear. Instead, she grew more exhilarated than ever. Look at its power, wondrous, she cried. We will swallow it, absorb it, become it. She danced, intoxicated by the thought. Darkness will consume all, chaos will reign, she chanted, exalting void and oblivion. Praising the dark, praising chaos, praising the endless void. Her fanatic faith turned rapturous. Between light and dark, between life and death, all returns to nothingness, and from that nothingness we will be eternal. We will become gods. Her words rang out under the sea. Their thirst for superhuman power had no bottom. What followed were inhuman experiments. The decisive moment came when ballistic missiles were released from aircraft. Fire tore the sky apart. Mushroom clouds bloomed like funeral flowers. Shockwaves swept over the ground like an angel's lash, pulverizing civilization and tearing established order into fragments. The world had descended back into chaos, echoing the earliest days of creation. After 30 days and nights, the dust finally settled. Mountains that had once been majestic were now flattened wastelands, and the rushing rivers had been severed, transformed into dead water. When cracks appeared in the rocky terrain, the survivors were horrified to discover the fossilized remains of a colossal leviathan, as tall as a mountain itself. Its bones gleamed with a sinister metallic hue, and even after the cataclysm, it retained a battle-ready posture, as if silently recounting the sacredness of a lost era. Deep within its crystallized skeletal core, they discovered a mysterious material that shone like a star. When light hit it, the substance vibrated as if alive, refracting colors beyond the visible spectrum. After 700 days and nights of research, they finally unlocked the secret of this material. It could reconstruct the molecular structure of living beings, allowing carbon-based life to break through the evolutionary barrier. This discovery, a century-defining revelation, brought tears of emotion to the researchers. It was the flame of Prometheus, the forbidden fruit of intellect. The Prime Minister held a vial of cultured blood containing the glowing blue substance and announced it at a press conference. Holding the clear test tube, he declared, "Today, we shall crown ourselves as gods." They named it the primal essence of the gods, but fate had a cruel sense of irony. The first group of volunteers instantly transformed into crystalline statues under the pure blue light, their final expressions forever frozen in ecstasy entwined with excruciating agony. Human bodies seemed as fragile as paper against the flame. Eventually, it became clear, the primal essence was not weak. It was humanity's clay-like bodies that were unworthy. This was the conclusion drawn from countless sacrifices. Yet even in darkness, divine intent lingered. When the world teetered on the edge of catastrophe and demonic beasts began to run rampant, they discovered something astonishing. Survivors who had touched the primal essence could evolve by absorbing the pollution exuded by the beasts. Yanami realized then that myth was not distant, it was advancing toward them. At the accelerated pace of this era, they were heirs to legend, constantly evolving, constantly growing stronger, destined one day to reach the realm of gods. She muttered her mantra like a form of blind faith. We will become gods, exalt the angels. Exalt the angels. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through, startling her into alertness. Exalt the angels. Bleep. Yanami's eyes widened in shock. Who was there, who had spoken? Tran-Su had already appeared atop the ancient sword lizard, though she had not noticed. Irritated by her foolish chanting, he arrogantly pointed at himself and commanded, Exalt me. I am Tran-Su. Yanami stared ahead with a serious expression, her tone sharp as she ordered a Naji to analyze the target's data. Yaji-D, who was flying beside her, immediately responded, At your command, Great Lord. She then reached up and fastened the fox mask that usually hung loosely by one ear. The moment she fully donned it, the divine technique Fox Reflection, God's Insight activated. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground below. Chen Suo looked up, curiosity flickering in his calm eyes. A clairvoyant-type ability, huh, he murmured. Then, standing tall, his entire body flared crimson as he said firmly, No. The power gap is too great. The white fox mask on Yaji's face began to fracture, fine cracks spreading across its surface. Her body was thrown backward by sheer recoil, violet demonic mist leaking from the broken lines like bleeding veins of corruption. Yanami said nothing, her expression unreadable as she skidded across the ground, eventually halting and turning her head slowly, eyes dark and heavy with restrained fury. What did you find out? She demanded. Though the impact had injured her, she managed to report through gritted teeth. The enemy possesses a mirroring technique similar to intelligence reflection. My divine sight was repelled. The realization hit her so hard that she gasped. What? Watching from the sidelines, Susan cracked his knuckles with a vicious grin. Great Lord, whatever sorcery that thing has, one of my tomes will blow it sky high, blood and all. I will tear it apart for you. He lunged like a wild beast gone berserk, fist swinging with murderous intent. His punch was fast and precise, but Chen Suo dodged it effortlessly. Uninvited, and you strike first, Chen Suo said dryly. The brute sensed something was wrong and glanced around, but Chen Suo's counterattack was faster, a kick that caught him squarely and sent him flying. Just as he was about to crash into a thicket of thorned vines, a hand caught him midair. It was Dai He Tian. Calmly manipulating streams of azure energy, he arrested Susan's fall and gently redirected him toward an open area. Gravity manipulation, Chen Suo said, almost amused. You people have all sorts of tricks. Susan snarled in rage. Stay out of this, Dai He Tian, but his comrade ignored him, focusing entirely on Chen Suo as gravitational energy gathered around his palm. The ground trembled, rubble levitating as the spell reached critical mass. Let us see how you like being pierced through, He Tian muttered coldly. A thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield. Chen Suo braced himself against the shockwave and the splitting earth beneath his feet. Layers of kinetic force spread through the air. He Tian's eyes widened. What? Gravity is not working on him. Red lightning began crackling around Chen Suo's body, his aura erupting like a storm. Yaji-D's expression turned tense. Sweat beaded down her cheek. He can completely nullify gravity, she whispered. That is impossible. But Chen Suo was not done. He has strength that rivals the gods themselves. Someone muttered in disbelief. Susan's voice then cut through the chaos, dripping with hatred. The price for humiliating me is your blood, he roared and charged, unleashing his technique Thunder Rage Fist in a flash of blinding energy. Chen Suo did not flinch. A physical type, huh, he murmured, catching the punch in both hands. With a precise motion, he redirected the momentum behind him, transferring the force into the ground. Susan staggered, momentarily caught off guard, then swore at him furiously. Chen Suo's eyes glowed blood red, his lips curling into a cruel smile as he seized both opponents midair. In a single movement, he twisted Susan's arm with a sickening crack and slammed him into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Before Susan could recover, a massive infernal field erupted beneath him. Damn it, I can't block this one, he cried. But Dai He Tian, who had been preparing all along, intervened, deflecting flying debris while yanking Susan clear of the explosion center. His timely reaction saved them both. Amid the smoke and thunder, Chen Suo stood alone. The red lightning that cloaked him intensified, marking his transformation into crimson flame bloodburst form 2. Yanami dodged chunks of falling stone and shouted, "O gods of the heavens, unite and face this enemy with me." Her subordinates answered in unison, their voices echoing through the battlefield, "Yes, great lord." Ibitsu took the lead, turning the ground into enormous grasping hands. Chen Suo watched the tangle of limbs rising up to meet him from below, but he did not say a word. Ibitsu curled his lips into a deep, satisfied smile and began to gather his spirit power. Ha ha. Then he slammed both palms into the earth and activated his divine skill, a roaring magma creation technique. Countless chunks of stone twisted into razor-sharp spikes and launched themselves straight at Chen Suo. Chen Suo remained slow and silent, letting himself be surrounded. As the dust cleared, a stone sphere cocooning him came into view and everyone could see it. Ibitsu puffed up with pride. When rock is strengthened by divine power, its hardness surpasses steel. Even if you have extraordinary abilities, you will die inside my prison of stone. You won't be able to breathe. A red light flashed in his eyes. One of the crowd shouted a warning, "He is heating the magma to melt it from the inside." The shell reddened in places like glowing embers. A powerful arm smashed through the rock at the center. Chen Suo's head poked out of the molten surrounded trap. Susano glanced at him and sneered, "Look, your rock shell is as soft as polymer. Do you actually have anything worthy of being called power?" Ibitsu staggered backward, teeth clenched. "If one layer won't do, I will build another." His technique, divine creation, heavenly golden spear, promptly made the surrounding ground erupt into tall pillars, sealing Chen Suo in a towering cage. He dared not underestimate the accumulation of force in his hands. "2 layers are not enough, then I will add a third." The technique was no trivial show. The space around Chen Suo was cordoned off by high walls. Then, suddenly, Ibitsu collapsed to the ground, exhausted, his head bowed, his face drained of color. "These 3 layers of binding drained my spirit," he panted. Still, he did not even have to go all out. "Just use your strongest ability, that would have been enough. I was only having some fun." Zich VM hovered in the air and declared with chilling confidence, "No one can survive Ibitsu. This battle is over." Susano crossed his arms, feigning regret. "I thought he would be stronger. Was not he supposed to be suppressed by my Taza system?" Yanami agreed with Zich VM's assessment and started to issue orders. The mist bank was cleared away. She turned her attention to the ancient monstrous beast nearby and rallied the group. "This time, we take its core." At that moment she glanced toward Y Na Di and asked sharply, "What do you see? What is your divine sight picking up?" Y Na Di hesitated before replying, "This seal can't hold him." Her scarlet eyes told her the answer before her lips did. He can counter metal-based constructs. Ibitsu's triple seal has no effect on him. To prove her point, sparks of lightning crackled through the area around the seal. The force-bearing walls began to shudder and ring like struck bronze. "You want to send this ancient spawn to its grave? Step over my corpse first. Then talk." In an instant the pillars fractured and exploded. Chen Suo's silhouette appeared, wavering amid the dust and debris. "If you won't, do not blame me for trampling you into corpses." The master of the prison widened his eyes. Stunned, he was certain he had sealed the man. But before he could recover, a huge boulder flew and smashed into his face. He weakly raised a hand to shield his head from the shockwave. Chen Suo gathered energy around his body and called out, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Come closer. I will send each and every one of you to meet your graves." A faint smirk curved Chen Suo's lips. His blank, otherworldly gaze grew stranger as he tightened his grip on the earth and hurled the rock into the mud. Zich VM, enraged, spat back, "Who dares stand in the way of our apotheosis? There is only death for those who block our path to godhood." He crouched and taunted, rhythmically winding his power. "My burning is not the same as your witchcraft. My divine force can raise a blaze that roars for 7 days and never dies." He sneered. "Your tiny tea fire is for making tea, not for battle." Flames seemed to flare from the center of his palm, a raw, elemental inferno, the very essence of fiery earth and wrath. Crazy rage contorted Zich VM's face. "Die!" He hurled a spear of living flame straight at his opponent. Flame inscriptions danced across his body, and Chen Suo briefly found himself bathed in searing heat. Yet, to everyone's amazement, Chen Suo simply sighed. The spearhead ignited just short of him, and an array of primordial flames struck the ground around him in a furious cascade. He stared at it, mouth slightly agape. The sight left him genuinely astonished. Susan reacted swiftly, ready to leap into battle. Enough talk, she said sharply. I will attack from below, you strike from above. Da Haitian, use gravity to back us up. Got it, replied Haitian, cracking his knuckles. He led his squad forward like a missile barrage. Let us see if you can handle fighting 3 of us at once. Yanami clenched her teeth and barked out an order. Who else can help us subdue this monster? Benta stepped forward and bowed slightly. Honored Lord, brute force won't work. We will need another approach. Before anyone could respond, a blazing thunder cannon fist was already flying toward Chen Suo's face. Chen Suo casually swept his arm, sending the attacker crashing face first into the ground. Flames erupted around him as Zich VM's inferno closed in, forming a blazing arc thanks to underworld scorched earth. Kang Tien, extinguish it, He Tien warned Y Nadi. Be careful that seal formation. Suddenly, a golden circle of runes flared beneath He Tien's feet. Before he could react, golden chains snaked up, wrapping tightly around his body and dragging him down into the formation center. Ina D frowned, studying it with a scholar's precision. That is a high-tier sealing sorcery stronger than Ibitsu's barrier. Yanami turned to glare at Benta. Then what do you plan to do about it? While channeling dark mana through her hands, Benta smirked. It is time for the psychic division to make its move. Her face began to distort, the jaw widening, the tongue elongating. She strode forward with eerie calm. No matter how tough his body is, he can't resist a psychic assault. While Chen Suo was still clutching Zich VM by the throat, Benta began chanting her spell. Hear it. The voice of the Yellow Springs. Descend. Descend into the Nether Soul. Chen Suo froze mid-motion. His expression dulled, and he slowly released the dying Zich VM, letting him drop to the ground. Benta's grotesque mouth opened wide as she spoke again, her tone like a death hymn. The filth of the Yellow Springs will bind your soul. Listen. The voice of death, it embraces like a mother, and kills like her lost child. Shapeless shadows bled into the air, rippling outward. Descend. Descend, she intoned again, her voice carrying through the void. Descend into the underworld where even gods decay. She turned back to her allies with a triumphant grin. Your soul arts worked perfectly. The monster can't move. He is already trapped in a nightmare. In that nightmare, Chen Suo shielded his eyes from blinding light. He found himself entombed within a mountain of ice. Benta's voice echoed all around him. Your power in the real world means nothing here. This is my mental domain. Crushing you is as easy as breathing. She kept talking, filling his mind with her presence. Your strengthened body is useless here. Even your sorcery won't activate. Chen Suo's eyes widened in shock as he saw his own body freezing over. Energy tendrils phased through his chest as Benta effortlessly manipulated them. This is a trial of pure spirit, she said coldly. His gaze darkened, he coughed up blood. Benta smiled a hideous grin that warped her features. Painful, is not it? Here, pain is amplified 100-fold. The best part, you will never black out. The more you suffer, the more conscious you will become. Spectral shards impaled his body again and again. Each nerve screamed in perfect clarity. Chen Suo slumped weakly, blood pouring from him. But his eyes remained calm, eerily so. Since this is a spiritual realm, he murmured, pain can't be fatal. Right. Benta, proud and cruel, flicked her serpent-like tongue. Even so, you will beg me for death before I am done. My soul incantation will break you. Right now, I bet you are wishing for oblivion, are not you? Chen Suo looked up at her and smiled. Oh. He began to draw in the surrounding spirit energy, his tone steady. If I can't feel pain, then your soul is nothing but noise. Her watery form flickered and warped. No. Impossible, that is impossible. She struck him in desperation, driving her fist into his chest hard enough to splatter blood. She tried to grin, but despair twisted her face. You You really do not feel pain. Chen Suo calmly gripped her throat. If pain were measured on a scale of 100, he said softly, then the feeling when I triggered the Zich VM bloodburst when every vein boiled, that would be. Oh, about 10,000%. The corner of his lips curled upward, unrestrained. His pupils turned a bright blue, energy swirling like mist inside them. Still, your illusionary power. It is interesting. He tilted his chin upward, like a king gazing down at his subjects. Now, your soul will forever remember one thing. Benta's entire worldview shattered. The shock was so great that she vomited blood. She trembled, muttering unconsciously, I lost. I lost. Her voice echoed through the dissolving dream, hollow and broken. Yanami stared speechlessly at Benta's uncertain state between life and death. But the assault did not stop there. Get up, she commanded coldly. The woman once so dignified now looked like nothing more than a blade of grass blown toward the voice that beckoned her. Every trace of her usual composure was gone. He actually managed to turn her into a puppet. Did her word's spirit backfire on her? Standing now among the enemy ranks, Benta spoke with an eerie calm. You should all leave. This land is cursed. Then she gritted her teeth and spat out furiously, traitor, you have really learned how to strike back at your master. Chen Suo does not enjoy killing, so he will make peace. Everything that has happened today ends here. You can take her with you. My domination spell will fade on its own in 3 days as long as none of you ever target my sword lizard. God again. But Yanami stubbornly raised her hand. You think this ends here? Anyone who dares defy the will of the gods must pay in blood. Heitian, you can die now. Tengu received the order instantly, spreading his wings and slicing off Benta's head in one clean motion. Chen Suo watched the entire thing unfold, a chill running through him. Holy hell, he muttered under his breath. First time I have ever seen someone that ruthless. She even kills her own people. Why? Nadi's voice trembled as she demanded, Grand Lord, why? She was one of us. Yanami's reply was merciless. The useless have no right to become gods. Her long, narrow eyes gleamed with killing intent. An empty shell like hers is not fit to be an offering to the divine. Then she lifted her head to the heavens, her expression solemn and fanatical. Light born of darkness, life and death of the cycle return all to the void. We shall become eternal. We shall become gods. The remaining followers gathered around her, eyes burning with unwavering devotion. Light born of darkness, life and death of the cycle, this is the supreme dance of Takamagaza. Chen Suo lowered his head and whispered, crimson flame bloodburst. His body once again underwent evolution, this time a fusion of fire and lightning, entering its third form. Yanami's expression shifted, a sense of dread clawed at her chest. No. This energy. It is the same as the sword lizard god behind me. Her voice trembled slightly as she demanded, just what are you to it? Chen Suo gathered his haki-like sovereign aura into his palm and unleashed it straight at the crowd before him. The woman Yanami, whose face seemed washed out by 10,000 lifetimes, could not help blanching at the overwhelming domineering force he radiated. A single blow from Chen Suo collided with the fallen angelic wings of the flunky who had been protecting her. The shockwave from that strike of will knocked both him and Yanami backward. Susano swung his wings hard and howled. That he just used his signature technique. The 8-sun mirror wheel. Under the reflection of that demonic mirror, Chen Suo had to shield his eyes with difficulty. Pain creased his face. Even so, the red fire of battle burned in his gaze. Yanami curled her lip in malicious triumph. This is the god gaze, the 8-sun wheel, it can pierce a monster's defenses. Although Chen Suo's eyes flashed blood red with fighting spirit, blood also trickled from his mouth. He roared and called forth his great dragonheart blade. The sword hit earth and a rivulet of dark red sprang out. Dragon blood coalesced into a protective ward, resisting the burning glare of the 8-sun mirror. Suddenly the red-haired man at the rear performed a stealthy earth shift and lunged, aiming for Chen Suo's back. The phantom strike found its mark and plunged into Chen Suo's back. The attacker thought he would succeeded, then his face went pale and he screamed. What the hell? Chen Suo had not even been pierced at all. He would called up the demon Emperor Aegis to block the blow. Furious that someone dared pull such a cheap trick, Chen Suo flicked his hand, sending out a flare of strange fire, and the red-haired attacker was torn apart, his comrade vanishing into nothing. Yanami, instead of panic, only smiled smugly, utterly convinced. Light casts shadows. As long as darkness endures, you will never die. The red-haired man reappeared in Chen Suo's shadow. He tried again, slashing at Chen Suo's armor. Steel Moon Slash, he shouted, slicing through the air yet again. His strike did no real damage. Seeing that, he ground his teeth in helplessness and muttered, "Their defenses are really strong up top." Zhao retracted his 8-ray lens, and Chen Suo went on guard. The man grit his teeth and lunged like a moth drawn to flame. As he closed in on Chen Suo, he used his wing like a blade and swung down, a strike that actually cracked the armor on Chen Suo's arm. Yanami smirked with triumph. See? Tian Go's attack can shred an enemy's defenses. No matter how tough a shield is, one blow like that will break it. Surrounded and pressured on all sides, Chen Suo looked a little thrown. He stood frozen, listening for any opening. Then he burst into a sudden, sharp laugh. Ha, nice. Before the words were even out, his massive greatsword arced in a perfect curve and cleaved Susanoo's long nose in two. The red-haired fighter countered with a ferocious earth slash. Chen Suo had to spring aside to dodge. But the dissonant attack kept coming. The redhead battered out a flurry of techniques, no pattern. Then a vanish and strike, performing a dizzying barrage. Fed up with the mouthy showboating, Chen Suo snapped and swung his blade like a flash, slashing at the man and snarling, "Shut your mouth. You, get lost." Once again the redhead's form dissolved into air. Chen Suo narrowed his eyes and calculated silently. Huh, so the shadow form can't be killed? Fine, then I'll vaporize your shadow along with you. He detonated a burst of blazing flame so bright it filled the area. The redhead hadn't expected that move and was blasted backward, screaming as the fire consumed him. In a single, lethal motion, Chen Suo drove his enormous greatsword down like a mountain-pressing strike, impaling the redhead so deep the man went limp and his eyes rolled back. Chen Suo's aura swelled, domineering and ruthless. He roared, "Anyone else? Who's next?" The red-haired woman on the far side screamed in horror at the scene. Susan's younger brother slammed his hand down to stop her from doing anything reckless and growled. Yanami hovered above, voice cold and commanding. "What are you all standing there for? Everyone, attack at once." The underlings jumped at the order, shaken and trembling as they surged forward. She, the red-haired woman, looked at Chen Suo with hatred and screamed, "Why did you have to sacrifice him like this?" Then, suddenly overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground and sobbed, "My brother died here just so they could get the original core." From behind, Yanami stepped forward coldly and pointed at Chen Suo. "He's a candidate for the gods," she said, her voice flat. "Kill him. Kill that accursed creature. If we take him down, we'll have enough primordial essence to become stronger." The red-haired beauty's plaintive sobs didn't stop Yanami's order from slicing through the air. Its logic was ruthless, and it appealed to the others' hunger for power. The girl's protests continued as she wept. "But I don't want to get stronger. I just want to be ordinary. I just want to be a good sister." Before she'd finished, Yanami grabbed her by the throat in a brutal grip. "Ha, you betrayed the oath of the Ba Chi." Yanami spat. "You deserve to die. We are heirs to the myth. We must keep evolving. Keep growing stronger. Until one day we can reach the realm of the gods." The red-haired girl could only struggle weakly. Yanami glared at Susanoo and barked, "Tien Go, kill this traitor. Her heart has wavered. She's unfit to carry the body of a god." Susanoo obeyed wordlessly. When none of Yanami's underlings dared resist, she cursed under her breath in disgust. Chen Suo, who had been standing with his sword planted in the ground, looked on impassively. His eyes gleamed with cold amusement. "I didn't want to spill blood with you," he said, dryly. "Drop your hatred and leave now." That provoked Yanami. Her features twisted. She would not accept defeat. In an instant she shifted into her monstrous queen serpent form. Scores of snake heads erupted from her crown. She crushed the red-haired girl's neck, screaming, "You will never be allowed to remain small-minded. I will never allow defeat." As the girl fainted, one of Yanami's serpent heads lunged forward and swallowed her companion whole. And Yanami laughed, a grotesque, triumphant sound. Every drop will be my nourishment. In that gigantic white snake form, Yanami devoured the red-haired girl completely, drinking in the life force as if it were a banquet. All your strength will belong to me, she crowed. Another body consumed, another sacrifice, and one by one, her underlings were picked off and turned into food for the monster. No mercy. She swallowed her followers without hesitation to augment her power. Witnessing the carnage, Yu and the flame-type superhuman with the spiky hair recoiled in horror. She's absorbing the Ba-Chi essence, she's treating us like cattle. One of them whispered. Aghast, Yanami flashed a fang-filled grin. Yes, the Ba-Chi are ridiculous, mere tools to nurture the primordial. Only I deserve to be a god. Chen Suo, an outsider, watched the grotesque scene and could not help but sneer at how they'd burned their own house down. Across the chaos, Susan, ragged and furious, warned Chen Suo with a gritty tone. I may not like you, but this is the Ba-Chi's business. If you value your life, keep out of it. With that, Susan hefted a huge stone and gathered his force into it, then hurled it straight at Yanami. This fight is about survival, he shouted. The boulder slammed into Yanami's barrier and smashed against it, yet the stone's impact struck with the fierce, loving look of a brother throwing himself at a problem for his kin. The blast rocked the field. Yan Nami Mi spoke slowly, her voice dripping with disdain. Oh, even you, a dog, dare defy your master? With that, she unleashed her aura, manipulating everything around her as if the world itself were under her control. Elsewhere, the black-haired superhuman gritted his teeth, summoning his divine power. We were once orphans, survivors of that catastrophe. The horrific memories of that day surged back, numbing his mind. Years ago, Yanami had given each orphan a dark crystal and said, only by becoming gods can you escape the suffering of mortals. The superhuman had swallowed it then, as one of the few orphans who managed to endure. Watching this, Yan Nami Mi laughed with satisfaction. From today on, you are the Ba-Chi. Returned to the present, the black-haired superhuman began to form the seals, chanting, we gather here as the Ba-Chi. Their purpose was singular, survival at all costs. Under Yanami's control, shards of rock and debris hurtled toward her, but her power was absolute. A burst of energy exploded outward, pulverizing everything thrown at her. While the black-haired superhuman froze in shock, she reappeared behind him with lightning speed and declared, I have gained the power of light and shadow. Do not presume you have the right to oppose me. Her snake-like hand, tipped with fangs and claws, coiled around him, wrapping his chest in a constricting embrace. This was Yanami's ultimate technique, the Ba-Chi shadow prison. The dark serpents constricted and struck with force, gradually robbing the black-haired superhuman of consciousness as he struggled in vain. Yanami flicked her hand, and immediately the figure she would struck exploded into a spray of black ichor and shattered flesh as the ravenous dark serpents tore him apart. After consuming another one of her followers, Yanami smiled with grim satisfaction. The black snakes began to absorb a fresh surge of power and, as they did, they grew ever more corrupted. Yanami shed her skin and shifted into a second, more monstrous form right before Chen Suo's eyes. In that form, Yanami drew Haki into her palms. An overwhelming suction of force sprang up and began to pull her remaining lackeys upward. Both the red-haired superhuman and the fox-like woman were dragged in by that same irresistible pull. With the last of her underlings approaching, Yanami grinned triumphantly. Because of your power, come forth, she mocked. Suddenly a heavy, coiling hand snatched the fox woman's ankle. Seeing Chen Suo move to rescue her, the girl could only stare dumbfounded, an awe frozen on her lips. At the same moment, a fire-type superhuman across the field clasped his hands and unleashed a furious Buddhist flame technique, his voice rough with determination. Fate, today I risk everything for you. Another hulking superhuman charged in, shouting that even if their nets were torn and their fortunes ruined, he would not let Yanami have her way. Yanami only smirked and, with a casual motion, two great snakeheads lunged out and snapped at the charging pair. Susan's subordinate took one bite straight through his lower torso and, Though he could not fight it off, he hurled himself into the snake's maw as a last act of defiance. The snake swallowed a strange bomb-like object whole. Its belly ballooned grotesquely, then ruptured in an earth-shattering explosion that obliterated the serpent. Even after losing one snake head, Yanami remained unperturbed. An explosion, you think that will stop me, she taunted. She then had another serpent head snatch the source crystal. Laughing, she jeered at the fire-type fighter, you are so naive. Your body is but a container for the source. Even if you burn, the source inside you will not disappear. The snake swallowed the fire crystal. It flared like a torch. With that act, Yanami's new power set neared completion. Her face went wild with triumph. It has all been consumed, she crowed, then turned toward the fox woman. Seeing that, the fox woman trembled and gripped her blade. I won't let them force me into this. I would rather die than become Yanami's power, she cried. Across from them, the man with the bird mask, his nose already hacked away, watched, tense and ready. Yanami drifted forward and announced, loud and clear, only 2 of you remain. Cornered, the birdman formed seals with his hands and began a forbidden incantation. In an instant his form dissolved into nothingness and he vanished. Yanami scoffed, oh, hiding now, clever choice. From her vantage, Yanami's eyes glinted with savage amusement. On the fox woman's side, panic mounted. She begged Chen Suo, voice trembling, please, only someone with your strength can break the root crystal inside me. Kill me and destroy it. I do not want to become Yanami's power. Only you can do this. Chen Suo's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. His eyes glowed faintly red. Yanami's voice cut through like scorn. Ha, so you would use a demon's power to destroy a source, you betray the god's will. You are a traitor to the Ma-Ha-Ja covenant. The fox woman kept urging Chen Suo. Please, Chen Suo, kill me now and shatter the crystal before it is too late. Yanami laughed with contempt. Oh, ready to die so quickly, I will consume both this demon and the source within that lizard, and ascend to godhood. Before she finished, the holy implement in the fox woman's hand was wrenched away. Chen Suo stepped forward a few paces and said to her, you don't have to die. At that moment, Yanami unleashed her snakeheads, sending them barreling toward the 2 of them. Become offerings for the new god, she commanded. Chen Suo, however, was already channeling Kai into the blade of his sword, preparing a strike aimed straight at her. He raised his voice. I had originally decided not to interfere in your petty affairs, but you dared to involve my sacred sword. I've changed my mind. Take this strike straight to your forehead. Yanami screamed in agony, a wail that pierced the sky. Blood flowed freely, yet she still cried out as if the world belonged to her. Ha, with skill like this, you can't kill me. Before she could finish, Chen Suo vanished like a streak of lightning and reappeared in front of her. Fist cocked and ready, one punch slammed her face first into the ground. Dust and smoke billowed into the air. Chen Suo's voice cut through the chaos. Today, you die. With a thunderous strike, his Mount Tai crushing peak technique descended like an apocalyptic blow, shrouding Yanami in a cloud of debris. The fox woman, sprawled on the ground, trembled and wept at the sheer force of it. Chen Suo looked down at Yanami and quietly asked, how does that feel? Through the swirling dust, her staggering form began to emerge. Her head tilted unnaturally, tentacles writhing, but she stubbornly spat words through gritted teeth. Chen Suo's eyes flashed with lightning as he murmured the incantation. Lightning forges the bones. Blood rage chain ignites. Instantly, dark energy surged violently around him. And for the first time, Yanami's eyes reflected genuine terror. Now, Chen Suo was like a living lightning bomb, releasing hack theme all around him. Within a heartbeat, a sphere of electric energy shot forward, aimed directly at Yanami. The explosion was so intense it cratered the ground. Yet, she barely managed to dodge to the side using her evasive technique. Chen Suo smirked darkly. So, you escaped. She used the golden escape trick, a rare serpent technique that abandons the body. He raised his voice. You've exhausted your tricks. Use them all if you want. Yanami could only retreat, forming hand seals to unleash her forbidden spell. The 8-phase shadow prison. Swarms of black snakes shot forth. But Chen Suo snapped his fingers with a single strike. The Hack-Zai were obliterated. Seeing this, Yanami's confidence faltered. Her 8-phase shadow prison was useless. Her ground-targeting tentacles were shattered. Chen Suo stepped forward effortlessly. Electricity swirling around his body. Exuding a godlike aura, Yanami's eyes widened in shock. Despite her monstrous presence and authority that rivaled the divine, she refused to accept defeat. She swung her left hand, unleashing corrosive magic that ate at flesh and gold-sealed spiritual markers. A blinding light shot out, and multicolored snakes surged toward Chen Suo. He hissed in disdain. The green snakes hadn't even reacted before being electrocuted to death. Another serpent lunged from the ground, but Chen Suo summoned a dragon claw to snatch it and obliterate it. As the illusory snake dissipated, another charge. This time, a massive snake swallowed Chen Suo and the surrounding rocks whole. Boom! He froze briefly at the ambush, but within moments he had maneuvered perfectly. Now, he was inside the orange serpent's maw. Yanami chanted with self-satisfaction. Yet before a second could pass, the serpent emitted a roaring anomaly. Chen Suo lay inside its stomach, breathing steadily. The serpent twisted and writhed like a tortured beast. Seeing this, Yanami's earlier arrogance had vanished. With a single, precise strike, Chen Suo appeared behind her. Even if you devour your own allies, this is all you can do, he said. His blade slashed across Yanami's neck. Her eyes went dark. She muttered, "Damn, I am a god. I should not die. I must ascend, rule over all, look down on all life with divine authority." Chen Suo's face remained cold. "Your sins end here." The songbird has fallen silent. Yanami's colossal body collapsed to the ground, sinking into a pool of blood and entrails. On the side, the fox woman crouched against the rock, trembling, feeling the aftershocks. Suddenly, Chen Suo's red legs appeared before her. In his demon-forged state, he smiled faintly. "Let's go." Chen Suo carried her and flew away from the scene, propelling himself with full force above the ocean. The fishermen on the boats jumped in shock as they saw the immense force radiating from the water, creating a massive column of waves. They were completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape. What the? Where did these two come from? Chen Suo himself twitched slightly, muttering under his breath. "Huh, foreigners, huh." Then, pointing at the girl in his arms like swatting a fly, he said, "Take her safely to shore." This was not a request anymore, it was an order. Through his eternal gaze, the two poor fishermen quickly felt the effect of his subtle magic. Though they could not understand his words, they waved in acknowledgement. Chen Suo paused, thinking to himself, "I wonder if they really understood." He watched the beautiful woman beside him and muttered again, "Humans are a species remarkably skilled in internal conflict and selfishness." Looking back at history, the number of people killed by their own kind far exceeds those lost to natural disasters or monsters. Most people, once empowered, do not think of helping the weak or protecting justice. Instead, they swing their blades at those who are less powerful. I won't deny that there are good people in this world, but flying like a superhuman across the skies, Chen Suo continued his musing aloud. Because of the stubborn nature of humans, I judge anyone who threatens my survival by their worst tendencies. I am not righteous, I do not comfort souls in tears. I am not evil, I do not disturb the lives of mortals. I am not self-serving, I do not flaunt before heaven and earth. I am not light, I do not illuminate the lost. I am not darkness, I do not hide to spy. I am not real, I do not forge eternal forms. I am not void, I do not preserve fading shadows. I am a blade suspended high above morality, and I alone will tear apart chaos. Scene shifts to the extraordinary classroom for the Special Superhuman Unit. A Hua-Sha national instructor pointed to a screen. This is a combat video of Chen Suo. According to the latest data, his power has confirmed a breakthrough to 5-star. The awakened students in the audience gasped. What? 5-star breakthrough? The instructor continued, pointing at the screen. A reinforced concrete pillar, 100 centimeters in diameter, was pulverized by a single punch. Preliminary estimates put the force of the strike at over 1,500 tons. Someone in the audience practically spat in shock. 1,500 tons. Is he even human? The black-haired young man clenched his fists in frustration. My maximum punch is 15 tons. His strength. It is 1,000 times mine. According to global evolution ranking standards, the baseline for a 5-star evolved punch is 100 tons. 1,500 tons. Does this make him 6 stars? 7. The four-eyed student broke out in a sweat, stammering. The instructor calmly continued, once an evolved human surpasses the 5-star threshold, raw power alone is no longer the metric for their strength. Instead, it is their superhuman abilities that define them. Superhuman abilities, someone muttered. Do I have any? The instructor patiently explained. Every country supposedly has its own evolution system, and the ultimate goal of evolution is to awaken superhuman abilities like controlling gravity, exploding one's body with hellfire, or manipulating minds. People are willing to pay any price to reach post-5-star evolution. From what I know, the instructor added, neighboring countries are currently experimenting with technology to accelerate the evolution process in evolved humans. The instructor sighed and lectured in a weary tone. You rookies who just barely scraped 4 stars, stop dreaming. The students all understood the point and echoed assent. On the other side, team leader Quan watched as Chen Suo idly turned a spirit crystal over in his hand and muttered, they call it the primal essence, but it is really just a higher grade spirit crystal. He stretched out on the sofa and let out a long, bemused breath. Yanami could never have imagined in her dreams that something like this would end up in his hands. With that, Chen Suo casually crushed the crystal beneath his palm crack. The system notification chimed immediately. Constitution increased. Chen Suo rolled his head back and let out a long, world-weary exhale. Stuck at 9,999. Constitution hit the cap. Am I on the verge of a 4th evolution? At that moment, little Hihi Xiao Hihi appeared, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Brother Suo, are you okay? Chen Suo smiled the familiar grin. I am fine, Xiao Hihi. The kid pouted playfully. Hihi's hungry. Chen Suo brightened. I happen to have some fragments of this energy crystal. Want some? The girl lit up and popped a shard into her mouth. Seeing how much she liked it, Chen Suo fed her another. Eat up. Once I fix the gate, we will go hunting monsters together. Xiao Hihi's cheeks flushed with satisfaction as she nodded eagerly. At the National Disaster Center of the Long State, alarms screamed. Abnormal global contamination readings were repeating. The alert level surged. All nearby bases initiated Protocol 1. Warning, contamination energy has exceeded safe thresholds by 20-fold. Fluctuations are accelerating. All personnel, be on high alert. Evolved humans under 4 stars were forbidden from leaving their filtration compounds. Exposure to those contaminated zones could cause irreversible mutation. Fully equipped squads began mobilizing. Combat personnel manned positions. The first wave of contamination was estimated to hit the defensive line in 72 hours. Scene cut to Wangshen Villa. Chen Suo's eyes flashed with electric light. He shot upright. He put a hand to his head, a faint, inexplicable ache nagging him. The instinct of a veteran told him disaster was coming. Then the rumble of a large displacement motorcycle sounded in the courtyard. Chen Suo recognized the noise and glanced toward the gate. It was the delivery girl with red hair Wangfu, Zion riding up in ridiculous Santa-style sleepwear. Chen Suo stepped out, frowning. Please, do not make a racket this early, Wangfu Z whatever your name is. Zion shrugged in response and reminded him, it is Wangfu Zion. I brought your food. Chen Suo blinked. I have not ordered food in 2 days. Where did this come from? Zion sounded nonchalant. 2 days without ordering. I thought you might starve in your room. Left's the braised chicken with shiitake you order 3 times a week. Right's Szechuan hotpot late night favorite. Extra spicy, extra numb on the tongue. Chen Suo felt like spitting. He tried to scold her, hey, what is wrong with you? Are you trying to cling to me? But Zion just smiled, teasing, I said I would so I will watch your every move. Chen Suo carried the 2 bags, feeling a weird weight in his gut. If it were Wu, he would be dead long ago, he thought. Before she left, the pretty delivery girl could not resist. Eat it hot, okay, she said, sending a little heart emoji with a wink. Zion climbed onto her bike and drove off down the lane. Chen Suo stood there a beat, frozen. Who is she and why should I care? He muttered, but the moment a gorgeous girl delivers food to your door, how can a man resist? The stomach won out regardless of the calculation and he let himself be dragged to the meal. Suddenly, Xiao Hehe stepped forward and spoke. Chen Suo looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Hehe, with her usual playful demeanor, continued in broken phrases. Xiao Hehe. I can feel it now. Chen Suo's eyes brightened, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Perfect, he said. Once we finish breakfast, we move. Scene cut to the abandoned building in Zhang. Xiao Hehe led him to a spatial gate that connected to a new dimension. Suo, we are here, she said, pointing at the portal. Be careful when opening it, she reminded him. Chen Suo smiled faintly and activated the protective armor on his body. All right, little one, he said. At that moment, the system popped up a notification. D-Ma Kai armor can enhance resistance to contamination energy. Let us go, Xiao Hehe. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Hehe activated the dimensional portal. A terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from the gateway, forcing Chen Suo to brace himself against the onslaught. The contamination levels were extreme. Even with the armor-enhanced resistance, could he withstand this? As he stepped through, visibility dropped to near zero. Chen Suo immediately activated Haki to observe, only to see a massive boulder descending toward him. With a swift slash of his blade, he cleaved the rock in two, the pieces crashing down in a cataclysmic explosion. Electricity-charged Haki surged through his body. Chen Suo's eyes blazed with battle intent. We are fighting the moment we meet, that is just the way I like it. Through the haze of smoke and debris, a four-armed figure suddenly emerged. The system chimed again, quad-handed demon ape detected. In an instant, the four-armed ape teleported out of Chen Suo's line of sight. A crushing strike of Tai Shan palm came down at him. He barely raised his sword in time to block it. The system continued to alert him, contamination levels rising. Chen Suo smirked faintly as he looked at the multi-armed ape, muttering to himself, wondering if pushing his strength to the absolute limit could defeat it in a single strike. The hulking ape tensed its massive muscles, its body coiled like a spring, preparing to unleash a punch strong enough to crush the fragile human before it. But supporting Chen Suo was the raw, surging power of a divine beast, coursing violently through his body. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, the four-armed ape froze, its eyes wide, mouth agape, stunned into paralysis. From afar, a volcano erupted, spewing molten lava, while Chen Suo let loose a burst of his own strength. With a swift strike, he cut the massive ape cleanly, teleporting upward to unleash another blow. His battle intent blazed like a storm, and a punch aimed straight at the ape's abdomen obliterated it. Dark energy surged violently, tearing the beast's stomach apart, splitting it into two halves. The upper and lower halves of the ape crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Chen Suo allowed himself a faint smile, calculating the raw force of that strike, nearly 500,000 pounds of destructive magnitude no matter how resilient the body. The giant ape's remains dissolved, revealing a crimson demonic core. Picking it up, Chen Suo could not help but marvel. Its energy was extraordinarily dense, reminiscent of Yanami's primal crystal, though much smaller. Without hesitation, he crushed the demonic core. The system immediately notified him, evolution points plus 1000. Pure energy crystal detected. Consuming a single crystal grants direct evolution points, simple, efficient, and perfectly suited to rapid monster farming. Chen Suo chuckled, just 10,000 more evolution points to reach the next stage. Who knew I would stumble upon such a quick evolution method? Somewhere in a lush tropical forest, standing atop a cliff, Chen Suo surveyed the horizon. He wondered aloud, how many evolution crystals are hidden in this uncharted jungle, waiting for me to hunt? I can't wait any longer. The scenery, verdant foliage and flowing waters stirred him briefly, yet he quickly activated Haki observation to its maximum range. Every tiny sound reached his ears. Even the faint buzz of a mosquito could not escape his detection. The system immediately flagged, level 3 natural magic ant detected. Its magical crystal energy is even murkier than the demon apes. Chen Suo thought wryly. They treat these primitive magic crystals as food. How interesting. In the distance, a flock of massive horned creatures soared through the sky. The system suggested, horned magic beasts, level 4 natural magic. Watching them fly, Chen Suo tensed. Each magical creature had already detected a target he could not hide among the undergrowth. He witnessed the horned beasts hunting, and his eyes widened in realization. Around each prey, a faint aura of death grew as it consumed the magic ants. Chen Suo exclaimed, "They evolve on the spot. A 4-star magical ant can evolve into a level 5 elite simply by consuming others." Fascinating. Suddenly, a blur moved swiftly in the distance, catching his attention. A gray-furred ape leapt overhead, targeting a horned beast perched on a tree. A thunderous explosion followed, scattering smoke and debris. When the dust cleared, the ape was holding the beast's leg in its mouth, gnawing on it with precision, having captured its prey. The ape's body radiated fierce demonic energy after consuming the magic beast. The system chimed, level 6 natural magic detected. Chen Suo finally grasped the survival principle of this place. Each hunt, each evolution, gradually refined the raw energy of the prey. The 4-armed ape that attacked him earlier had been following the same law: the strong consume the weak to evolve. Musing to himself, Chen Suo realized, when high-level magical creatures reach the end of their lives, they inevitably return here, falling within the sacred grounds where the tree roots intertwine. Their bodies decompose, and the essence of their magical energy, honed over a lifetime, nourishes the roots of the colossal tree, sustaining its immortality. The tree of life remains silent, wordless, its roots gently caressing the bones of the loyal miners long since passed. Another 4-armed ape appeared before Chen Suo. As he stepped toward it, he spoke softly, noting that new magical seeds had already been fertilized within their nests. The next generation of magical miners was about to emerge from their cocoons, continuing this endless cycle of energy: life as a servant, death as sustenance, an eternal loop. Fiery energy surged violently, intertwining with the thunderous currents coursing through Chen Suo's body. He moved like a sovereign, commanding the scene, though today, this perfect cycle of energy would end. The lifetime of effort, the magical essence these creatures had cultivated, would now belong to him. The forest, once serene, erupted into chaos. Birds scattered, animals fled, all before Chen Suo, who soared through the air with the dragon saber in hand. Monster heads flew in every direction. Each swing of his blade sent a wave of creatures to their demise. After a relentless massacre, he finally paused atop a vacant patch of land, strewn with the remains of monsters he had just dispatched. A colossal Sun Wukong beast collapsed, its body gradually dissolving and leaving behind a blazing red demonic core. The system went berserk with notifications: killed level 3 magic ant, received low-grade red magic crystal. Killed level 6 demon ape, received mid-grade red magic crystal. Killed level 4 magic mosquito, received low-grade red magic crystal. Chen Suo's excitement surged. Finally, he exclaimed. He gathered the magical cores in his hands and muttered, "The rule is simple: 8 low-grade red magic crystals combine into 1 mid-grade, and 8 mid-grade crystals fuse into a high-grade crystal." Without hesitation, he began frantically merging the crystals. The system offered a suggestion: evolution energy has condensed into a crystal. High-grade red magic crystals not only provide substantial evolution points but also carry a 1% chance to trigger super evolution. Upon success, a random domain will be unlocked, granting power far beyond normal limits. Chen Suo's eyes gleamed. A random domain can yield such rewards. The probability is only 1%, yet the potential is immense. He knew that without the 1% super evolution chance, all this effort would be wasted. Turning, he scanned for even higher grade treasures. At that moment, a pack of magical beasts, drawn by his presence, surrounded him. Chen Suo grinned wickedly. "Let us continue," he murmured. The second massacre began immediately. He weaved and slashed through the forest, leaving devastation in every direction. The system kept pace, providing constant updates: killed level 3 magic ant, low-grade red magic crystal received. Killed level 6 demon ape, mid-grade red magic crystal received. Killed level 4 magic mosquito, low-grade red magic crystal received. Almost enough. Once he collected 8 high-grade red crystals, they could be merged into a mid-grade blue crystal. Watching the red crystals spin in his hands, Chen Suo marveled at the evolution process. He combined them, producing a deep blue mid-grade crystal. The system prompted, mid-grade deep blue magic crystal obtained. Super evolution probability increased to 10%. Chen Suo frowned. Not enough. I want 100%. The slaughter continued relentlessly, but gradually, fatigue began to show. Still, the rewards were immense. He commanded the fusion of all collected magical cores. The blue demonic cores coalesced into a stormy cloud. The system confirmed, high-grade deep blue magic crystal successfully formed. Using this crystal grants 100% chance for super evolution. Chen Suo's heart leapt. The forest now lay cleared of monsters. At last, he had forged the ultimate evolutionary crystal. With this, he would have a guaranteed 100% chance to trigger a random super evolution. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a winged lion tore down from the sky, hurtling straight for the newly forged demonic core in Chen Suo's hand. The impact detonated with earth-shaking force. Dust and smoke filled the air. The shockwave slammed Chen Suo backward. He braced his blade to stop the momentum and muttered under his breath. I have never felt pressure like this before, he thought, face going serious. A Qilin lion wreathed in black energy had appeared and it had snatched the very core Chen Suo had bled to forge. What kind of Dominion-level aura could actually distort the environment like that? This was no ordinary beast power. You want to profit from what I slaughtered the forest to make. Not on my watch, Chen Suo grumbled. Then the system pinged a warning across his vision. Warning, winged lion detected. Creature class, level 9 Chimera King. Chen Suo froze for a moment, stunned by the readout, then quickly recovered and smirked. He changed his mind. Maybe it was better to let the beast eat the core. If the law of this dead wood is devoured to grow, then you can finish the final refinement for me, he decided, and stood down, offering the prize to the lion. The creature wasted no time and snapped the core into its maw. Chen Suo chuckled and murmured, I will make sure the chance for super evolution exceeds 100%. Light and fury erupted across the lion's body. System text flashed, alert, Chimera Ultimate is undergoing evolution. Evolution complete. Creature reached King class. Chen Suo laughed softly. Alright then, evolve. You will swallow it now, but you will pay me back 100-fold afterward. The twin serpents of the demonic mage's belly coiled, ready to spit venom, and suddenly a jet of bright green poison shot straight toward Chen Suo. Taken aback for just a moment, he quickly snapped into action, slashing down with a blade that tore the toxic stream apart. The corrosive venom sizzled as it hit the ground, steam and hissing sounds rising instantly. Chen Suo silently assessed the threat, muttering under his breath, HMPH, super strong acid. No wonder this tail serpent underwent an evolutionary breakthrough. Even a minor hit would have been instantly lethal. The creature's enormous body, though less agile than a human's, possessed overwhelming raw strength. Like a blade-wielding dragon, its massive size amplified its power far beyond human potential. At the apex of the food chain, it seemed to have hunted in this deathly forest for decades. The magical crystal energy coursing through its body was incalculable. Across from him, the demonic beast, frustrated by the missed strike, screamed in a frenzy, aiming to devour the chunk of flesh before it. Chen Suo kept his sharp gaze on the creature, mentally estimating its age still modest for a few decades. This monster is probably over 100 years old, a king-class fiend, swinging that massive blade with lightning-fast strikes. Calculating, Chen Suo thought, alright, let us see whose armor is stronger, yours or my twin blades. As his first slash came down, the Qilin lion swung its wings to block. Chen Suo felt the reverberation pulse through his arms, and the beast's lion roar hurled him backward. His feet scraped across the earth as he regained balance, muttering, incredible pressure. The eye on the Qilin lion's wing began scanning rapidly, like some living radar. Witnessing the creature's astonishing regenerative speed, Chen Suo muttered in awe. Wounds healed almost instantly. The beast straightened to its full height, anger flaring as it let out a terrifying roar. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the darkened sky. Chen Suo realized this was an advanced spell of the Xian classification. Lightning rumbled from above. Using his Ling Ba Wei movement, he darted, weaving left and right to evade, and then launched himself above the creature, bringing down a Diem Loi Quang strike. A combination of fire and lightning magic surged along his blade, slamming directly into the beast's head. The strike was so fast and precise that the monster could not react in time, swallowing the full force. But just as Chen Suo thought the fight was settled, he froze, eyes wide in shock. What the hell? His blade had collided with something as hard as iron, the recoil smashing him backward. Pain radiated through his arm as he realized the Qilin lion's wing was tougher than steel. And then, Chen Suo noticed something unexpected. One of the beast's eyelids had been torn, dark green ichor spilling down. A smirk crossed Chen Suo's face. If I have drawn your blood, your death is not far off. Across from him, the wounded Qilin lion howled in rage, furious and pained. Chen Suo, staring skyward, felt his resolve solidify, fury unbounded. His eyes glimmered as countless lightning attribute magic circles began forming above him, ready to strike. Chen Suo only shrugged, not the least bit surprised. This time you won't even give me room to dodge, he said. Thunder kept hammering down as he pushed his movement to the limit, trying to evade, but there was nowhere to go. A warning flashed from his system. The Demon King armor's durability had dropped to insufficient levels. That did not faze him. If anything, Chen Suo grinned. Intelligent beasts like this king bird will abandon long-range lightning when locked into close quarters, he mused. Area lightning just hurts themselves at melee range. Before he finished the sentence, he detonated forward in a blur of speed and struck the Qilin lion at the same spot that had hurt him before. The beast snapped its wings shut to block. Chen Suo snorted. He would guessed that move. With a lightning-quick sidestep he warped to the creature's flank and aimed straight for the snake tail that was wagging carelessly behind it, completely undefended. Die, then, he muttered, and struck. His blade split the tail clean through. He held the severed serpent head in his hand, triumphant. You can block the front, but you can't cover your back, he taunted. No matter how strong your defense, you can't be everywhere at once. The beast howled in agony as its tail was severed, pain ripping through it. Chen Suo stood there, relaxed and cocky. Surprised, that is your tail, your weak spot, he said, widening the snake's gaping wound so it could still spit its acid.